Recorded Books, Incorporated presents an unabridged recording of Running with the Demon by Terry Brooks, narrated by George Wilson. This work is copyrighted 1997 by Terry Brooks. This recording is copyrighted 1998 by Recorded Books, Incorporated. On the hottest 4th of July weekend in decades, two men have come to Hopewell, Illinois, site of a lengthy, bitter steel strike. One is a demon, dark servant of the void, who will use the anger and frustration of the community to attain a terrible secret goal. The other is John Ross, a knight of the word, a man who, while he sleeps, lives in the hell the world will become if he fails to change its course on waking. Ross has been given the ability to see the future, but does he have the power to change it? And now, Running with the Demon.
Prologue. He stands alone in the center of another of America's burned-out towns, but he has been to this one before. Even in their ruined, blackened condition, the buildings that surround him are recognizable. The streets of the intersection in which he finds himself stretch away in windswept concrete ribbons that dwindle and fade into the horizon. South to the bridge that spans the river, north to the parched flats of what were once cornfields, east toward the remains of Reagan's hometown, and west to the Mississippi and the Great Plains. A street sign, bent and weathered, confirms that he stands at the corner of First Avenue and 3rd Street. The town is 8 blocks square, 2 blocks in any direction from where he stands, petering out afterward in dribs and drabs of homes that have been converted to real estate offices and repair shops, or simply leveled to provide parking. Farther out lie the abandoned ruins of 2 supermarkets and the mall, and down along the riverbank he can see the broken-down stacks and rusted-out corrugated roofs of what is left of the steel mill. He looks around slowly, making sure he is in the right place, because it has been a long time. The sky is clouded and dark. Rain threatens and will probably fall before night. Although it is noon, the light is so pale that it seems more like dusk. The air and the earth are washed clean of color. Buildings, streets, abandoned vehicles, trash, and sky are a uniform shade of gray, the paint running from one into the other until nothing remains but shadows and light to differentiate any of it. In the silence, the wind moans softly as it rises off the river and whips down the empty streets. Twigs, leaves, and debris skitter along the concrete. Windows gape dark and hollow where the plate glass has been broken out. Doors hang open and sag. Smears of black ash and soot stain the walls where fires have burned away the wood and plastic veneer of the offices and shops. Cars hunker down on flattened tires and bare axles, stripped of everything useful, abandoned shells turning slowly to rust. The man looks the town over as he would a corpse, remembering when it was still vital. A pack of dogs comes out of one of the buildings. There are maybe 10 of them, lean and hungry, quick-eyed and suspicious. They study him momentarily before moving on. They want nothing to do with him. He watches them disappear around the corner of a building, and he begins to walk. He moves east toward the park, even though he knows what he will find. He passes the bank, the paint store, the fabric shop, Al's bar, and a parking lot, and stops at Josie's. The sign still hangs over the entry. The enamel is faded and broken, but the name is recognizable. He walks over and peers inside. The furniture and pastry cases are all smashed, the cooking equipment broken, and the leather banquettes ripped to shreds. Dust coats the countertop. Trash litters the ruined floor, and weeds poke out of cracks in the tile. He turns away in time to catch sight of two children slipping from the alleyway across the street. They carry canvas bags stuffed with items they have scavenged. They wear knives strapped to their waists. The girl is in her teens, the boy younger. Their hair is long and unkempt, their clothes shabby, and their eyes hard and feral. They slow to consider him, taking his measure. He waits on them, turns to face them, lets them see that he is not afraid. They glance at each other, whisper something punctuated by furtive gestures, then move away. Like the dogs, they want nothing to do with him. He continues up the street, the sound of his boots a hollow echo in the midday silence. Office buildings and shops give way to homes. The homes are empty as well, those that are still intact. Many are burned out and sagging, settling slowly back into the earth. Weeds grow everywhere, even through cracks in the concrete of the streets. He wonders how long it has been since anyone has lived here. Counting the strays, the dogs and the children, and the one or two others that linger because they have no place else to go, how many are left? In some towns there is no one. Only the cities continue to provide refuge, walled camps in which survivors have banded together in a desperate effort to keep the madness at bay. Chicago is one such city. He has been there and seen what it has to offer. He already knows its fate. A woman emerges from the shadows of a doorway in one of the residences, a frail, hollow-eyed creature, dark hair tangled and streaked with purple dye, arms hanging loose and bare, the skin dotted with needle marks. "Got anything for me?" she asks dully. He shakes his head. She comes down to the foot of the porch steps and stops. She trots out a smile. "Where'd you come from?" He does not respond. She moves a couple of steps closer, hugging herself with her thin arms. "Want to come in and party with me?" He stops her with a look. In the shadows of the house for which she has come, he can see movement. Eyes, yellow and flat, study him with cold intent. He knows who they belong to. "Get away from me," he tells the woman. Her face crumples. She turns back without a word. He walks to the edge of the town, a mile farther on, out where the park waits. He knows he shouldn't, but he cannot help himself. Nothing of what he remembers remains, but he wants to see anyway. Old Bob and Gran are gone. Pick is gone. Daniel and Wraith are gone. The park is overgrown with weeds and scrub. The cemetery is a cluster of ruined headstones. The town homes and apartments and houses are all empty. What lives in the park now can be found only in the caves, and is his implacable enemy. And what of Nest Freemark? He knows that, too. It is a nightmare that haunts him, unrelenting and pitiless. He stops at the edge of the cemetery and looks off into the shadows beyond. He is here, he supposes, because he has no better place to go. He is here because he is reduced to retracing the steps of his life as a form of penance for his failures. He is hunted at every turn, and so he is drawn to the places that once provided refuge. He searches in the vain hope that something of what was good in his life will resurface, even when he knows the impossibility of that happening. He takes a long, slow breath. His pursuers will find him again soon enough, but perhaps not this day. So he will walk the park once more and try to recapture some small part of what is lost to him forever. Across the roadway, from where he stands, a billboard hangs in tatters. He can just make out its wording. "Welcome to Hopewell, Illinois. We're growing your way. John Ross woke with a start, jerking upright so sharply that he sent his walking staff clattering to the floor of the bus. For a moment, he didn't know where he was. It was night, and most of his fellow passengers were asleep. He took a moment to collect himself, to remember which journey he was on, which world he was in. Then he maneuvered his bad leg stiffly into the aisle, jockeying himself about on the seat, until he was able to reach down and retrieve the staff. He had fallen asleep in spite of himself, he realized, in spite of what that meant. He placed the walking stick beside him, leaning it carefully against his knapsack, bracing it in place so that it would not slide away again. An old woman several seats in front of him was still awake. She glanced back at him briefly, her look one of reproof and suspicion. She was the only one who sat close to him. He was alone at the very back of the bus. The other passengers, all save the old woman, had been careful to take seats near the front. Perhaps it was the leg, or the shabby clothes, or the mantle of weariness he wore like the ghost of Marley did his chains. Perhaps it was the eyes, the way they seemed to look beyond what everyone else could see, at once cool and discerning, yet distant and lost, an unsettling contradiction. But no, he looked down at his hands, studying them. In the manner of one who has come to terms with being shunned, he could ignore the pain of his banishment. Subconsciously, his fellow passengers had made a perfectly understandable decision. You leave as many empty seats as possible between yourself and death. Friday, July 1st. Chapter 1.
Nest.
His voice cut through the cottony layers of her sleep with the sharpness of a cat's claw. Her head jerked off the pillow, and her sleep-fogged eyes snapped open.
Pick? Wake up, girl.
The Sylvan's voice squeaked with urgency.
The feeders are at it again. I need you.
Nest Freemark pushed the sheet away and forced herself into an upright position, legs dangling off the side of the bed. The night air was hot and sticky, in spite of the efforts of the big floor fan that sat just inside her doorway. She rubbed at her eyes to clear them, and swallowed against the dryness in her throat. Outside she could hear the steady buzz of the locusts in the trees. "Who is it this time?" she asked, yawning.
The little Scott girl.
Bennett? Oh, God. She was fully awake now. What happened? Pick was standing on the window ledge just outside the screen, silhouetted in the moonlight. He might be only 6 inches tall from the tips of his twiggy feet to the peak of his leafy head, but she could read the disgust in his gnarled wooden features as clearly as if he were 6 feet.
The mother's out with her worthless boyfriend again, shutting down bars. That boy you fancy, young Jared, was left in charge of the other kids, but he had one of his attacks. Bennett was still up. You know how she is when her mother's not there, though goodness knows why. She became scared and wandered off. By the time the boy recovered, she was gone. Now the feeders have her. Do you need this in writing, or are you going to get dressed and come help?
Nest jumped out of the bed without answering, slipped off her nightshirt, and pulled on her Grunge Lives t-shirt, running shorts, socks, and tennis shoes. Her face peeked out at her from the dresser mirror, roundish, with a wide forehead and broad cheekbones, pug nose with a scattering of freckles, green eyes that tended to squint, a mouth that quirked upward at the corners as if to suggest perpetual amusement, and a complexion that was starting to break out. Passably attractive, but no stunner. Pick was pacing back and forth on the sill. He looked like twigs and leaves bound together into a child's tiny stick man. His hands were making nervous gestures, the same ones they always made when he was agitated, pulling at his silky moss beard and slapping at his bark-encrusted thighs. He couldn't help himself. He was like one of those cartoon characters that charges around running into walls. He claimed he was 150, but for being as old as he was, it didn't seem he had learned very much about staying calm. She arranged a few pillows under the sheet to give the impression that she was still in the bed, sleeping. The ruse would work if no one looked too closely. She glanced at the clock. It was 2 a.m, but her grandparents no longer slept soundly and were apt to be up at all hours of the night, poking about. She glanced at the open door and sighed. There was no help for it. She nudged the screen through the window and climbed out after it. Her bedroom was on the first floor, so slipping away unnoticed was easy. In the summer, anyway, she amended, when it was warm and the windows were all open. In the winter, she had to find her coat and go down the hallway and out the back door, which was a bit more chancy, but she had gotten pretty good at it. "Where is she?" she asked Pick, holding out her hand palm up so he could step into it. "Headed for the cliffs, last I saw." He moved off the sill gingerly. "Daniel's tracking her, but we'd better hurry." Nest placed Pick on her shoulder where he could get a firm grip on her T-shirt, fitted the screen back in place, and took off at a run. She sped across the back lawn toward the hedgerow that bordered the park, the Midwest night air whipping across her face, fresh and welcoming after the stale closeness of her bedroom. She passed beneath the canopies of solitary oaks and hickories that shaded the yard, their great limbs branching and dividing overhead in intricate patterns, their leaves reflecting dully in the mix of light from moon and stars. The skies were clear, and the world still as she ran, the houses about her dark and silent, the people asleep. She found the gap in the hedgerow on the first try, ducked to clear the low opening, and was through. Ahead, Sinisippi Park opened before her, softball diamonds and picnic areas bright with moonlight, woods and burial grounds laced with shadows. She angled right toward the roadway that led into the park, settling into a smooth, even pace. She was a strong runner, a natural athlete. Her cross-country coach said she was the best he had ever seen, although in the same breath he said she needed to develop better training habits. At 5 feet 8 inches and 120 pounds, she was lean and rangy, and tough as nails. She didn't know why she was that way. Certainly she had never worked at it. She had always been agile, though, even when she was 12, and her friends were bumping into coffee tables and tripping over their own feet, all of them trying to figure out what their bodies were going to do next. Now they were 14, and they pretty much knew. Nest was blessed with a runner's body, and it was clear from her efforts the past spring that her talent was prodigious. She had already broken every cross-country record in the state of Illinois for girls 14 and under. She had done that when she was 13, but 5 weeks ago she had entered the Rock River Invitational against runners 18 and under, girls and boys. She had swept the field in the 10,000-meter race, posting a time that shattered the state high school record by almost 3 minutes. Everyone had begun to look at her a little differently after that. Of course, they had been looking at Nest Freemark differently for one reason or another for most of her life, so she was less impressed by the attention now than she might have been earlier. Just think, she reflected ruefully, how they would look at me if I told them about Pick, or about the magic. She crossed the ball diamond closest to her house, reached the park entrance, and swept past the crossbar that was lowered to block the road after sunset. She felt rested and strong. Her breathing was smooth and her heartbeat steady. She followed the pavement for a short distance, then turned onto the grassy picnic area that led to the Sinisippi burial mounds and the cliffs. She could see the lights of the Sinisippi townhomes off to the right, low-income housing with a fancy name. That was where the Scotts lived. Enid Scott was a single mother with 5 kids, very few life options, and a drinking problem. Nest didn't think much of her. Nobody did. But Jared was a sweetheart, her friend since grade school. And Bennett, at 5, the youngest of the Scott children, was a peanut who deserved a lot better than she had been getting of late. Nest scanned the darkness ahead for some sign of the little girl, but there was nothing to see. She looked for Rafe as well, but there was no sign of him either. Just thinking of Rafe sent a shiver down her spine. The park stretched away before her, vast, silent, and empty of movement. She picked up her pace, the urgency of Bennett's situation spurring her on. Pick rode easily on her shoulder, attached in the manner of a clamp, arms and legs locked on her sleeve. He was still muttering to himself, that annoyingly incessant chatter in which he indulged ad nauseum in times of stress. But Nest let him be. Pick had a lot of responsibility to exercise, and it was not being made any easier by the increasingly bold behavior of the feeders. It was bad enough that they occupied the caves below the cliffs in ever-expanding numbers, their population grown so large that it was no longer possible to take an accurate count. But where before they had confined their activities to nighttime appearances in the park, now, all of a sudden, they were starting to surface everywhere in Hopewell, sometimes even in daylight. It was all due to a shifting in the balance of things, Pick advised, and if the balance was not righted, soon the feeders would be everywhere. Then what was he supposed to do? The trees ahead thickened, trunks tightening in a dark wall, limbs closing out the night sky. Nest angled through the maze, her eyes adjusting to the change in light, seeing everything, picking out all the details. She dodged through a series of park toys, spring-mounted rides for the smallest children, jumped a low chain divider, and raced back across the roadway and into the burial mounds. There was still no sign of Bennett Scott. The air was cooler here, rising off the Rock River, where it flowed west below the cliffs in a broad swath toward the Mississippi. In the distance, a freight train wailed as it made its way east through the farmland. The summer night was thick with heat, and the whistle seemed muted and lost. It died away slowly, and in the ensuing silence, the sounds of the insects resurfaced, a steady, insistent hum. Nest caught sight of Daniel then, a dark shadow as he swooped down from the trees, just long enough to catch her attention before wheeling away again.
"There, girl!"
Pick shouted needlessly in her ear. She raced in pursuit of the barn owl, following his lead, heading for the cliffs. She ran through the burial mounds, low, grassy hummocks clustered at the edge of the roadway. Ahead, the road ended in a turnaround at the park's highest point. That was where she would find Bennett, unless... She brushed the word aside, refusing to concede that it applied. A rush of bitterness toward Enid Scott tightened her throat. It wasn't fair that she left Jared alone to watch his brothers and sisters. Enid knew about his condition. She just found it convenient now and then to pretend it didn't matter. A mild form of epilepsy. The attacks could last for as long as 5 minutes. When they came, Jared would just go away for a bit, staring off into space, not seeing or hearing, not being aware of anything. Even the medicine he took couldn't always prevent the attacks. His mother knew that. She knew. The trees opened before her, and Daniel dove out of the shadows, streaking for the cliffs. Nest put on a new burst of speed, nearly unseating Pick. She could see Bennett Scott now, standing at the very edge of the cliffs, just beyond the turnaround, a small, solitary figure against the night sky, all hunched over and crying. Nest could hear her sobs. The feeders were cajoling her, enticing her, trying to cloud her thinking further so that she would take those last few steps. Nest was angry. Bennett made the 7th child in a month. She had saved them all, but how long could her luck hold? Daniel started down, then arced away soundlessly. It was too dangerous for him to go in. His unexpected presence might startle the little girl and cause her to lose her balance. That was why Pick relied on Nest. A young girl's appearance was apt to prove far less unsettling than his own or Daniel's. She slowed to a walk, dropping Pick off in the grass. No point in taking chances. Pick preferred to remain invisible anyway. The scent of pine trees wafted on the humid night air, carried out of the cemetery beyond, where the trees grew in thick clumps along the chain-link fence. In the moonlight, the headstones and monuments were just visible, the granite and marble reflecting with a shimmery cast. She took several deep breaths as she came up to Bennett, moving slowly, carefully into the light. The feeders saw her coming, and their lantern eyes narrowed. She ignored them, focusing her attention on the little girl. "Hey, tiny Ben-Ben." She kept her voice casual, relaxed. "It's me, Nest." Bennett Scott's tear-filled eyes blinked rapidly. "I know. What are you doing out here, Ben-Ben? Looking for my mommy?" "Well, I don't think she's out here, sweetie." Nest moved a few steps closer, glancing about as if looking for Enid. "She's lost," Bennett sobbed. A few of the feeders edged menacingly toward Nest, but she ignored them. They knew better than to mess with her while Rafe was around, which she fervently hoped he was. A lot of them were gathered here, though, flat-faced and featureless, squat caricatures of humans. They were as much a mystery to her now as ever, even after all she had learned about them from Pick. She didn't really even know what they were made of. When she had asked Pick about it once, he had told her with a sardonic grin that as a rule you are mostly what you eat, so the feeders could be almost anything. "I'll bet your mommy is back home by now, Ben-Ben," she offered, infusing her voice with enthusiasm. "Why don't we go have a look?" The little girl sniffled. "I don't want to go home. I don't like it there anymore." "Sure you do. I'll bet Jared wonders where you are." "Jared's sick. He had an attack." "Well, he'll be better by now. The attacks don't last long, sweetie. You know that. Come on, let's go see." Bennett's head lowered into shadow. She hugged herself, her head shaking. "George doesn't like me. He told me so." George Paulson, Enid's latest mistake in the man department. Even though she was only 14, Nest knew a loser when she saw one. George Paulson was a scary loser, though. She came a step closer, looking for a way to make physical contact with Bennett so that she could draw the little girl away from the cliff. The river was a dark silver shimmer far below the cliffs, flat and still within the confines of the bayou, where the railroad tracks were elevated on the levee, wilder and swifter beyond where the main channel flowed. The darkness made the drop seem even longer than it was, and Bennett was only a step or two away. "George needs to get an attitude adjustment," Nest offered. "Everybody likes you, Ben-Ben. Come on, let's go find your mommy and talk to her about it. I'll go with you. Hey, what about Spook? I'll bet your kitty misses you." Bennett Scott's moppet head shook quickly, scattering her lank dark hair in tangles. "George took Spook away. He doesn't like cats." Nest wanted to spit. That worthless creep. Spook was just about the only thing Bennett Scott had. She felt her grip on the situation beginning to loosen. The feeders were weaving about Bennett like snakes, and the little girl was cringing and hugging herself in fear. Bennett couldn't see them, of course. She wouldn't see them until it was too late. But she could hear them somewhere in the back of her mind, an invisible presence, insidious voices, taunting and teasing. They were hungry for her, and the balance was beginning to shift in their favor. "I'll help you find Spook," Nest said quickly. "And I'll make sure that George doesn't take him away again either. What do you say to that?" Bennett Scott hugged herself some more and looked fixedly at her feet, thinking it over. Her thin body went still. "Do you promise, Nest? Really?" Nest Freemark gave her a reassuring smile. "I do, sweetie. Now walk over here and take my hand so we can go home." The feeders moved to intervene, but Nest glared at them, and they flinched away. They wouldn't meet her gaze, of course. They knew what would happen if they did. Nevertheless, they were bolder than usual tonight, more ready to challenge her. That was not a good sign. "Bennett," she said quietly. The little girl's head lifted and her eyes came into the light. "Look at me, Bennett. Don't look anywhere else, okay? Just look right at me. Now, walk over here and take my hand." Bennett Scott started forward, one small step at a time. Nest waited patiently, holding her gaze. The night air had turned hot and still again, the breeze off the river dying away. Insects buzzed and flew in erratic sweeps, and not wanting to do anything that would startle the little girl, Nest fought down the impulse to brush at them. "Come on, Ben," she cajoled softly. As Bennett Scott advanced, the feeders gave way grudgingly, dropping down on all fours in a guarded crouch and skittering next to her like crabs. Nest took a deep breath. One of the feeders broke away from the others and made a grab for Bennett. Nest hissed at it furiously, caught its eye, and stripped it of its life with a single chilling glance. That was all it took, one instant in which their eyes met and her magic took control. The feeder collapsed in a heap and melted into the earth in a black stain. The others backed off watchfully. Nest took a deep, calming breath. "Come on, Bennett," she urged in a tight whisper. "It's all right, sweetie." The little girl had almost reached her when the headlight of the freight train swept across the bayou as the lead engine lurched out of the night. Bennett Scott hesitated, her eyes suddenly wide and uncertain. Then the train whistle sounded its shrill, piercing wail, and she cried out in fear. Nest didn't hesitate. She grabbed Bennett Scott's arm, snatched the little girl from her feet, and pressed her close. For a moment she held her ground, facing down the feeders, but she saw at once that there were too many to stand against, so she wheeled from the cliffs and began to run. Behind her the feeders bounded in pursuit. Already Pick was astride Daniel, and the barn owl swooped down on the foremost pursuers, talons extended. The feeders veered away, giving Nest an extra few yards head start.
"Faster, Nest!"
Pick cried, but she was already in full stride, running as hard as she could. She clutched Bennett Scott tightly against her, feeling the child shake. She weighed almost nothing, but it was awkward running with her. Nest cleared the turnaround and streaked past the burial mounds for the picnic ground. She would turn and face the feeders there, where she could maneuver, safely away from the cliffs. Her magic would give her some protection, and Pick would be there, and Daniel. But there were so many of them tonight. Her heart thumped wildly. From the corner of her eye she saw shadows closing on her, bounding through the park, yellow eyes narrowed. Daniel screeched, and she felt the whoosh of his wings as he sped past her, banking away into the dark. "I'm sorry, Mommy, I'm sorry," Bennett Scott sobbed, a prayer of forgiveness for some imagined wrong. Nest gritted her teeth and ran faster. Then suddenly she went down, arms and legs flying, as she tripped over a road chain she had missed vaulting. She lost her grip on Bennett Scott, and the little girl cried out in terror. Then the air was knocked from Bennett's lungs as she struck the ground. Nest rolled to her feet at once, but the feeders were everywhere, dark, shadowy forms closing on her with wicked intent. She turned to mush the handful that were closest, the ones that were foolish enough to meet her gaze, ripping apart their dark forms with a glance. But the remainder converged in a dark wave. Then Wraith materialized next to her, a massive presence, fur all stiff and bristling, the hairs raised like tiny spikes off his body. At first glance, he might have been a dog, a demonic German shepherd, perhaps, colored an odd brindle. But he was deep-chested like a Rottweiler, and tall at the shoulders like a boxer, and his eyes were a peculiar amber within a mass of black facial markings that suggested tiger stripes. Then you recognized the sloped forehead and the narrow muzzle as a wolf's. And if you looked even closer, which, if you were one of the few who could see him, you were not apt to do, you realized he was something else altogether. Scrambling over each other in an effort to escape, the feeders scattered like leaves in a strong wind. Wraith advanced on them in a stiff-legged walk, his head lowered, his teeth bared. But the feeders disappeared as swiftly as shadows at the coming of full sun, bounding back into the night. When the last of them had gone, Wraith wheeled back momentarily to give Nest a dark, purposeful glance, almost as if to take the measure of her resolve in the face of his somewhat belated appearance, and then he faded away. Nest exhaled sharply, the chill that had settled in the pit of her stomach melting, the tightness in her chest giving way. Her breath came in rapid bursts, and blood throbbed in her ears. She looked quickly to find Bennett. The little girl was curled into a ball, hiding her face in her hands, crying so hard she was hiccuping. Had she seen Wraith? Nest didn't think so. Few people ever saw Wraith. She brushed at the grass embedded in the cuts and scrapes on her knees and elbows, and went to collect her frightened charge. She scooped Bennett up and cradled her gently. "There, there, Ben," she cooed, kissing the little girl's face. "Don't be frightened now. It's all right. Everything's all right." She shivered in spite of herself. "It was just a little fall. Time to be going home now, sweetie. Look, there's your house right over there. Can you see the lights?" Daniel winged past one final time and disappeared into the dark, bearing Pick with him. The feeders were scattered, so the owl and the sylvan were leaving, entrusting the return of Bennett Scott to her. She sighed wearily and began to walk through the park, her breathing steadied and her heartbeat slowed. She was sweating, and the air felt hot and damp against her face. It was silent in the park, hushed and tender in the blanket of the dark. She hugged Bennett possessively, feeling the little girl's sobs slowly fade. "Oh, Ben," she said, "we'll have you home in bed before you know it. You want to get right to sleep, little girl, because Monday's the 4th of July, and you don't want to miss the fireworks. All those colors, all those pretty colors. What if you fell asleep and missed them?" Bennett Scott curled into her shoulder. "Will you come home with me, Nest? Will you stay with me?" The words were so poignant that Nest felt tears spring to her eyes. She stared off into the night, to the stars and the half-moon in the cloudless sky, to the shadows of the trees where they loomed against the horizon, to the lights of the buildings ahead where the residences and the apartments began, and the park came to an end. The world was a scary place for little girls, but the scariest things in it weren't always feeders, and they didn't live only in the dark. In the morning she would talk with Gran about Enid Scott. Maybe together they could come up with something. She would look for Spook, too. Pick would help. "I'll come home with you, Ben," she whispered. "I'll stay for a little while anyway." Her arms were tired and aching, but she refused to put the little girl down. By the time she reached the crossbar blocking the entrance to the park and turned left toward the Sinisippi townhomes, Bennett Scott was fast asleep. Chapter 2. Robert Roosevelt Freemark, Old Bob to everyone but his wife, granddaughter, and minister, came down to breakfast the next morning in something of a funk. He was a big man, 3 inches over 6 feet, with broad shoulders, large hands, and a solidity that belied his 65 years of age. His face was square, his features prominent, and his snow-white hair thick and wavy, and combed straight back from his high forehead. He looked like a politician, or at least like a politician ought to look. But old Bob was a working man, had been all his life, and now in retirement after 30 years on the line at Midwest Continental Steel, he still dressed in jeans and blue work shirts, and thought of himself as being just like everyone else. Old Bob had been Old Bob for as long as anyone could remember. Not in his boyhood, of course, but shortly after that, and certainly by the time he came back from the Korean War. He wasn't called Old Bob to his face, of course, but only when he was being referred to in the third person. Like, "Old Bob sure knows his business." He wasn't good old Bob either, in the sense that he was a good old boy. And the old had never been a reference to age. It was more a designation of status, or durability, or dependability. Bob Freemark had been a rock-solid citizen of Hopewell and a friend to everyone living there for his entire life. The sort of man you could call upon when you needed help. He'd worked for the J.C.'s, the United Way, the Cancer Fund, and the Red Cross at one time or another, spearheading their campaign efforts. He'd been a member of Kiwanis, the Moose, and the VFW. He'd kept clear of Rotary because he couldn't abide that phony, "Hi, Robert," malarkey. He'd been a member of the First Congregational Church, been a deacon and a trustee until after Caitlin died. He'd worked at the steel mill as a foreman his last 10 years on the job, and there were more than a few in the union who said he was the best they'd ever known.
This ends side 1 of cassette 1. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
But this morning, as he slouched into the kitchen, he was dark-browed and weary-hearted, and felt not in the least as if his life had amounted to anything. Evelyn was already up, sitting at the kitchen table with her glass of orange juice laced with vodka, her cigarette, her coffee, and her magazine. Sometimes he thought she simply didn't go to bed any more, although she'd been sleeping last night when he'd gotten up to look in on Nest. They'd kept separate bedrooms for almost 10 years, and more it felt like they kept separate lives as well. All since Caitlin... He caught himself, stopped himself from even thinking the words. Caitlin. Everything went back to Caitlin. Everything bad. "Morning," he greeted perfunctorily. Evelyn nodded, eyes lifting and lowering like window shades. He poured himself a bowl of Cheerios, a glass of juice, and a cup of coffee, and sat down across from her at the table. He attacked the cereal with single-minded intensity, devouring it in huge gulps, his head lowered to the bowl, stewing in wordless solitude. Evelyn sipped at her vodka and orange juice and took long drags on her cigarette. The length of the silence between them implied accurately the vastness of the gulf that separated their lives. Finally, Evelyn looked up, frowning in reproof. "What's bothering you, Robert?" Old Bob looked at her. She had always called him Robert, not Old Bob, not even just Bob, as if some semblance of formality were required in their relationship. She was a small, intense woman with sharp eyes, soft features, gray hair, and a no-nonsense attitude. She had been beautiful once, but she was only old now. Time and life's vicissitudes and her own stubborn refusal to look after herself had done her in. She smoked and drank all the time, and when he called her on it, she told him it was her life and she could lead it any way she wanted, and besides, she didn't really give a damn. "I couldn't sleep, so I got up during the night and looked in on Nest," he told her. "She wasn't there. She'd tucked some pillows under the covers to make me think she was, but she wasn't." He paused. "She was out in the park again, wasn't she?" Evelyn looked back at her magazine. "You leave the girl alone. She's doing what she has to do." He shook his head, stubbornly, even though he knew what was coming. "There's nothing she has to be doing out there at 2 a.m. Evelyn stubbed out her cigarette and promptly lit another one. "There's everything, and you know it." "You know it, Evelyn. I don't." "You want me to say it for you, Robert? You seem to be having trouble finding the right words. Nest was out minding the feeders. You can accept it or not. It doesn't change the fact of it." "Out minding the feeders?" "The ones you can't see, Robert, because your belief in things doesn't extend beyond the tip of your nose. Nest and I aren't like that, thank the good Lord." He shoved back his cereal bowl and glared at her. "Neither was Caitlin." Her sharp eyes fixed on him through a haze of cigarette smoke. "Don't start, Robert." He hesitated, then shook his head hopelessly. "I'm going to have a talk with Nest about this, Evelyn," he declared softly. "I don't want her out there at night. I don't care what the reason is." His wife stared at him a moment longer, as if measuring the strength of his words. Then her eyes returned to the magazine. "You leave Nest alone." He looked out the window into the backyard and the park beyond. The day was bright and sunny, the skies clear, the temperature in the 80s, and the heat rising off the grass in a damp shimmer. It was only the 1st of July, and already they were seeing record temperatures. The farmers were complaining already that they would have to irrigate, and even that wouldn't be enough without some rain. Old Bob stared into the park and thought about the hardships of farming, remembering his father's struggle when he'd owned the farm up at Yorktown years ago. Old Bob didn't understand farming. He didn't understand why anyone would want to do it. Of course, that was the way farmers felt about fellows who worked in a steel mill. "Is Nest still in bed?" he asked after a moment. Evelyn got up to pour herself another drink. Bob watched the measure of vodka she added to the orange juice. "Way too much." "Why don't you lighten up on that stuff, Evelyn? It's not even 9 o'clock in the morning." She gave him a hard look, her face pinched and her mouth set. "I notice you weren't in any hurry to get home last night from telling war stories with your pals, and I don't suppose you were drinking tea and playing shuffleboard down at the hall, were you?" She took a long pull on the drink, walked back to her chair, sat down, and picked up the magazine. "Leave me alone, Robert, and leave Nest alone, too." Old Bob nodded slowly and looked off again out the window. They had lived in this house for almost the whole of their married life. It was a big, sprawling rambler on 2 acres of wooded land abutting the park. He'd supervised the building of it himself back in the late 50s. He'd bought the land for $200 an acre. It was worth 100 times that now, even without the house. Caitlin had grown up under this roof, and now Nest. Everything that had meaning in his life had happened while he was living here. His eyes traveled over the aged wood of the kitchen cabinets to the molding and kickboards and down the hall to the paneled entry. He had even been happy here once. He stood up, weary, resigned, still in a funk. He felt emasculated by Evelyn, helpless in the face of her fortress mentality, adrift in his life, unable to change things in any way that mattered. It had been bad between them for years, and it was getting worse. What was going to become of them? Nest was all that bound them together now. Once she was gone, as she would be in a few years, what would be left for them? He brushed at his thick white hair with his hand, smoothing it back. "I'm going downtown, see if there's anything new with the strike," he said. "I'll be back in a few hours." She nodded without looking up. "Lunch will be on the table at noon if you want it." He studied her a moment longer, then went down the hall and out the front door into the summer heat. It was another hour before Nest appeared in the kitchen. She stretched and yawned as she entered and helped herself to the orange juice. Her grandmother was still sitting at the kitchen table, smoking and drinking and reading her magazine. She looked up as Nest appeared and gave her a wan smile. "Good morning, Nest." "Morning, Gran," Nest replied. She took out the bread and stuck a couple of slices in the toaster. Thinking of Bennett Scott, she stood at the counter and rolled her shoulders inside her sleep shirt to relieve the lingering ache in her muscles. "Grandpa around?" Her grandmother put down the magazine. "He's gone out, but he wants to talk with you. He says you went into the park last night." Nest hunched her shoulders one final time, then slouched against the counter, her eyes on the toaster. "Yep, he's right, I did." "What happened?" "Same as usual. The feeders got Bennett Scott this time." She told her grandmother what had happened. "I walked her to the front door and handed her over to Jared. You should have seen his face. He was so scared. He'd looked everywhere for her. He was about to call the police. His mom still wasn't home. She's a dead loss, Gran. Can't we do something about her? It isn't fair the way she saddles Jared with all the responsibility. Did you know he has to make all the meals for those kids? Or almost all? He has to be there for them after school. He has to do everything." Her grandmother took a deep drag on her cigarette. A cloud of smoke enveloped her. "I'll have a talk with Mildred Walker. She's involved with the social services people. Maybe one of them will drop by for a chat with Enid. That woman checks her brains at the door every time a man walks in. She's a sorry excuse for a mother, but those kids are stuck with her." "Bennett's scared of George Paulson, too. Next thing he'll be living there." Her grandmother nodded. "Well, George is good at showing up where there's a free ride." Her eyes shifted to find Nest's, and her small body bent forward over the table. "Sit with me a moment. Bring your toast." Nest gathered up her toast and juice and sat down. She lathered on some raspberry spread and took a bite. "Good." "What are you going to tell your grandfather when he asks what you were doing in the park?" Nest shrugged, tossing back her dark hair. "Same as always. I woke up and couldn't get back to sleep, so I decided to go for a run. I tucked the pillows under the covers so he wouldn't worry." Her grandmother nodded. "Good enough, I expect. I told him to leave you alone, but he worries about you. He can't stop thinking about your mother. He thinks you'll end up the same way." They stared at each other in silence. They had been over this ground before, many times. Caitlin Freemark, Nest's mother, had fallen from the cliffs 3 months after Nest was born. She had been walking in the park at night. Her state of mind had been uncertain for some time. She had been a very fragile and mercurial young woman. Nest's birth and the disappearance of the father had left her deeply troubled. There was speculation that she might have committed suicide. No one had ever been able to determine if she had, but the rumors persisted. "I'm not my mother," Nest said quietly. "No, you're not," her grandmother agreed. There was a distant, haunted look in her sharp, old bird's eyes, as if she had suddenly remembered something best left forgotten. Her hands fluttered about her drink. "Grandpa doesn't understand, does he?" "He doesn't try." "Do you still talk to him about the feeders, Gran?" "He thinks I'm seeing things. He thinks it's the liquor talking. He thinks I'm an old drunk." "Oh, Gran." "It's been like that for some time, Nest." Her grandmother shook her head. "It's as much my fault as it is his. I've made it difficult for him, too." She paused, not wanting to go too far down that road. "But I can't get him even to listen to me. Like I said, he doesn't see. Not the feeders, not any of the forest creatures living in the park. He never could see any part of that world, not even when Caitlin was alive. She tried to tell him, your mother, but he thought it was all make-believe, just a young girl's imagination. He played along with her, pretended he understood, but he would talk to me about it when we were alone, tell me how worried he was about her nonsense. I told him that maybe she wasn't making it up. I told him maybe he should listen to her, but he just couldn't ever make himself do that." She smiled sadly. "He's never understood our connection with the park, Nest. I doubt that he ever will." Nest ate the last bite of toast, chewing thoughtfully. 6 generations of the women of her family had been in service to the land that made up the park. They were the ones who had worked with Pick to keep the magic in balance over the years. They were the ones who had been born to magic themselves. Gwendolyn Wills, Carolyn Glynn, Opal Anders, Gran, her mother, and now her. The Freemark women, Nest called them, though the designation was less than accurate. Their pictures hung in a grouping in the entry, framed against the wooded backdrop of the park. Gran always said that the partnering worked best with the women of the family, because the women stayed, while the men too often moved on. "Grandpa never talks about the park with me," Nest remarked quietly. "No, I think he's afraid to." Her grandmother swallowed down the vodka and orange juice. Her eyes looked vague and watery. "And I don't ever want you talking about it with him." Nest looked down at her plate. "I know." The old woman reached across the table and took hold of her granddaughter's wrist. "Not with him, not with anyone, not ever. There's good reason for this, Nest. You understand that, don't you?" Nest nodded. "Yep, I do." She looked up at her grandmother. "But I don't like it much. I don't like being the only one." Her grandmother squeezed her wrist tightly. "There's me. You can always talk to me." She released her grip and sat back. "Maybe one day your grandfather will be able to talk with you about it, too. But it's hard for him. People don't want to believe in magic. It's all they can do to make themselves believe in God. You can't see something, Nest, if you don't believe in it. Sometimes I think he just can't let himself believe. That believing just doesn't fit in with his view of things." Nest was silent a moment, thinking. "Mom believed, though, didn't she?" Her grandmother nodded wordlessly. "What about my dad? Do you think he believed, too?" The old woman reached for her cigarettes. "He believed." Nest studied her grandmother, watched the way her fingers shook as she worked the lighter. "Do you think he will ever come back?" "Your father? No." "Maybe he'll want to see how I've turned out. Maybe he'll come back for that." "Don't hold your breath." Nest worried her lip. "I wonder sometimes who he is, Gran. I wonder what he looks like." She paused. "Do you ever wonder?" Her grandmother drew in on the cigarette, her eyes hard and fixed on a point in space somewhere to Nest's left. "No. What would be the point?" "He's not a forest creature, is he?" She didn't know what made her ask such a question. She startled herself by even speaking the words, and the way her grandmother looked at her made her wish she had held her tongue. "Why would you ever think that?" Evelyn Freemark snapped, her voice brittle and sharp, her eyes bright with anger. Nest swallowed her surprise and shrugged. "I don't know, I just wondered, I guess." Her grandmother looked at her for a long moment without blinking, then turned away. "Go make your bed, then go out and play with your friends. Cass Minter has called you twice already. Lunch will be here if you want it. Dinner's at 6. Go on." Nest rose and carried her dishes to the sink. No one had ever told her anything about her father. No one seemed to know anything about him. But that didn't stop her from wondering. She had been told that her mother never revealed his identity, not even to her grandparents. But Nest suspected that Gran knew something about him anyway. It was in the way she avoided the subject, or became angry when he was mentioned. Why did she do that? What did she know that made her so uncomfortable? Maybe that was why Nest persisted in her questions about him, even silly ones like the one she had just asked. Her father couldn't be a forest creature. If he was, Nest would be a forest creature as well, wouldn't she? "See you later, Gran," she said as she left the room. She went down the hall to her room to shower and dress. There were all different kinds of forest creatures, Pick had told her once, even if he hadn't told her exactly what they were. So did that mean there were some made of flesh and blood? Did it mean some were human, like her? She stood naked in front of the bathroom mirror, looking at herself for a long time before she got into the shower. Chapter 3. Old Bob backed his weathered Ford pickup out of the garage, drove up the lane through the wide-bowed hardwoods, and turned onto Sinisippi Road. In spite of the heat, he had the windows rolled down and the air conditioner turned off, because he liked to smell the woods. In his opinion, Sinisippi Park was the most beautiful woods for miles. Always had been, always would be. It was green and rolling where the cliffs rose above the Rock River, and the thick stands of shagbark hickory, white oak, red elm, and maple predated the coming of the white man into Indian territory. Nestled down within the spaces permitted by a thinning of the larger trees were walnut, cherry, birch, and a scattering of pine and blue spruce. There were wildflowers that bloomed in the spring, and leaves that turned color in the fall that could make your heart ache. In Illinois, spring and fall were the seasons you waited for. Summer was just a bridge between the two, a 3 to 4 month yearly preview of where you would end up if you were turned away from heaven's gates. A ruinous time when Mother Nature cranked up the heat as high as it would go on the local thermostat, and a million insects came out to feed. It wasn't like that every summer, and it wasn't like that every day of every summer. But it was like that enough that you didn't notice much of anything else. This summer was worse than usual, and today looked to be typical. The heat was intense already, even here in the woods, though not so bad beneath the canopy of the trees as it would be downtown. So old Bob breathed in the scents of leaves and grasses and flowers, and enjoyed the coolness of the shade as he drove the old truck toward the highway, reminding himself of what was good about his hometown on his way to his regular morning discussion of what wasn't. The strike at Midwest Continental Steel had been going on for 107 days, and there was no relief in sight. This was bad news, and not just for the company and the union. The mill employed 25% of the town's working population, and when 25% of a community's spending capital disappears, everyone suffers. Mid-Con was at one time the largest independently owned steel mill in the country, but after the son of the founder died and the heirs lost interest, it was sold to a consortium. That produced some bad feelings all by itself, even though one of the heirs stayed around as a nominal part of the company team. The bad feelings grew when the bottom fell out of the steel market in the late 70s and early 80s in the wake of the boom in foreign steel. The consortium underwent some management changes. The last member of the founding family was dismissed, the 24-inch mill was shut down, and several hundred workers were laid off. Eventually, some of the workers were hired back, and the 24-inch was started up again. But the bad feelings between management and union were by then so deep-seated and pervasive that neither side could bring itself ever again to trust the other. The bad feelings had come to a head 6 months earlier, when the union had entered into negotiations for a new contract. A yearly cost of living increase in the hourly wage, better medical benefits, an expansion of what qualified as piecework, and a paid holiday program were some of the demands on the union's agenda. A limited increase without escalators in the hourly wage over the next 5 years, a cutback in medical benefits, a narrowing down of the types of payments offered for piecework, and an elimination of paid holidays were high on the list of counter-demands made by the company. A deadlock was quickly reached. Arbitration was refused by both sides, each choosing to wait out the other. A strike deadline was set by the union. A back-to-work deadline was set by the company. As the deadlines neared and no movement was achieved in the bargaining process, both union and company went public with their grievances. Negotiators for each side kept popping up on television and radio to air out the particulars of the latest outrage perpetrated by the other. Soon, both sides were talking to everyone but each other. Then 107 days ago, the union had struck the 14-inch and the wire mill. The strike soon escalated to include the 24-inch and the 12-inch, and then all of Mid-Con was shut down. At first, no one worried much. There had been strikes before, and they had always resolved themselves. Besides, it was springtime, and with the passing of another bitterly cold Midwest winter, everyone was feeling hopeful and renewed. But a month went by, and no progress was made. A mediator was called in at the behest of the mayor of Hopewell and the governor of the state of Illinois, and with the blessing of both union and management, but he failed to make headway. A few ugly incidents on the picket line hardened feelings on both sides. By then, the effect of the strike was being felt by everyone. Smaller companies who did business with the mill or used their products, retailers who relied on the money spent by the mill's employees, and professional people whose clientele was in large part composed of management and union alike. Everyone began to choose sides. After 2 months, the company announced that it would no longer recognize the union and that it would accept back those workers who wished to return to their old jobs, but that if those workers failed to return in 7 days, new people would be brought in to replace them. On June 1st, it would start up the 14-inch mill using company supervisors as workers. The company called this action the first step in a valid decertification process. The union called it strike-breaking and union busting. The union warned against trying to use scabs in place of real workers, of trying to cross the picket line, of doing anything but continuing to negotiate with the union team. It warned that use of the company people on the line was foolhardy and dangerous. Only trained personnel should attempt to operate the machinery. The company replied that it would provide whatever training was deemed necessary and suggested the union start bargaining in good faith. From there, matters only got worse. The company started up the 14-inch several times, and each time shut it down again after only a few days. There were reports by the union of unnecessary injuries, and by the company of sabotage. Replacement workers were bussed in from surrounding cities, and fights took place on the picket line. The National Guard was brought in on 2 occasions to restore order. Finally, MidCon shut down again for good and declared that the workers were all fired and the company was for sale. All negotiations came to a halt. No one even bothered to pretend at making an effort anymore. Another month passed. The pickets continued, no one made any money, and the community of Hopewell and its citizens grew steadily more depressed. Now, with the summer heat reaching record highs, spring's hopes were as dry as the dust that coated the roadways, and the bad feelings had burned down to white-hot embers. Old Bob reached Lincoln Highway, turned on the lighted arrow off Sinisippi Road, and headed for town. He passed the Kroger supermarket and the billboard put up 6 months ago by the Chamber of Commerce that read, "Welcome to Hopewell, Illinois. We're growing your way." The billboard was faded and dust-covered in the dull shimmer of the late-morning heat, and the words seemed to mock the reality of things. Old Bob rolled up the windows and turned on the air. There weren't any smells from here on in that mattered to him. He drove the combined 4-lane to where it divided into a pair of one-ways, 4th Street going west into town, 3rd Street coming east. He passed several fast food joints, a liquor store, a pair of gas stations, quick dry cleaners, Rock River Valley printers, and an electrical shop. Traffic was light. The heat rose off the pavement in waves, and the leaves on the trees that lined the sidewalks hung limp in the windless air. The men and women of Hopewell were closeted in their homes and offices, with the air conditioners turned on high, going about the business of their lives with weary determination. Unless summer school had claimed them, the kids were all out at the parks or swimming pools, trying to stay cool and keep from being bored. At night, the temperature would drop 10 to 15 degrees, and there might be a breeze, but still no one would be moving very fast. There was a somnolence to the community that suggested a long siesta in progress, a dullness of pace that whispered of despair. Old Bob shook his head. Well, the 4th of July was almost here, and the 4th, with its fireworks and picnics and the dance in the park, might help take people's minds off their problems. A few minutes later, he pulled into a vacant parking space in front of Josie's and climbed out of the cab. The sun's brightness was so intense, and the heat's swelter so thick, that for a moment he felt lightheaded. He gripped the parking mirror to steady himself, feeling old and foolish, trying desperately to pretend that nothing was wrong as he studied his feet. When he had regained his balance sufficiently to stand on his own, he walked to the parking meter, fed a few coins into the slot, moved to the front door of the coffee shop, and stepped inside. Cold air washed over him, a welcome relief. Josie's occupied the corner of 2nd Avenue and 3rd Street, across from the liquor store, the bank parking lot, and Hayes Insurance. Windows running the length of both front walls gave a clear view of the intersection, and those trudging to and from their air-conditioned offices and cars. Booths lined the windows, red leather 50s-era banquettes, reupholstered and restitched. An L-shaped counter, wrapped with stools, was situated farther in, and a scattering of tables occupied the available floor space between. There were fresh-baked donuts, sweet rolls, and breads displayed in a glass case at the far end of the counter, and coffee, espresso, hot chocolate, tea, and soft drinks to wash those down. Josie's boasted black cows, green rivers, sarsaparillas, and the thickest shakes for miles. Breakfast was served any time, and you could get lunch until 3 when the kitchen closed. Takeout was available and frequently used. Josie's had the best daytime food in town, and almost everyone drifted in to sample it at least once or twice a week. Old Bob and his union pals were there every day. Before the mill was shut down, only those who had retired came in on a regular basis, but now all of them showed up every morning, without fail. Most were already there, as old Bob made his way to the back of the room, and the clutch of tables those who had gotten there first had shoved together to accommodate latecomers. Old Bob waved, then detoured toward the service counter. Carol Blyer intercepted him, asked how he was doing, and told him to stop by the office sometime for a chat. Old Bob nodded and moved on, feeling Carol's eyes following him, measuring his step. Carol sold life insurance. "Well, there you are," Josie greeted from behind the counter, giving him her warmest smile. "Your buddies have been wondering if you were coming in." Old Bob smiled back. "Have they now?" "Sure. They can't spit and walk at the same time without you to show them how. You know that." Josie cocked one eyebrow playfully. "I swear you get better looking every time I see you." Old Bob laughed. Josie Jackson was somewhere in her 30s, a divorcee with a teenage daughter and a worthless ex-husband last seen heading south about half a dozen years ago. She was younger looking than her years, certainly younger acting, with big dark eyes and a ready smile, long blondish hair, and a head-turning body, and most important of all, a willingness to work that would put most people to shame. She had purchased Josie's with money loaned to her by her parents, who owned a carpet and tile business. Having worked much of her adult life as a waitress, Josie Jackson knew what she was doing, and in no time her business was the favorite breakfast and lunch spot in Hopewell. Josie ran it with charm and efficiency, and a live-and-let-live attitude that made everyone feel welcome. "How's Evelyn?" she asked him, leaning her elbows on the counter as she fixed him with her dark eyes. He shrugged. "Same as always, rock of ages." "Yeah, she'll outlive us all, won't she?" Josie brushed at her tousled hair. "Well, go on back. You want your usual?" Old Bob nodded, and Josie moved away. If he'd been younger and unattached, old Bob would have given serious consideration to hooking up with Josie Jackson. But then, that was the way all the old codgers felt, and most of the young bucks, too. That was Josie's gift. He eased through the clustered tables, stopping for a brief word here and there, working his way back to where the union crowd was gathered. They glanced up as he approached, one after the other, giving him perfunctory nods or calling out words of greeting. Al Garcia, Mel Reardon, Derry Howe, Richie Stout, Penny Williamson, Mike Michelson, Junior Elway, and one or two more. They made room for him at one end of the table, and he scooted a chair over and took a seat, sinking comfortably into place. "So this guy, he works at a post office somewhere over in Iowa, right?" Mel Reardon was saying. He was a big, overweight crane operator with spiky red hair and a tendency to blink rapidly while he was speaking. He was doing so now, like one of those ads showing how easy it is to open and close a set of blinds. Blink, blink, blink. "He comes to work in a dress. No, this is the God's honest truth. It was right there in the paper. He comes to work in a dress." "What color of dress?" Richie Stout interrupted, looking genuinely puzzled. Not an unusual expression for Richie. Reardon looked at him. "What the hell difference does that make? It's a dress on a man who works in a post office, Richie. Think about it." Anyway, he comes to work, this guy, and his supervisor sees the dress and tells him he can't work like that. He has to go home and change. So he does, and he comes back wearing a different dress, a fur coat, and a gorilla mask. The supervisor tells him to go home again, but this time he won't leave. So they call the police and haul him away, charge him with disturbing the peace or something. But this is the best part. Afterward, the supervisor tells the reporter, this is true now, I swear, tells the reporter with a straight face that they are considering psychiatric evaluation for the guy. Considering! You know, I read about a guy who took his monkey to the emergency room a few weeks back. Albert Garcia picked up the conversation. He was a small, solid man with thinning dark hair and close-set features, a relative newcomer to the group, having come up from Houston with his family to work at MidCon less than 10 years ago. Before the strike, he set the rolls in the 14-inch. The monkey was his pet and it got sick or something, so he hauls it down to the emergency room. This was in Arkansas, I think. Tells the nurse it's his baby. Can you imagine? His baby. Did it look anything like him? Mel Reardon laughed. This isn't the same guy, is it? Penny Williamson asked suddenly. He was a bulky, heavy-featured black man with skin that shone almost as blue as oiled steel. He was a foreman in the No. 3 plant, steady and reliable. He shifted his heavy frame slightly and winked knowingly at old Bob. You know the postal worker guy again? Al Garcia looked perplexed. I don't think so. Do you think it could be? So what happened? Reardon asked as he bit into a fresh Danish. His eyes blinked like a camera shutter. He rearranged the sizable mound of sweet rolls he had piled on a plate in front of him, already choosing his next victim. Nothing, Al Garcia shrugged. They fixed up the monkey and sent him home. That's it? That's the whole story? Reardon shook his head. Al Garcia shrugged again. I just thought it was bizarre, that's all. I think you're bizarre. Reardon looked away dismissively. Hey, Bob, what news from the East End this fine morning? Old Bob accepted with a nod the coffee and sweet roll Josie scooted in front of him. Nothing you don't already know. It's hot at that end of town, too. Any news from the mill? Same old, same old. The strike goes on, life goes on. Everybody keeps on keeping on. I began some yard work out at Joe Preston's, Richie Stout offered, but everyone ignored him, because if brains were dynamite, he didn't have enough to blow his nose. I'll give you some news, Junior Elway said suddenly. There's some boys planning to cross the picket line if they can get their jobs back. It was just a few at first, but I think there's more of them now. Old Bob considered him wordlessly for a moment. Junior was not the most reliable of sources. That's so, Junior. I don't think the company will allow it after all that's happened. They'll allow it all right, Derry Howe cut in. He was a tall, angular man with close-cropped hair and an intense, suspicious stare that made people wonder. He'd been a bit strange as a boy, and 2 tours in Vietnam hadn't improved things. Since Nam, he'd lost a wife, been arrested any number of times for drinking and driving, and spotted up his mill record until it looked like someone had sneezed into an inkwell. Old Bob couldn't understand why they hadn't fired him. He was erratic and error-prone, and those who knew him best thought he wasn't rowing with all his oars in the water. Junior Elway was the only friend he had, which was a dubious distinction. He was allowed to hang out with this group only because he was Mel Reardon's sister's boy.
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 1 of Running with the Demon. Please fast forward to the end before loading Cassette 2. Running with the Demon, Cassette 2.
What do you mean? Al Garcia asked quickly.
I mean, they'll allow it because they're going to start up the 14-inch again over the weekend and have it up and running by Tuesday, right after the 4th. I got it from a friend on the inside.
Howe's temple pulsed and his lips tightened.
They want to break the union, and this is their best chance. Get the company running again without us.
Been tried already, Al Garcia sniffed.
So now it's going to get tried again. Think about it, Al. What have they got to lose?
No one from the union is going back to help them do it, Penrod Williamson declared, glowering at Howe. That's foolish talk.
You don't think there's enough men out there with wives and children to feed that this ain't become more important to them than the strike?
Howe snapped. He brushed at his close-cropped hair.
You ain't paying attention then, Penny. The bean counters have taken over, and guys like us, we're history. You think the National's going to bail us out of this? Hell! The company's going to break the union, and we're sitting here letting them do it.
Well, it's not like there's a lot else we can do, Derry, Mel Reardon pointed out, easing his considerable weight back in his metal-frame chair. We've struck and picketed, and that's all the law allows us, and the National's doing what it can. We just have to be patient. Sooner or later, this thing will get settled.
How's that going to happen, Mel?
Howe pressed, flushed with anger.
Just how the hell's that going to happen? You see any negotiating going on? I sure as hell don't. Striking and picketing is fine, but it ain't getting us anywhere. These people running the show, they ain't from here. They don't give a rat's ass what happens to us. If you think they do, well, you're a damn fool.
He's got a point, Junior Elway agreed, leaning forward over his coffee, nodding solemnly, lank blonde hair falling into his face. Old Bob pursed his lips. Junior always thought Derry Howe had a point.
Damn right.
Howe was rolling now, his taut features shoved forward, dominating the table.
You think we're going to win this thing by sitting around bullshitting each other? Well, we ain't. And there ain't no one else going to help us either. We have to do this ourselves, and we have to do it quick. We have to make them hurt more than we're hurting. We have to pick their pocket the way they're picking ours.
What are you talking about? Penny Williamson growled. He had less use for Derry Howe than any of them. He'd once had Howe booted off his shift. Howe glared at him.
You think about it, Mr. Penrod Williamson. You were in the NOM, too. Hurt them worse than they hurt you. That was how you survived. That's how you get anywhere in a war.
We ain't in a war here, Penny Williamson observed, his finger pointed at Howe. And the NOM's got nothing to do with this. What are you saying, man? That we ought to go down to the mill and blow up a few of the enemy? You want to shoot someone while you're at it? Derry Howe's fist crashed down on the table.
If that's what it takes, hell yes.
There was sudden silence. A few heads turned. Howe was shaking with anger as he leaned back in his chair, refusing to look away. Al Garcia wiped at his spilled coffee with his napkin and shook his head. Mel Reardon checked his watch. Penny Williamson folded his arms across his broad chest, regarding Derry Howe the way he might have regarded that postal worker in his dress, fur coat, and gorilla mask. You better watch out who you say that to. Derry's just upset, said a man sitting next to him. Old Bob hadn't noticed the fellow before. He had blue eyes that were so pale they seemed washed of color. His job's on the line, and the company doesn't even know he's alive. You can understand how he feels. No need for us to be angry with each other. We're all friends here.
Yeah, Derry don't mean nothing,
Junior Elway agreed. What do you think we ought to do? Mike Michelson asked Robert Roosevelt Freemark, suddenly, trying to turn the conversation another way. Old Bob was still looking at the man next to Howe, trying to place him. The bland, smooth features were as familiar to him as his own, but for some reason he couldn't think of his name. It was right on the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't get a handle on it, nor could he remember exactly what it was the fellow did. He was a mill man, all right, too young to be retired, so he must be one of the strikers. But where did he know him from? The others seemed to know him, so why couldn't he place him? His gaze shifted to Michelson, a tall, gaunt, even-tempered millwright who had retired about the same time Old Bob had. Old Bob had known Mike all his life, and he recognized at once that Mike was trying to give Derry Howe a chance to cool down. "Well, I think we need a stronger presence from the national office," he said. "Derry's right about that much." He folded his big hands on the table before him and looked down at them. "I think we need some of the government people to do more. Maybe a senator or two to intervene so we can get things back on track with the negotiations." "More talk!" Derry Howe barely hid a sneer. "Talk is the best way to go," Old Bob advised, giving him a look. "Yeah? Well, it ain't like it was in your time, Bob Freemark. We ain't got local owners anymore, people with a stake in the community, people with families that live here like the rest of us. We got a bunch of New York bloodsuckers draining all the money out of Hopewell, and they don't care about us." Derry Howe slouched in his chair, eyes downcast. "We got to do something if we expect to survive this. We can't just sit around hoping for someone to help us. It ain't going to happen." "There was a fellow out east somewhere, one of the major cities, Philadelphia, I think," said the man sitting next to him, his strange pale eyes quizzical, his mouth quirked slightly, as if his words amused him. "His wife died, leaving him with a 5-year-old daughter who was mildly retarded. He kept her in a closet off the living room for almost 3 years before someone discovered what he was doing and called the police. When they questioned the man, he said he was just trying to protect the girl from a hostile world." The man cocked his head slightly. "When they asked the girl why she hadn't tried to escape, she said she was afraid to run, that all she could do was wait for someone to help her." "Well, they ain't shutting me up in no closet," Derry Howe snapped angrily. "I can help myself just fine." "Sometimes," the man said, looking at no one in particular, his voice low and compelling, "the locks get turned before you even realize that the door's been closed." "I think Bob's right," Mike Michelson said. "I think we have to give the negotiation process a fair chance. These things take time." "Time that costs us money and gives them a better chance to break us." Derry Howe shoved back his chair and came to his feet. "I'm out of here. I got better things to do than sit around here all day. I'm sick of talking and doing nothing. Maybe you don't care if the company takes away your job, but I ain't having none of it." He stalked away, weaving angrily through the crowded tables, and slammed the door behind him. At the counter, Josie Jackson grimaced. A moment later, Junior Elway left as well. The men, still seated at the table, shifted uncomfortably in their chairs. "I swear if that boy wasn't my sister's son, I wouldn't waste another moment on him," Melvin Reardon muttered. "He's right about one thing," Old Bob sighed. "Things aren't the way they used to be. The world's changed from when we were his age, and a lot of it's gotten pretty ugly. People don't want to work things out anymore like they used to." "People just want a pound of flesh," Al Garcia agreed. His blocky head pivoted on his bull neck. "It's all about money and getting your foot on the other guy's neck. That's why the company and the union can't settle anything. Makes you wonder if the government hasn't put something in the water after all." "You see where that man went into a grocery store out on Long Island somewhere and walked up and down the aisles stabbing people?" asked Penny Williamson. Had 2 carving knives with him, one in each hand. He never said a word, just walked in and began stabbing people. He stabbed 10 of them before someone stopped him. Killed 2. The police say he was angry and depressed. Well, hell, who ain't? The world's full of angry, depressed people, said Mike Michelson, rearranging his coffee cup and silver, staring down at his sun-browned, wrinkled hands fixedly. Look what people are doing to each other. Parents beating and torturing their children, young boys and girls killing each other, teachers and priests taking advantage of their position to do awful things, serial killers wandering the countryside, churches and schools being vandalized and burned. It's a travesty. Some of those people you talk about live right here in Hopewell, Penny Williamson grunted. That top kid who killed his common-law wife with a butcher knife and cut her up in pieces a few years back, I grew up with that kid. Old man Peters killed all those horses 2 weeks back, said they were the spawn of Satan. Tilda Mason tried to kill herself 3 times over the past 6 months, twice in the mental hospital. Tried to kill a couple of the people working there as well. That fellow Riley Crisp, the one they call Rabbit, lives down on Wallace. He stood out on the First Avenue Bridge and shot at people until the police came, then shot at them, and then jumped off the bridge and drowned himself. When was that, last month? He shook his head. Where's it all going to end, I wonder? Old Bob smoothed back his white hair. None of them had the answer to that one. It made him wonder suddenly about Evelyn and her feeders. Might just as easily be feeders out there as something the government had put in the water. He noticed suddenly that the man who had been sitting with Derry Howe was gone. His brow furrowed and his wide mouth tightened. When had the man left? He tried again to think of his name, and failed. I got me some more work to do out at Preston's, Richie Stout advised solemnly. You can laugh, but it keeps bread on the table. The conversation returned to the strike and the intractable position of the company, and the stories started up again, and a moment later, old Bob had forgotten the man completely. Chapter 4. The demon stepped out into the midday heat in front of Josie's and felt right at home. Perhaps it was his madness that made him so comfortable with the sun's brilliant white light and suffocating swelter, for it was true that it burned as implacably hot. Or perhaps it was his deep and abiding satisfaction at knowing that this community and its inhabitants were his to do with as he chose. He followed Derry Howe and Junior Elway to the latter's Jeep Cherokee and climbed into the cab with them, sitting comfortably in the back seat, neither one of them quite aware that he was there. It was one of the skills he had acquired, to blend in so thoroughly with his surroundings that he seemed to be a part of them, to make himself appear so familiar that even those sitting right beside him felt no need to question his presence. He supposed there was still just enough of them in him that he was able to accomplish this. He had been human once himself, but that was long ago and all but forgotten. What remained of his humanity was just a shadow of a memory of what these creatures were, so that he could appear and act like them to the extent that his duplicity required it. His gradual transformation from human to demon had driven out the rest. He had found after a time that he did not miss it. Junior turned over the Jeep's engine and switched on the air, blowing a thick wash of heat through the vents and into the closed interior. Junior and Derry rolled down their windows to let the heat escape as the Jeep pulled away from the curb, but the demon just breathed in contentedly and smiled. He had been in Hopewell a little more than a week, not wanting to come any sooner because John Ross still tracked him relentlessly, and had displayed a disturbing ability to locate him, even when there was no possible way he should have been able to do so. But a week had gone by, the 4th of July approached, and it seemed possible that this time Ross might prove a step too slow. It was important that Ross not interfere, for the demon had sown his destructive seed deep and waited long for it to grow. Now the seed's harvest was at hand, and the demon did not want interference. Everything was in place, everything that he had worked so long and hard to achieve. A clever subterfuge, an apocalyptic ruin, and an irreversible transformation that would hasten the coming of the void and the banishment of the Word. His mind spun with the possibilities as the Jeep turned off 2nd Avenue onto 4th Street and headed west out of town. On his left, the long, dark, corrugated metal roofs of Mid-Con steel could be glimpsed through gaps in the rows of the once elegant old homes that ran the length of West 3rd, coming in toward town from several blocks above Avenue G. The air conditioning had kicked in, and with the windows rolled up again, the demon took comfort instead from his inner heat. His passion enveloped him, a cocoon into which he could retreat, and from which he could feed, a red haze of intolerance and hate and greed for power.
"Those old boys don't know nothing,"
Derry Howe was saying, slouched back in his bucket seat, his bullet head shining in the sun.
"I don't plan to listen to them no more. All they do is sit around and talk about sitting around some more. Old farts." "Yeah, they ain't seen it like it is,"
Junior agreed. "No, not like you," thought the demon contentedly. "Not with the bright, clear knowledge I have given to you."
"We got to do something if we want to keep our jobs,"
Derry said.
"We got to stop the company from breaking the union, and we got to stop them right now."
"Yeah, but how are we going to do that?" Junior asked, glancing over uncertainly, then gunning the Jeep through a yellow light turning red.
"Oh, there's ways. There's ways, buddy."
"Yes, there are lots and lots of ways." Derry Howe looked over at Junior, smiling. "You know what they say? Where there's a will, there's a way. Well, I've got me a will that won't quit. I just need me a way. I'm going to find it, too, and you can take that to the bank. Old Bob and those others can go shove their patience where the sun don't shine." They crossed Avenue G past the tire center, gas station, and West End grocery, and rode farther toward the cornfields. The buildings of the mill were still visible down the cross streets and between the old homes, Plant 3 giving way to Plant 4, Plant 5 still out ahead, back of the old speedway. The whole of Mid-Con spread out along the north bank of the Rock River. The demon studied the residences and the people they sped past, his for the taking, his to own, dismissing them almost as quickly as they were considered. This was a breeding ground for him, and nothing more. On July 4th, all of it, and all of them, would pass into the hands of the feeders, and he would be on his way to another place. It was his world, too, but he felt no attachment to it. His work was what drove him, what gave him purpose, and his servitude to the dark, chaotic vision of the void would allow for nothing else. There were in his life only need and compulsion, those to be satisfied through a venting of his madness, and nothing of his physical surroundings or of the creatures that inhabited them had any meaning for him. The Jeep passed a junkyard of rusting automobile carcasses piled high behind a chain-link fence, bordering a trailer park that looked to be the last stop of transients on their way to homelessness or the grave, and from behind the fence a pair of lean, black-faced Dobermans peered out with savage eyes. Bred to attack anything that intruded, the demon thought. Bred to destroy. He liked that. His mind drifted in the haze of the midday summer heat, the voices of Derry and Junior a comfortable buzz that did not intrude. He had come to Hopewell afoot, walking out of the swelter of the cornfields and the blacktop roadways with the inexorable certainty of nightfall. He had chosen to appear in that manner, wanting to smell and taste the town, wanting it to give something of itself to him, something it could not give if he arrived by car or bus, if he were to be closed away. He had materialized in the manner of a mirage, given shape and form out of delusion and desperation, given life out of false hope. He had walked into a poor neighborhood on the fringe of the town, into a collection of dilapidated homes, patched with tar paper and oilcloth, their painted wooden sides peeling, their shingled roofs cracked and blistered, their yards rutted and littered with ruined toys, discarded appliances, and rusting vehicles. Within the close, airless confines of the homes huddled the leavings of despair and endless disappointment. Children played beneath the shade of the trees, dust-covered, desultory, and joyless. Already they knew what the future would bring. Already their childhood was ending. The demon passed them with a smile. At the corner of Avenue J and 12th Street, at a confluence of crumbling sheds, pasture land, and a few scattered residences, a boy had stood at the edge of the roadway with a massive dog. At well over 100 pounds, all bristling hair and wicked dark markings, the dog was neither one identifiable breed nor another, but some freakish combination. It stood next to the boy, hooked on one end of a chain, the other end of which the boy held. Its eyes were deep-set and baleful, and its stance suggested a barely restrained fury. It disliked the demon instinctively, as all animals did, but it was frightened of him, too. The boy was in his early teens, wearing blue jeans, a T-shirt, and high-top tennis shoes, all of them worn and stained with dirt. The boy's stance, like the dog's, was at once strained and cocky. He was tall and heavy-set, and there was no mistaking the bully in him. Most of what he had gotten in life he had acquired through intimidation or theft. When he smiled, as he did now, there was no warmth. "Hey, you," the boy said. The demon's bland face showed nothing, just another stupid, worthless creature, the demon thought as he approached. Just another failed effort in somebody's failed life. He would leave his mark here, with this boy, to signal his coming, to lay claim to what was now his. He would do so in blood. "You want to go through here, you got to pay me $1, the boy called out to the demon. The demon stopped where he was, right in the middle of the road, the sun beating down on him. $1? "Yeah, that's the toll. Else you got to go around the other way." The demon looked up the street the way he had come, then back at the boy. "This is a public street." "Not in front of my house, it ain't. In front of my house, it's a toll road, and it costs $1 to pass." "Only if you're traveling on foot, I guess. Not if you're in a car. I don't suppose that even a dog as mean as yours could stop a car." The boy stared at him, uncomprehending. The demon shrugged. "So does the dog collect the $1 for you?" "The dog collects a piece of your ass if you don't pay," the boy snapped irritably. "You want to see what that feels like?" The demon studied the boy silently for a moment. "What's the dog's name?" "It don't matter what his name is. Just pay me the $1. The boy's face was flushed and angry. "Well, if I don't know his name," said the demon softly, "how can I call him off if he attacks someone?" The dog sensed the boy's anger, and his hackles rose along the back of his neck, and he bared his teeth with a low growl. "You just better give me the $1, buddy," said the boy, a thin smile twisting his lips as he looked down at the dog and jiggled the chain meaningfully. "Oh, I don't think I could do that," said the demon. "I don't carry any money. I don't have any need for it. People just give me what I want. I don't even need a dog like this one to make them do it." He smiled, his bland features crinkling warmly, his strange eyes fixing the boy. "That's not very good news for you, is it?" The boy was staring at him. "You better pay me fast, butthead, or I might just let go of this chain." The demon shook his head reprovingly. "I wouldn't do that if I were you. I'd keep a tight hold on that chain until I'm well down the road from here." He slipped his hands in his pockets and cocked his head at the boy. "Tell you what, I'm a fair man. You just made a big mistake, but I'm willing to let it pass. I'll forget all about it if you apologize. Just say you're sorry, and that will be the end of it." The boy's mouth dropped. "What? What did you say?" The demon smiled some more. "You heard me." For an instant the boy froze, the disbelief on his face apparent. Then he mouthed a string of obscenities, dropped to his knee, and released the chain on the dog's collar. "Oops!" he snarled at the demon, flinging the chain away disdainfully, eyes hot and furious. But the demon had already invoked his skill, a small, spare movement of one hand that looked something like the blessing of a minister at the close of a service. Outwardly, nothing seemed to change. The demon still stood there in the sweltering heat, head cocked in seeming contemplation, bland face expressionless. The boy lurched to his feet as he released the dog, urging him to the attack with an angry shout. But something profound had changed in the boy. His look and smell and movement had become those of a frightened rabbit, flushed from cover and desperately trying to scurry to safety. The dog reacted on instinct. It wheeled on the boy instantly, lunging for his throat. The boy gave a cry of shock and fear as the dog slammed into him, knocking him from his feet. The boy's hands came up as he tumbled into the dirt of his yard, and he tried desperately to shield his face. The dog tore at the boy, and the boy's cries turned to screams. Drops of blood flew through the air. Scarlet threads laced the dusty earth. The demon stood watching for several moments more before turning away to continue down the road. He read later that if the boy's body hadn't been found in front of his house, the authorities would have needed dental records to identify him. His family couldn't recognize him from what was left of his face. The dog, which one of the neighbors described as the boy's best friend, was quarantined for the mandatory 10 days to determine if it had rabies, and then put down. Junior Elway pulled the Jeep Cherokee against the curb in front of the dilapidated apartment complex situated on Avenue L and West 3rd, where Derry Howe rented a small one-bedroom unit. They talked for a moment while the demon listened, agreeing to meet at Scrubby's for pizza and beer that evening. Both were divorced, on the downside of 40, and convinced that a lot of women were missing a good bet. Derry Howe climbed out of the Jeep, and the demon climbed out with him. Together they went up the walk as Junior Elway drove off. Inside the apartment, the window fan was rattling and buzzing as it fought to withstand the heat. It was not adequate to the task, and the air in the apartment was close and warm. Derry Howe walked to the refrigerator, pulled out a can of Bud, walked back to the living room, and flopped down on the sofa. He was supposed to be on picket duty at the No. 3 plant, but he had begged off the night before by claiming that his back was acting up. His union supervisor had probably known he was lying, but had chosen to let it slide. Derry was encouraged. Already he was wondering if he could pull the same scam for Sunday's shift. The demon sat in the rocker that had belonged to Derry Howe's grandmother before she died, the one his mother had inherited and in turn passed on to him when he was married, and she still had hopes for him. Now, no one had any hopes for Derry Howe. 2 tours in Vietnam, followed by his failed marriage to a girl some thought would change him, a dozen arrests on various charges, some jail time served at the county lockup, and 20 years at MidCon with only 1 promotion and a jacket full of reprimands had pretty much settled the matter. The road that marked the course of his life had straightened and narrowed, and all that remained to be determined was how far it would run and how many more breakdowns he would suffer along the way. It had not proved difficult for the demon to find Derry Howe. Really, there were so many like him that it scarcely took any effort at all. The demon had found him on the 2nd day of his arrival in Hopewell, just by visiting the coffee shops and bars, just by listening to what the people of the town had to say. He had moved in with Howe right away, making himself an indispensable presence in the other's life, insinuating himself into the other's thoughts, twisting Derry's mind until he had begun to think and talk in the ways that were necessary. Hardly a challenge, but definitely a requirement if the demon's plans were to succeed. He was Derry Howe's shadow now, his conscience, his sounding board, his devil's advocate, his own personal demon, and Derry Howe, in turn, was his creature. The demon watched Howe finish his beer, struggle up in the stale air of the apartment, walk to the kitchen, and fish through the cluttered refrigerator for another. The demon waited patiently. The demon's life was wedded to his cause, and his cause required great patience. He had sacrificed everything to become what he was, but he knew from his transformation at the hands of the void that sacrifice was required. After he had embraced the void, he had concealed himself until his conscience had rotted and fallen away and left him free. His name had been lost. His history had faded. His humanity had dissipated and turned to dust. All that he had been had disappeared with the change, so that now he was reborn into his present life and made over into his higher form. It had been hard in the beginning, and once in a moment of great weakness and despair, he had even thought to reject what he had so readily embraced, but in the end, reason had prevailed, and he had forsaken all. Now it was the cause that drove him, that fed him, that gave him his purpose in life. The cause was everything, and the void defined the cause as need required. For now, for this brief moment in time, the cause was the destruction of this town and its inhabitants. It was the release of the feeders that lurked in the caves beneath Sinisippi Park. It was the subversion of Derry Howe. It was the infusion of chaos and madness into the sheltered world of Hopewell. And it was one thing more, the thing that mattered most. Derry Howe returned to the sofa and seated himself with a grunt, sipping at his beer. He looked at the demon, seeing him clearly for the first time, because the demon was ready now to talk. "We've got to do something, Bud," Derry Howe intoned solemnly, nodding to emphasize the importance of his pronouncement. "We've got to stop those suckers before they break us." The demon nodded in response. "If Union men cross the picket line and return to work, the strike is finished." "Can't let them do that." Howe worked his big hands around the beer bottle, twisting slowly. "Damn traitors anyway. What the hell they think they're doing, selling out the rest of us?" "What to do?" mused the demon. "Shoot a few, by God. That'll show them we mean business." The demon considered the prospect. "But that might not stop the others from going back to work. And you would go to jail. You wouldn't be of any use then, would you?" Derry Howe frowned. He took a long drink out of the bottle. "So what's the answer, Bud? We have to do something." Think about it like this, suggested the demon, having already done so long ago. The company plans to reopen the 14-inch using company men to fill the skill jobs and scabs to fill the gaps. If they can open one plant and bring back a few of the union men, they can work at opening the others as well. It will snowball on you if they can just get one mill up and running. Howe nodded, his face flushed and intense. Yeah, so? The demon smiled, drawing him in. So, what happens if the company can't open the number 3 plant? What happens if they can't get the 14-inch up and running? Derry Howe stared at him wordlessly, thinking it through. The demon gave him a hand. What happens if it becomes clear to everyone that it's dangerous to cross the picket line and work in the mills? What happens, Derry? Yeah, right. A light came on somewhere behind Derry Howe's flat eyes. No one crosses the line, and the strike continues, and the company has to give in. Yeah, I get it. But why wouldn't they start up to 14-inch? All they need's the workers, unless... The demon spoke the words for him, in his own voice, almost as if in his own mind. Unless there's an accident. An accident, breathed Derry Howe. Excitement lit his raw-boned features. A really bad accident. It happens sometimes, said the demon. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? An accident. Maybe someone even gets killed. Yeah. Think about it, said the demon. Something will come to you. Derry Howe was smiling, his mind racing. He drank his beer and mulled over the possibilities the demon's words had suggested to him. It would take a little effort from here, a few more nudges, one good push in the right direction. Howe had been a demolitions man in Vietnam. It wouldn't take much for him to figure out how to use that knowledge here. It wouldn't even take courage. It required stupidity and blind conviction, and Derry Howe had plenty of both. That was why the demon had picked him. The demon leaned back in the rocker and looked away, suddenly bored. What happened with Derry Howe was of such little importance. He was just another match waiting to be struck. Perhaps he would catch fire. You never knew. The demon had learned a long time ago that an explosion resulted most often from an accumulation of sparks. It was a lesson that had served him well. Derry Howe was one of several sparks the demon would strike over the next 3 days. Some were bound to catch fire. Some might even explode. But in the final analysis, they were all just diversions intended to draw attention away from the demon's real purpose in coming to this tiny, insignificant Midwestern town. If things went the way he intended, and he had every reason to think they would, he would be gone before anyone had any idea at all of his interest in the girl. And by then, of course, it would be too late to save her. Chapter 5. Nest Freemark went down the back steps 2 at a time, letting the screen doors slam shut behind her. She winced at the sound, belatedly remembering how much it irritated Gran. She always forgot to catch the door. She didn't know why, she just did. She skipped off the gravel walk and onto the lawn, heading across the yard for the park. Mr. Scratch lay stretched out in the shade beneath the closest oak, a white and orange tom, his fluffy sides rising and falling with each labored breath. He was 13 or 14, and he slept most of the time now, dreaming his cat dreams. He didn't even look up at her as she passed, his eyes closed, his ragged ears and scarred face a worn mask of contentment. He had long ago forfeited his mouser duties to the younger and sprier Miss Minx, who, as usual, was nowhere to be seen. Nest smiled at the old cat as she passed. Not for him the trials and tribulations of dealing with the feeders of Sinisippi Park. Nest had always known about the feeders, or at least for as long as she could remember. Even when she hadn't known what they were, she had known they were there. She would catch glimpses of them sometimes, small movements seen out of the corner of one eye, bits and pieces of shadow that didn't quite fit in with their surroundings. She was very small then, and not allowed out of the house alone, so she would stand at the windows at twilight, when the feeders were most likely to reveal themselves, and keep watch. Sometimes her grandmother would take her for walks in the stroller in the cool of the evening, following the dark ribbon of the roadway as it wound through the park, and she would see them then as well. She would point, her eyes shifting to find her grandmother, her child's face solemn and inquisitive, and her grandmother would nod and say, "Yes, I see them, but you don't have to worry, Nest. They won't bother you." Nor had they, although Nest had never really worried about it much back then. Not knowing what the feeders were, she simply assumed they were like the other creatures that lived in the park, the birds, squirrels, mice, chipmunks, deer, and what have you. Her grandmother never said anything about the feeders, never offered any explanation for them, never even seemed to pay them much attention. When Nest would point, she would always say the same thing and then let the matter drop. Several times Nest mentioned the feeders to her grandfather, but he just stared at her, glanced at her grandmother, and then smiled his most indulgent smile.
This ends side 1 of cassette 2. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
"He can't see them," her grandmother told her finally. "There's no point talking about it with him, Nest. He just doesn't see them." "Why doesn't he?" she had asked, mystified. "Because most people don't. Most people don't even know they exist. Only a lucky few can see them." She leaned close and touched the tip of Nest's small nose. "You and me, we can. But not Robert, not your grandfather. He can't see them at all." She hadn't said why that was. Her explanations were always like that, spare and laconic. She hadn't time for a lot of words, except when she was reading, which she did a lot. On her feet, she was all movement and little talk, losing herself in her household tasks, or her gardening, or her walks in the park. That was then, of course. It wasn't the same any more, because now Gran was older and drank more and didn't move around much at all. Small, gnarled, and gray, she sat at the kitchen table smoking her cigarettes and drinking her vodka and orange juice until noon, and afterward her bourbon on the rocks until dusk. She still didn't say much, even when she could have, keeping what she knew to herself, keeping her explanations and her secrets carefully tucked away somewhere deep inside. She told Nest early on not to talk about the feeders. She was quite emphatic about it. She did so about the same time she told the little girl that only the two of them could see the feeders, so there wasn't any point in discussing them with her grandfather, or with anybody else, she amended soon after, apparently concerned that the increasingly talkative child might think to do so. "It will just make people wonder about you," she declared. "It will make them think you are a bit strange, because you can see the feeders and they can't. Think of the feeders as a secret that only you and I know about. Can you do that, Nest?" Pretty much, she found she could. But the lack of a more thorough explanation on the matter was troubling and frustrating, and eventually Nest tested her grandmother's theory about other people's attitudes on a couple of her friends. The results were exactly as her grandmother had predicted. Her friends first teased her and then ran to their parents with the tale. Their parents called her grandmother, and her grandmother was forced to allay their concerns with an overly convoluted explanation centered around the effects of fairy tales and make-believe on a child's imagination. Nest was very thoroughly dressed down. She was made to go back to her friends and their parents and to apologize for scaring them. She was 5 years old when that happened. It was the last time she told anyone about the feeders. Of course, that was just the first of a number of secrets she learned to conceal about the creatures who lived in the park. Don't talk about the feeders, her grandmother had warned, and in the end, she did not. But there were a lot of other things she couldn't talk about either, and for a while it seemed there was something new every time she turned around. "Do you think the feeders would ever hurt me, Gran?" she asked once, disturbed by something she had seen in one of her picture books that reminded her of the furtiveness of their movements in the shadows of summer twilight and the dismal gloom of midday winter. "If they had the chance, I mean?" They were alone, sitting at the kitchen table, playing dominoes on a cold midwinter Sunday, her grandfather ensconced in his den, listening to a debate over foreign aid. Her grandmother looked up at her, her bright, darkly luminescent bird's eyes fixed and staring. "If they had the chance, yes, but that will never happen." Nest frowned. "Why not?" "Because you are my granddaughter." Nest frowned some more. "What difference does that make?" "All the difference," was the reply. "You and I have magic, Nest. Didn't you know?" "Magic?" Nest had breathed the word in disbelief. "Why? Why do we have magic, Gran?" Her grandmother smiled secretively. "We just do, child. But you can't tell anyone. You have to keep it to yourself." "Why?" "You know why. Now, go on, it's your turn. Make your play. Don't talk about it any more." That was the end of the matter as far as her grandmother was concerned, and she didn't mention it again. Nest tried to bring it up once or twice, but her grandmother always made light of the matter, as if having magic was nothing, as if it were the same as being brown-eyed or right-handed. She never explained what she meant by it, and she never provided any evidence that it was so. Nest thought she was making it up, the same way she made up fairy tales now and then to amuse the little girl. She was doing it to keep Nest from worrying about the feeders. Magic indeed, Nest would think. Then point her fingers at the wall and try unsuccessfully to make something happen. But then she discovered Wraith, and the subject of magic suddenly took on a whole new meaning. It was when she was still 5, shortly after her attempt at telling her friends about the feeders, and almost a year before she met Pick. She was playing in her backyard on the swing set, pretending at flying as she rose and fell at the end of the creaking chains, comfortably settled in the cradle of the broad canvas strap. It was a late spring day, the air cool yet with winter's fading breath, the grass new and dappled with Jack-in-the-Pulpit and Bleeding Heart, the leaves on the oaks and elms beginning to bud. Heavy clouds scudded across the Midwest skies, bringing rain out of the western plains, and the sunlight was pale and thin. Her grandparents were busy inside, and since she was forbidden to leave the yard without them, and had never done so before, there was no reason for them to believe she would do so now. But she did. She got down out of the swing and walked to the end of the yard where the hedgerow was still thin with new growth, slipped through a gap in the intertwined limbs, and stepped onto forbidden ground. She didn't know exactly what it was that prompted her to do so. It had something to do with thinking about the feeders, with picturing them as they appeared and faded in shadowy patches along the fringes of her yard. She wondered about them constantly, and on this day she simply decided to have a look. Did they conceal themselves on the other side of the hedge, just beyond her view? Did they burrow into the ground like moles? What did they do back there where she couldn't see? Why, her inquisitive 5-year-old mind demanded, shouldn't she try to find out? So there she was, standing at the edge of the park, staring out across the broad, flat, grassy expanse of ball diamonds at picnic grounds to where the bluffs rose south and the wooded stretches began east, a pioneer set to explore a wondrous new world. Not that day, perhaps, for she knew she would not be going far on her first try. But soon, she promised herself, soon. Her eyes shifted then, and she became aware of the feeders. They were crouched within a copse of heavy brush that screened the Peterson backyard some 50 feet away, watching her. She saw them as you would a gathering of shadows on a gray day, indistinct and nebulous. She caught a glimpse of their flat yellow eyes, shining out of the darkness like a cat's. She stood where she was, looking back, trying to see them more clearly, trying to determine better what they were. She stared intently, losing track of time as she did so, forgetting where she was and what she was about, mesmerized. Then a drop of rain fell squarely on her nose, cold and wet against her skin. She blinked in surprise, and suddenly the feeders were all around her, and she was so terrified that she could feel her fear writhing inside her like a living thing. And just as suddenly, they were gone again. It happened so fast that she wasn't sure if it was real or if she had imagined it. In the blink of an eye, they had appeared. In another blink, they had gone. How could they move so quickly? What would make them do so? She saw Wraith, then, standing a few feet away, a dark shape in the deepening gray, so still he might have been carved from stone. She didn't know his name then, or what he was, or where he had come from. She stared at him, unable to look away, riveted by the sight of him. She thought he was the biggest creature she had ever seen this close up, bigger even, it seemed to her at that moment, than the horses she had petted once on a visit to the Lehman farm. He appeared to be some sort of dog, immense and fierce-looking, and as immovable as the massive shade trees that grew in her backyard. He was brindle in color. His muzzle and head bore tiger stripe markings, and his body hair bristled like a porcupine's quills. Oddly enough, she was not frightened by him. She would always remember that. She was awestruck, but she was not frightened, not in the way she was of the feeders. He was there, she realized, without quite being sure why, to protect her from them. Then he disappeared, and she was alone. He simply faded away, as if composed of smoke scattered by a sudden gust of wind. She stared into the space he had occupied, wondering at him. The park stretched away before her, silent and empty in the failing light. Then the rain began to fall in earnest, and she made a dash for the house. She saw Wraith often after that, possibly because she was looking for him, possibly because he had decided to reveal himself. She still didn't know what he was, and neither did anyone else. Pick told her later that he was some sort of crossbreed, a mix of dog and wolf. But really, since he was created from and held together by magic, his genetic origins didn't make any difference. Whatever he was probably the only one of his kind. Pick confirmed her impression that he was there to protect her. Matter of fact, he advised rather solemnly, Rafe had been shadowing her since the first time she had come into the park, still a baby in her stroller. She wondered at first how she could have missed seeing him, but then discovered that she had missed seeing a lot of other things as well, and it didn't seem so odd. When she finally told her grandmother about Rafe, her grandmother's response was strange. She didn't question what Nest was telling her. She didn't suggest that Nest might be mistaken or confused. She went all still for a moment. Her eyes assumed a distant look, and her thin old hands tightened about the mittens she was knitting. "Did you see anything else?" she asked softly. "No," said Nest, wondering suddenly if there was something she should have seen. "He just appeared, this dog did? The feeders came close to you and the dog appeared?" Gran's eyes were sharp and bright. "Yes, that first time. Now I just see him following me sometimes, watching me. He doesn't come too close. He always stays back. But the feeders are afraid of him, I can tell." Her grandmother was silent. "Do you know what he is?" Nest pressed anxiously. Her grandmother held her gaze. "Perhaps." "Is he there to protect me?" "I think we have to find that out." Nest frowned. "Who sent him, Gran?" But her grandmother only shook her head and turned away. "I don't know," she answered. But the way she said it made Nest think that maybe she did. For a long time, Nest was the only one who saw the dog. Sometimes her grandmother would come into the park with her, but the dog did not show himself on those occasions. Then, one day, for no reason that Nest could ever determine, he appeared out of a cluster of spruce at twilight while the old woman and her granddaughter walked through the West End play area toward the cliffs. Her grandmother froze, holding on to the little girl's hand tightly. "Gran?" Nest said uncertainly. "Wait here for me, Nest," her grandmother replied. "Don't move." The old woman walked up to the big animal and knelt before him. It was growing dark, and it was hard to see clearly, but it seemed to Nest as if her grandmother was speaking to the beast. It was very quiet, and she could almost hear the old woman's words. She remained standing for a while, but then she grew tired and sat down on the grass to wait. There was no one else around. Stars began to appear in the sky, and shadows to swallow the last of the fading light. Her grandmother and the dog were staring at each other, locked in a strange, silent communication that went on for a very long time. Finally, her grandmother rose and came back to her. The strange dog watched for a moment, then slowly melted back into the shadows. "It's all right, Nest," her grandmother whispered in a thin, weary voice, taking her hand once more. "His name is Rafe. He is here to protect you." She never spoke of the meeting again. As Nest wriggled her way through the hedgerow at the back of her yard, she paused for a moment at the edge of the rutted dirt service road that ran parallel to the south boundary of the lot, and recalled anew how Sinisippi Park had appeared to her that first time. So long ago, she thought, and smiled at the memory. The park had seemed much bigger then, a vast, sprawling, mysterious world of secrets waiting to be discovered, and adventures begging to be lived. At night sometimes, when she was abroad with Pick, she still felt as she had when she was 5, and the park, with its dark woods and gloomy ravines, with its murky sloughs and massive cliffs, seemed as large and unfathomable as it had then. But now, in the harsh light of the July midday, the sun blazing down out of another cloudless sky, the heat of faint shimmer rising off the burned-out flats. The park seemed small and constrained. The ball fields lay just beyond the service road, their parched diamonds turned dusty and hardened and dry, their grassy outfields gray-tipped and spiky. There were 4 altogether, 2 close and 2 across the way east. Farther on, a cluster of hardwoods and spruce shaded a play area for small children, replete with swings and monkey bars, and teeter-totters and painted animals on heavy springs set in concrete, that you could climb aboard and ride. The entrance to the park was to Nest's immediate right, and the blacktop road leading into the park ran under the crossbar toward the river before splitting off in 2 directions. If you went right, you traveled to the turnaround and the cliffs, where the previous night she had rescued Bennett Scott. Beyond the turnaround, separated from the park by a high chain-link fence that any kid over the age of 7 who was worth his salt could climb, was Riverside Cemetery, rolling, tree-shaded, and sublimely peaceful. The cemetery was where her mother was buried. If you turned left off the blacktop, you either looped down under a bridge to the riverbank at the bottom of the cliffs, where a few picnic tables were situated, or you continued on some distance to the east end of the park, where a large sheltered pavilion, a toboggan slide, a playground, and the deep woods waited. The toboggan slide ran all the way from the heights beyond the parking lot to the reedy depths of the bayou. A good run in deep winter could take you out across the ice all the way to the embankment that supported the railroad tracks running east to Chicago and west to the plains. Stretching a run to the embankment was every toboggan rider's goal. Nest had done it 3 times. There were large brick chimney and smaller iron hibachi-style cooking stations and wooden picnic tables all over the park, so that any number of church outings or family reunions could be carried on at one time. Farther east, back in the deep woods, there were nature trails that ran from the Woodland Heights subdivision, where Robert Hepler lived, down to the banks of the Rock River. There were trees that were well over 200 years old. Some of the oaks and elms and shagbark hickories rose over 100 feet, and the park was filled with dark, mysterious places that whispered of things you couldn't see, but could only imagine and secretly wish for. The park was old, Nest knew. It had never been anything but a park. Before it was officially titled and protected by state law, it had been an untamed stretch of virgin timber. No one had lived there since the time of the Indians, except, of course, the feeders. She took it all in for a moment, embracing it with her senses, reclaiming it for herself as she did each time she returned, familiar ground that belonged to her. She felt that about the park, that through her peculiar and endemic familiarity with its myriad creatures, its secretive places, its changeless look and feel, and its oddly compelling solitude, it was hers. She felt this way whenever she stepped into the park, as if she were fulfilling a purpose in her life, as if she knew that here, of all places in the world, she belonged. Of course, Pick had more than a little to do with that, having enlisted her years ago as his human partner in the care and upkeep of the park's magic. She walked across the service road, kicking idly at the dirt with her running shoes, moving under the heat-crisped grasses of the ball diamond, intent on taking the shortcut across the park to Cass Minter's house on Spring Drive. The others were probably already there, Robert, Brianna, and Jared. She would be the last to arrive, late, as usual. But it was summer, and it really didn't matter if she was late. The days stretched on, and time lost meaning. Today they were going fishing down by the old boat launch below the dam, just off the east end of the park. Bass, bluegill, perch, and sunfish, you could still catch them all, if not so easily as once. You didn't eat them, of course. Rock River wasn't clean enough for that, not the way it had been when her grandfather was a boy. But the fishing was fun, and it was as good a way as any to spend an afternoon. She was skipping off behind the backstop of the closest ball field when she heard a voice call out, "Nest, wait up!" Turning awkward and flushed the moment she realized who it was, she watched Jared Scott come loping up the service road from the park entry. She glanced down at her Grunge Lives t-shirt and her running shorts, at the stupid way they hung on her, and the flatness of her chest, and the leanness of her legs and arms, and she wished for the 1,000th time that she looked more like Brianna. She was angry at herself for thinking like that, then for feeling so bizarre over a boy, and then because there he was, right in front of her, smiling and waving and looking at her in that strange way of his. "Hey, Nest," he greeted. "Hey, Jared." She looked quickly away. They fell into step beside each other, moving along the third baseline of the diamond, both of them looking at their feet. Jared wore old jeans, a faded gray T-shirt, and tennis shoes with no socks. Nothing fit quite right, but Nest thought he looked pretty cute anyway. "You get any sleep last night?" he asked after a minute. He was just about her height. Oh, all right, he was an inch or so shorter, maybe, with dark blonde hair cut short, eyes so blue they were startling, a stoic smile that suggested both familiarity and long-suffering indulgence with life's vicissitudes, and a penchant for clearing his throat before speaking that betrayed his nervousness at making conversation. She didn't know why she liked him. She hadn't felt this way about him a year ago. A year ago, she had thought he was weird. She still wasn't sure what had happened to change things. She shrugged. "I slept a little." He cleared his throat. "Well, no thanks to me, I guess. You saved my bacon bringing Bennett home." "No, I didn't." "Big time. I didn't know what to do. I spaced. And the next thing I knew, she was out of there. I didn't know where she'd gone." "Well, she's pretty little, so—" "I messed up." He was having trouble getting the words out. "I should have locked the door or something, because the attacks can—" "It wasn't your fault," she interrupted heatedly. Her eyes flicked to his, then away again. "Your mom shouldn't be leaving you alone to babysit those kids. She knows what can happen." He was silent a moment. "She doesn't have any money for a sitter." "Oh, but she does have money to go out drinking at the bars, I suppose," Nest wanted to say, but didn't. "Your mom needs to get a life," she said instead. "Yeah, I guess. George sure doesn't give her much of one." "George Paulson doesn't know how." Nest spit deliberately. "Do you know what he did with Bennett's kitten?" Jared looked at her. "Spook? What do you mean? Bennett didn't say anything about it to me." Nest nodded. "Well, she did to me. She said George took Spook away somewhere 'cause he doesn't like cats. You don't know anything about it?" "No. Spook?" "She was probably scared to tell you. I wouldn't put it past that creep to threaten her not to say anything." She looked off into the park. "I told her I'd help find Spook, but I don't know where to look." Jared shoved his hands into his jeans pockets. "Me either. But I'll look, too." He shook his head. "I can't believe this." They crossed the park toward the woods that bordered the houses leading to Cass Minter's, lost in their separate thoughts, breathing in the heat and the dryness, and watching the dust rise beneath their feet in small clouds. "Maybe your mom will think twice before she goes out with him again, once she learns about Spook," Nest said after a minute. "Maybe. Does she know about last night?" He hesitated, then shook his head. "No, I didn't want to tell her. Bennett didn't say anything either. They walked on in silence to the beginning of the woods and started through the trees toward the houses and the road. From somewhere ahead came the excited shriek of a child, followed by laughter. They could hear the sound of a sprinkler running. Whisk, whisk, whisk. It triggered memories of times already lost to them, gone with childhood's brief innocence. Nest spoke to Jared Scott without looking at him. "I don't blame you, for not telling your mom. I wouldn't have told her either." Jared nodded. His hand slipped deeper into his pockets. She gripped his arm impulsively. "Next time she leaves you alone to babysit, give me a call. I'll come over and help." "Okay," he agreed, giving her a sideways smile. But she knew just from the way he said it that he wouldn't. Chapter 6. Nest and her friends spent the long, slow, lazy hours of the hot July afternoon fishing. They laughed and joked, swapped gossip and told lies, drank six-packs of pop kept cool at the end of a cord in the waters of the Rock River, and gnawed contentedly on twists of red licorice. Beyond the shelter of the park, away from the breezes that wafted off the river, the temperature rose above 100 and stayed there. The blue dome of the cloudless sky turned hazy with reflected light, and the heat seemed to press down upon the homes and businesses of Hopewell with the intention of flattening them. Downtown, the digital signboard on the exterior brick wall of the First National Bank read 103 degrees, and the concrete of the streets and sidewalks baked and steamed in the white glare. Within their air-conditioned offices, men and women began planning their Friday afternoon escapes, trying to think of ways they could cool down the blast furnace interiors of their automobiles long enough to survive the drive home. On the picket lines at the entrances to Mid-Con Steel's 5 shuttered plants, the union workers hunkered down in lawn chairs under makeshift canopies and drank iced tea and beer from large styrofoam coolers, hot and weary and discouraged, angry at the intransigence of their collective fate, thinking dark thoughts and feeling the threads of their lives slip slowly away. In the cool, dark confines of Scrubby's Bar at the west edge of town, just off Lincoln Highway, Derry Howe sat alone at one end of the serving counter, nursing a beer and mumbling unintelligibly of his plans for Mid-Con to a creature that no one else could see. It was nearing 5 o'clock, the sun sinking west and the dinner hour approaching, when Nest and her friends gathered up their fishing gear and the last few cans of pop and made their way back through the park. They climbed from the old boat launch, abandoned now since Riverside had bought the land and closed the road leading in, gained the heights of the cemetery, and followed the fence line back along the bluff face to where the cliffs dropped away and the park began. They wormed their way through a gap in the chain link, Jared and Robert spreading the jagged edges wide for the girls, followed the turnaround past the Indian mounds, and angled through the trees and the playgrounds toward the ball diamonds. The heat lingered even with the sun's slow westward descent, a sullen, brooding presence at the edges of the shade. In the darker stretches of the spruce and pine, where the boughs grew thick and the shadows never faded, amber eyes, as flat and hard as stone, peered out in cold appraisal. Nest, who alone could see them, was reminded of the increasing boldness of the feeders, and was troubled anew by what it meant. Robert Hepler took a deep drink from his can of Coke, then belched loudly at Brianna Brown, and said with supreme insincerity, "Sorry." Brianna pulled a face. She was small and pretty, with delicate features and thick, wavy dark hair.
You're disgusting, Robert."
"Hey, it's a natural function of the body." Robert tried his best to look put upon. Short and wiry, with a mischievous face, a shock of unruly white blonde hair, Robert eventually aggravated everyone he came in contact with, particularly Brianna Brown.
"There is nothing natural about anything you do."
Brianna snapped irritably, although there wasn't quite enough force behind the retort to cause any of the others to be concerned. The feud between Robert and Brianna was long-standing. It had become a condition of their lives. No one thought much about it anymore, except where the occasional flare-up exacerbated feelings so thoroughly that no one could get any peace. That had happened only once of late, early in the summer, when Robert had managed to hide a red fizzy in the lining of Brianna's swimsuit just before she went into the pool at Lawrence Park. Mortified beyond any expression of outrage at the resulting red stain, Brianna would have killed Robert if she could have gotten her hands on him. As it was, she hadn't said a word to him for almost 2 weeks afterward, not until he apologized in front of everyone and admitted he had behaved in a stupid and childish manner. And even that seemed to please Robert in some bizarre way that probably not even he could fathom. "No, listen, I read this in a report." Robert looked around to be sure they were all listening. "Belching and farting are necessary bodily functions. They release gases that would otherwise poison the body. You know about the exploding cows?" "Oh, Robert." Cass Minter rolled her eyes. "No, cows can explode if enough gas builds up inside them. It's a medical condition. They produce all this methane gas when they digest grass. If they don't get rid of it, it can make them explode. There was this whole article on it. I guess it's like what happens to milk cows if you don't milk them." He took another drink of Coke and belched again. With Robert, you never knew if he was making it up. "Think about what could happen to us if we stopped belching." "Maybe you should give up drinking Coke," Cass suggested dryly. She was a big, heavy-set girl with a round, cheerful face and intelligent green eyes. She always wore jeans and loose-fitting shirts, an unspoken concession to her weight, and her lank brown hair looked as if no comb had passed through it any time in recent memory. Cass was Nest's oldest friend, from all the way back to when they were in second grade together. She winked at Nest now. "Maybe you should stick to tomato juice, Robert." Robert Hepler hated tomato juice. He'd been forced to drink it once at camp, compelled to do so by a counselor in front of a dozen other campers, after which he had promptly vomited it up again. It was a point of honor with him that he would die before he ever did that again. "Where did you read all this, anyway?" Jared Scott asked with benign interest. Robert shrugged. "On the Internet." "You know, you can't believe everything you read," Brianna declared, repeating something her mother frequently told her. "Well, duh," Robert sneered. "Anyway, this was a Dave Barry article." "Dave Barry?" Cass was in stitches. "Now there's a reliable source. I suppose you get your world news from Irma Bombeck." Robert stopped and slowly turned to face her. "Oh, I am cut to the quick." He looked pointedly at Nest. "Like I can't tell the difference between what's reliable and what isn't, right?" "Leave me out of this," Nest begged. "Don't be so difficult, Robert," Brianna chided, smoothing down her spotless white shorts. Only Brianna would wear white shorts to go fishing, and somehow manage to keep them white. "Difficult? I'm not difficult, am I?" He threw up his hands. "Jared, am I?" But Jared Scott was staring blankly at nothing, his face calm, his expression detached, as if he had removed himself entirely from everything that was happening around him, and gone somewhere else. He was having another episode, Nest realized, his third that afternoon. The medicine he was taking didn't seem to be helping a whole lot. At least his epilepsy never did much more than it was doing now. It just took him away for a while, and then brought him back again, snipping out small spaces in his life, like panels cut from a comic book. "Well, anyway, I don't think I'm difficult." Robert turned back to Brianna. "I can't help it if I'm interested in learning about stuff. What am I supposed to do? Stop reading?" Brianna sighed impatiently. "You could at least stop being so dramatic." "Oh, now I'm too dramatic, am I? Gee, first I'm too difficult, and then I'm too dramatic. How will I ever get on with my life?" "We all ponder that dilemma on a daily basis," Cass observed archly. "You spend too much time in front of your computer," Brianna snapped. "Well, you spend too much time in front of your mirror," Robert snapped right back. It was no secret that Brianna devoted an inordinate amount of time to looking good, in large part as a result of having a mother who was a hairdresser and who firmly believed that makeup and clothes made the difference in a young girl's lot in life. From the time her daughter was old enough to pay attention, Brianna's mother had instilled in her the need to look the part, as she was fond of putting it, training her to style her hair and do her makeup, and providing her with an extensive wardrobe of matching outfits that Brianna was required to wear whatever the occasion, even on an outing that centered around fishing. Lately, Brianna had begun to chafe a bit under the constraints of her mother's rigid expectations, but Mom still held the parental reins with a firm grip, and a full-blown rebellion was a year or so away. The mirror crack brought an angry flush to Brianna Brown's face, and she glared hotly at Robert. Cass Minter was quick to intervene. "You both spent too much time in front of lighted screens, Robert." She gave Nest another wink. "But in Brianna's case, the results are more obviously successful." Nest laughed softly in spite of herself. She envied Brianna's smooth curves, her flawless skin, and her soft, feminine look. She was beautiful in a way that Nest never would be. Her tiny grade school girl's body was developing curves on schedule, while Nest's simply refused to budge. Boys looked at Brianna and were made hungry and awestruck. When they looked at Nest, they were left indifferent. Robert started to say something and belched, and everyone laughed. Jared Scott cleared his throat, and his eyes refocused on his friends. "Are we going swimming tomorrow?" he asked, as if nothing had happened. They walked through the center of the park, keeping to the shade of the big oaks that ran along the bluff up from the ball fields bordering Nest's backyard, then cut down toward Cass Minter's rambling two-story. A game was in progress on the fourth field, the one farthest into the park and closest to the toboggan run. They sauntered toward it, caught up in their conversation, which had turned now to the merits of learning a foreign language, and they were almost to the backstop when Nest realized belatedly that one of the players lounging on the benches waiting his turn at bat was Danny Abbott. She tried to veer away from him, pushing at Cass to get her to move back toward the roadway, but it was too late. He had already seen her and was on his feet. "Hey, Nest," he called out boldly. "Wait up!" She slowed reluctantly as he started over, already angry with herself for letting this happen. "Oh, great," Robert muttered under his breath. A scowl twisted his narrow lips. "Go on," she told Cass, glancing at her shoes. "I'll be along in a minute."
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 2 of Running with the Demon. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 3. Running with the Demon, cassette 3.
Cass kept moving as if that had been her plan all along, and the other 3 dutifully followed. All of them drifted on for about 20 feet and stopped. Nest held her ground as Danny Abbott approached. He was big, strong, and good-looking, and for some reason he had a thing for her. A high school junior in the fall, he was 2 years older than she was, and convinced he was the coolest thing in jeans. A few months ago at a Y dance, flattered by his interest, she had made the mistake of letting him kiss her. The kiss was all she wanted, and after she experienced it, she decided she wasn't that interested in Danny Abbott after all. But Danny couldn't let it go. He began to talk about her to his friends, and some of the stories got back to her. Danny was saying he had gotten a lot further with her than he had. Worse, he was saying she was anxious for more. She stopped having anything to do with him, but this just seemed to fuel his interest. He strolled up to her with a confident smile, the big jock coming on to the impressionable little groupie. She felt her anger build. "So, what's happening?" he asked, his voice slow and languid. "Catch anything?" She shook her head. "Not much. What do you want?" "Hey, don't be so prickly." He brushed at his dark hair and looked off into the distance, like he was seeing into the future and taking its measure. "I was just wondering why I hadn't seen you around." She shifted her weight from one foot to the other, forcing herself to look at him, refusing to be intimidated. "You know why, Danny." He pursed his lips and nodded, as if thinking it through. "Okay, I made a mistake. I said some stuff I shouldn't have. I'm sorry. Can we drop it now? I like you, Nest. I don't want you pissed off at me. Hey, why don't you stick around while I finish this game, then we'll go out for a burger." "I'm with my friends," she said. "So? I'm with mine, too. They can go their way and we can go ours, right?" He gave her his most dazzling smile, and it made her want to say yes in spite of herself. Stupid, stupid. She shook her head. "No, I've got to get home." He nodded solemnly. "Okay. Maybe tomorrow night. You know what? There's a dance here at the park Sunday. The JCs are putting it on. Want to go with me?" She shook her head a second time. "I don't think so." "Why not?" A hint of irritation crept into his voice. She bit her lip. "I'll probably come with my friends." He gave a disgusted sigh. "You spend a lot of time with your friends, don't you?" She didn't say anything. He glanced past her and shook his head. "Why do you hang out with them anyway? I don't get it." He was looking right at her now, facing her down. "It seems to me you're wasting your time." Her lips tightened, but she didn't say anything. "I don't mean to be picking on them or anything, but just think about it. They're weird, Nest, in case you hadn't noticed. Barbie doll, Big Bertha, Joe Space Cadet, and Bobby the Mouth. Weird, Nest. What are you doing with them?" "Danny," she said quietly. "Hey, I'm just trying to make a point. You've got a lot more going for you than they do, that's all I'm saying. You're one of the best runners in the state, and you're not even in high school. You're practically famous. Besides, you're a cool chick. You're nothing like them. I really don't get it." She nodded slowly. "I know you don't. Maybe that's the point." He sighed. "Okay, whatever. Anyway, why don't you stick around?" "Hey, Danny, you're up." someone called. "Yeah, in a minute," he shouted back. He put his hands on her shoulders, resting them there casually. "Come on, Nest. Tell me you'll stay until I finish my at-bat." She stepped back, trying to disengage herself. "I have to go." "One bat," he pressed. 5 minutes. He stepped forward, staying with her, keeping his hands in place. "What do you say?" "Abbott, you're up." "Hey, Nest, take your shoulders out from under his hands," shouted Robert Hepler suddenly. "You're making him nervous." Danny Abbott blinked, but kept his dark eyes fixed on Nest. His gaze was so intense, so filled with purpose, that it was all Nest Freemark could do to keep from wilting under its heat. But she was just angry enough by now that she refused to give him the satisfaction. "I have to go," she repeated, keeping her eyes locked on his. His hands tightened on her shoulders. "I won't let you," he said. He smiled, but the warmth was missing from his eyes. "Take your hands away," she told him. A couple of the boys who had been standing around the backstop started to drift over, curious to see what was happening. "You're not so hot," he said quietly, so that only she could hear. "Not half as hot as you think." She tried to twist away, but his grip was too strong. "Hey, Danny, pick on someone your own size," shouted Robert, coming forward a few steps. One thing about Robert, he wasn't afraid of anyone. He'd been in so many fights in grade school that his parents had taken him to a psychiatrist. He'd been suspended more times than Nest could remember. His problem was that he wasn't very careful about choosing his opponents, and today was no exception. Danny Abbott looked over at him with undisguised contempt. Danny was bigger, stronger, quicker, and meaner than Robert, and he was looking for an excuse to slug someone. "What did you say, Hepler?" Robert held his ground and shrugged. "Nothing." "That's what I thought, you little creep." Robert threw up his hands in exaggerated dismay. "Oh, great! I'm being called a creep by a guy who wrestles with girls." Half a dozen ball players had congregated, and a few snickered at the remark. Danny Abbott dropped his hands from Nest's shoulders. His hands knotted into fists, and he turned toward Robert. Robert gave him a very deliberate smirk, but there was a shadow of doubt in his eyes now. "Robert," Cass called in a low, warning voice. "I'm going to wipe up the park with you," Danny Abbott said, and started forward. Nest Freemark darted in front of him, bringing him to a stop. She stood there shaking, her arms at her sides. "Leave him alone, Danny. I'm the one you're angry at." Danny shook his head. "Not anymore." "You're twice his size." "Guess he should have thought of that before he opened his big mouth." "Punch him out, Danny," one of his friends muttered, and a few others quickly echoed the sentiment. Nest felt the late afternoon heat scorch her throat as she breathed it in. "Look, forget about this, Danny," she insisted, still blocking his path to Robert. "I'll stay to watch you bat, okay?" She hated herself for saying the words, but she was frightened now. "Leave Robert alone." He looked at her, and there was undisguised contempt in his eyes. He was enjoying this. "You should have thought about that before. You should have paid a little better attention to your mouth." He started forward again, and she moved back quickly, still blocking his way. She could feel her control slipping, and her breath came more rapidly. She had promised herself. She had promised Gran. "Danny, don't do this," she snapped at him. "Danny, don't do this," he sneered, mimicking her, and the boys with him laughed. "Danny, please." "Get out of my way," he growled. He reached for her, their eyes locked. and her magic slammed into him. In an instant he lay sprawled on the ground, his legs and arms tangled, a look of utter shock on his handsome face. The eager shouts of his friends turned to gasps, and Nest stepped quickly away, her face white, her eyes bright and intense with concentration. Danny struggled to his feet, glared at her in rage, not certain what had happened to him, but knowing that somehow she was to blame, and then lunged for her. Her eyes found his. Down he went again, crumpling like a rag doll, as if he could no longer manage to stand upright. He rolled over and over, shrieking unintelligibly, his voice unnaturally high and piercing, his words a jumble of unrecognizable sounds. Everyone had gone completely still. They stood knotted into two groups, Nest's friends on one side, Danny's on the other, frozen in the swelter of heat and excitement, stunned by what they were witnessing, mesmerized by the spectacle of Danny Abbott's collapse. The park had become a vast arena, carpeted with grass, walled by trees, empty of sound. Magic raced through the air with savage grace and reckless need, but no one except Nest could sense its presence. Danny came to his hands and knees and stayed there, his head hanging down between his shoulders, his chest heaving. He coughed violently and spit, then drew in several huge gulps of air. He tried to stand, then gave it up, mouthing a low obscenity at Nest that faded quickly into a whispered groan. Nest turned away, feeling cold and empty and sick at heart. She did not look at Danny Abbott or his friends. She did not look at Cass or Robert or Brianna or Jared either. "Let's go," she whispered, barely able to speak the words, and without waiting to see if anyone would follow, she walked off into the park. Nest had been 11 before she discovered she could work magic. She was never sure afterward if she had been able to do so all along and simply hadn't realized it, or if her ability had matured with growth. Even Gran, when told about it, hadn't been able to say for sure. By then, Nest had lived with the Feeders and Wraith for close to 6 years, and with Pick for almost that long, and knew there was magic out there, so it wasn't all that weird to discover that a small piece of it was hers. Besides, Gran had been saying she had magic for so many years that even without ever having been presented with any evidence of it, she had always half believed that it was so. Her discovery that she really could do magic was due mainly to Lori Adami. As grade school classmates, they had developed a deep and abiding dislike for each other. Each worked hard at snubbing the other, and each made certain she told her friends what a creep the other was, and that was about the extent of it. But in the 6th grade, the war between them suddenly escalated. Lori began to go out of her way to make cutting remarks about Nest, always in front of other kids, and always just within earshot. Nest retaliated by acting as if she hadn't heard, all the while patiently waiting for Lori to tire of this latest game. But Lori Adami was nothing if not persistent, and one day she said that Nest's mother was crazy, and that was why she killed herself, and that Nest was probably crazy too. It was winter, and they were standing in the hall by their lockers before classes, stripping off their coats and boots. Nest heard the remark, and without even thinking about it, she dropped her coat and gloves on the floor, turned around, walked right up to Lori, and hit her in the face. Since Nest had never lifted a hand against her in all these years, Lori was caught completely by surprise. But Lori had been raised with 3 older brothers, and she knew how to defend herself. Hissing something awful at Nest, she went after her. Then a funny thing happened. Nest, who didn't know much about fighting, was unsure what she should do. Anger and fear warred for control. Should she stand her ground or run for it? She stood her ground. Lori grabbed for her, their eyes locked, And Nest, raising her hands to defend herself, thought, "You better not touch me. You better quit right now. You better stop." And down went Laurie in a heap, legs tangled, arms askew, and mouth open in surprise. Laurie scrambled up again, furious, but the moment their eyes met, she began to stumble about helplessly. She tried to say something, but she couldn't seem to talk, the words all jumbled up and nonsensical. Some of the students thought she was having a fit, and they ran screaming for help. Nest was as shocked as they were, but for a different reason. She knew what had happened. She couldn't explain it, but she understood what it was. She had felt the magic's rush, like a gasp of breath as it left her body. She had felt it entangle Laurie, its cords wrapping tightly and implacably about the other girl's ankles. She would never forget the horrified look on Laurie Adami's face. She would never forget how it made her feel. They were suspended from school for fighting. Nest had debated how much she should tell Gran, who was the one she had to answer to for any sort of misbehavior. But in the end, as she almost always did, she told her everything. She found she needed to talk to someone about what had happened, and Gran was the logical choice. After all, wasn't she the one who kept saying Nest had magic? Fine, then. Let her explain this. But Gran hadn't said anything at first on hearing Nest's tale. She merely asked if Nest was certain about what had happened, and then let the matter drop. Only later had she taken Nest aside to speak with her, waiting until old Bob was safely out of the house. "It isn't as strange as you might think that you should be able to do magic, Nest," she told her. They were sitting at the kitchen table, Nest with a cup of hot chocolate in front of her, Gran with her bourbon and water. "Do you know why that is?" Nest shook her head, anxious to hear her grandmother's explanation. "Because you are your mother's daughter and my granddaughter, and the women of this family have always known something about magic. We aren't witches or anything, Nest, but we have always lived around magic, here by the park, by the feeders, and we've known about that magic. And if you live next to something long enough, and you know it's there, some of it will rub off on you." Nest looked at her doubtfully. "Rub off on you?" Her grandmother leaned forward. "Now, you listen to me carefully, young lady. Once upon a time I warned you never to tell anyone about the feeders. You didn't pay attention to me then, did you? You told. And do you remember the sort of trouble it got you into?" Nest nodded. "All right. So you pay attention to me now. Using magic will get you into a whole lot worse trouble than talking about feeders. It will get you into so much trouble I might not be able to get you out. So I am telling you here and now that you are not to use your magic again. Do you hear me?" Nest chewed her lip. "Yes." "Good. This is important." Gran's face was scrunched up like a wadded paper sack. "When you are grown, you can decide for yourself when you want to use your magic. You can weigh the risks and the rewards, but you are not to use it while you are a child living in this house. Except," she paused, reminded of something, "if you are threatened, and your life is in danger, and you have no choice." She looked away suddenly, as if fleeing things she would rather not consider. "Then you can use the magic, but only then." Nest thought it over for a moment. "How am I supposed to be sure I've really got magic if I don't try it out?" Her grandmother's gaze fixed on her anew. "You seemed sure enough about it when you were fighting with Laurie Adami. Are you telling me that maybe you made it up?" "No." Nest was immediately defensive. "I just don't know for sure. It all happened so fast." Her grandmother took a long drink from her glass and lit a cigarette. "You know. Now, you do as I say." So Nest had, although it was very hard. Eventually she broke her promise, but not for several months, when she used her magic on a boy who was trying to pull down her swimsuit at the pool. Then she used it again on a kid who was throwing rocks at a stray cat. She knew for sure then that the magic was real, and that she could use it on anyone she wished. But the odd thing was, using it didn't make her feel very good. It should have provided her with some measure of satisfaction, but all it did was make her feel sick inside, as if she had done something for which she should feel ashamed. It was Pick who had straightened her out, telling her that what her grandmother meant was that she wasn't to use her magic against other people. Using it against other people would always make her feel bad, because it was like taking advantage of someone who couldn't fight back. Besides, it would attract a lot of unwanted attention. But the feeders were fair game. Why not use it against them? Pick's idea had worked. Using her magic against the feeders satisfied her curiosity and gave her an opportunity to experiment. Eventually she told Gran. Gran, saying little in response, had approved. Then Pick had enlisted her aid in dealing with the nighttime activities of the feeders, and summoning the magic had suddenly become serious business. After that, she had been very careful not to use it again on people. Until now, she thought wearily, as she walked home through the park. She had split up with the others as soon as they were in the trees and out of sight of the ball field. "See you tomorrow," she had told them, as if nothing had happened, as if everything were all right. "See you tomorrow," they'd replied. Hardly a word had been spoken about the incident, but she knew they were all thinking about it, remembering anew some of the stories about her. Only Robert had ventured a parting comment. "Geez, it didn't even look like you touched him," he'd said in his typically direct, unthinking Robert way. She was so distressed she didn't even try to respond. As she reached the edge of the service road, she thought suddenly she might vomit. Her stomach churned and her head ached. The inside of her mouth tasted coppery, and her breathing was quick and uneven. Using the magic on Danny Abbott had been a mistake, even though it had probably saved Robert a beating. She had promised Gran she wouldn't use it again. More important, she had promised herself. But something had happened to her this afternoon. She had been so angry, she had forgotten her resolve. She had simply lost control of herself. She angled through the trees and houses that paralleled the park, closing in now on her home, buoyed by the sight of its familiar white siding and its big stone chimney, her refuge from the world. She knew what troubled her most about what had happened. It was what Danny had said. "Your friends are weird. What are you doing with them?" But really, she was the one who was weird, and using the magic as she had just pointed it up. Having magic made her different from everyone. But that was just part of it. How much stranger could you be than to know that you were the only one who could see feeders, the only one with some sort of monster dog for a protector, and the only one with a Sylvan for a friend? She was the one who didn't belong, she knew, tears running down her cheeks, and she wanted desperately not to feel that way. Chapter 7. Nest went for a run before dinner, disdaining to wait for the heat to lessen, needing to escape. She asked Gran if it would be all right, and Gran, with those unerring instincts for evaluating the depth of her granddaughter's needs, told her to go ahead. It was after 6, the sun still visible in the western sky. The glare of midday softened to a hazy gold. Colors deepened as the light paled, the green of the leaves and grasses turning damp emerald, the tree trunks taking on an inky cast, and the sky overhead becoming such a clear, depthless blue that it seemed that if gravity's hold could be broken, you might swim it like an ocean. As Nest turned out of her drive and ran down Sinisippi Road, she could feel the branches of the big hardwoods sigh with the faint passing of a momentary breeze, and the sigh seemed collective and all-encompassing. Friday was ending. The work week had come to a close, and now the long 4th of July weekend could begin in earnest. She ran to the end of Sinisippi, barely a block from her drive, and turned east onto Woodlawn. Ahead, the road stretched away, a wide, straight racetrack that narrowed between the houses with their lawns, hedgerows, and trees, and faded into the horizon. She ran smoothly on its shoulder, feeling her blood hum, her heart pound, her breathing steady, and her thoughts scatter. The movement of her legs and the pounding of her feet absorbed her, enfolded her, and then swallowed her up. She was conscious of the world slipping past, like a watercolor running on a canvas backdrop, and she felt herself melt into it. Neighbors worked in their gardens, or sat on their porches sipping tea and lemonade, and occasionally something stronger. Dogs and cats lay sleeping. Children played in their yards, and as she passed, a few dashed toward her momentarily before stopping, as if they, too, were seeking an escape. Now and again someone waved or called out, making her feel welcome, a part of the world once more. She ran the length of Woodlawn, then turned left to Moonlight Bay. She passed boats and trailers on their way to the launch, and campers on their way to White Pine State Park, 60 miles north. She ran the circled drive of the bay past the shorefront residences, then swung west again and ran back to her home. Slowly, surely, her trauma eased, left behind with her footprints in the dust. By the time she turned down her drive once more, she was feeling better about herself. Her shirt clung damply to her body, and her skin was covered with a sheen of sweat. She felt drained and loose and renewed. As she came up to the back door, she permitted herself a quick glimpse into the park, looking backward in time to the events of the afternoon, better able now to face what she had done to Danny Abbott, or perhaps, more accurately, what she had done to herself. The ache that the memory generated in her heart was sharp but momentary. She sighed wearily, telling herself what she sometimes did when things were bad, that she was just a kid, and knew, as always, that it wasn't so. She showered quickly, dressed in fresh shorts and T-shirt, this one said, "Latte Lady," and came down for dinner. She sat at the kitchen table with her grandparents and ate tuna and noodle casserole with green beans and peaches off the everyday china. Gran nursed her bourbon and water and picked at her food, a voiceless presence. Old Bob asked Nest about her day, listened attentively as she told him about fishing with her friends, and didn't say a word about last night in the park. Through the open screen door came the sounds of the evening, distant and soft, the shouts of players and spectators as the night softball games got underway in the park, the hiss of tires on hot asphalt from cars passing down Sinisippi Road, the muted roar of a lawnmower cutting grass several houses down, and the faint, silvery laughter of children at play. There was no air conditioning in the Freemark house, so the sounds were clearly audible. Nest's grandparents couldn't stomach the idea of shutting out the world. You can deal better with the heat if you live with it, they liked to say. "Any news on the strike?" Nest asked her grandfather after they had finished talking about fishing, mostly in an effort to hold up her end of the conversation. He shook his white head, swallowed the last bite of his dinner, and pushed his plate back. His big shoulders shrugged. "No, they can't even agree on what day of the week it is, Nest. He reached for his newspaper and scanned the headlines. Won't be a resolution any time soon, I don't expect. Nest glanced at Gran, but her grandmother was staring out the window with a blank expression, a lighted cigarette burning to ash between her fingers. Not my problem anymore, old Bob declared firmly. At least I got that to be thankful for. Someone else's problem now. Nest finished her dinner and began thinking about Pick and the park. She glanced outside at the failing light. Look at this, old Bob muttered, shaking out the paper as if it contained fleas. Just look at this. 2 boys dropped a 5-year-old out a window in a Chicago apartment, 15 stories up, and they just dropped him out. No reason for it. They just decided to do it. The boys were 10 and 11. 10 and 11? What in the hell is the world coming to? Robert? Gran looked at him reprovingly over the rim of her glass. Well, you have to wonder. Old Bob lowered the paper and glanced at Nest. Excuse my language. He was silent for a moment, reading. Then he opened the inside page. Oh, my. He sighed and shook his head, eyes bright with anger. Here's another. This one quite a bit closer to home. One of those Anderson girls used to live out on Route 30, shot and killed her father last night. She claims he's been molesting all of the girls since they were little. Says she forgot about it until it came to her in a dream. He read on a bit, fuming. Also says she has a history of mental problems and that the family hasn't had anything to do with her for some time. He read for a little while longer, then tossed the paper aside. The news isn't worth the paper it's printed on anymore. He studied the table a moment, then glanced at Gran, waiting for a response. Gran was silent, looking out the window once more, her hand lowered in a mechanical motion to the ashtray to stub out the cigarette. Old Bob's eyes turned sad and distant. He looked at Nest. You going out to play again? He asked quietly. Nest nodded, already beginning to push back from the table. That's all right, her grandfather said. But you'll be back by dark. No excuses. The way he said it made it plain that even though he hadn't brought the subject up at dinner, he hadn't forgotten about last night. Nest nodded again, letting him know she understood. Her grandfather rose and left the table, taking the newspaper with him, retiring to the seclusion of his den. Nest sat for a moment staring after him, then started to get up as well. Nest? Her grandmother said softly, looking directly at her now. She waited until she had the girl's attention. What happened this afternoon? Nest hesitated, trying to decide what to say. She shrugged. Nothing, Gran. Her grandmother gave her a long, hard look. Carry your dishes to the sink before you go, she said finally. And remember what your grandfather told you. 2 minutes later, Nest was out the back door and down the porch steps. Mr. Scratch had disappeared, and Miss Minx had taken his place. As designated mouser, she had assumed a more alert position, crouched down by the tool shed, sniffing the air and looking about warily. Nest walked over and scratched her white neck, then headed for the hedgerow and the park. Mosquitoes buzzed past her ears, and she swatted at them irritably. Magic didn't seem to do any good when it came to mosquitoes. Pick claimed once that he had a potion that would keep them at bay, but it turned out to be so evil-smelling that it kept everything else at bay as well. Nest grimaced at the memory. Even 150-year-old Sylvan didn't know everything. She was nearing the hedgerow, listening to the sounds of the softball games in progress on the other side, when she glanced left into the Peterson backyard and saw the feeders. There were 2 of them, hiding in the lilac bushes close to the compost heap that Annie Peterson used on her vegetable garden. They were watching Nest, staring out at her with their flat, expressionless eyes, all but invisible in the approaching twilight. Their boldness frightened her. It was as if they were lying in wait for her, hoping to catch her off guard. They were implacable and relentless, and the certainty of what they would do to her if they had the chance was unnerving. Nest veered toward them, irritated anew by the feelings they aroused in her. It was getting so she couldn't go anywhere without seeing them. The feeders blinked once as she neared them, then simply faded away into the shadows. Nest stared into the empty gloom and shivered. The feeders were like vultures, waiting to dispose of whatever leavings they could scavenge, except that feeders were only interested in the living. She thought back to what Pick had told her years ago when she had asked about the feeders. Her grandmother had avoided the subject for as long as Nest could remember, but Pick was more than willing to address it.
Your grandmother won't talk about them? Won't say a single word about them? Not a single word? Well, now, well, indeed.
He'd scrunched up his moss-bearded face and scratched at the side of his head, as if to help free up thoughts trapped in his cranium.
All right, then, listen up. First off, you need to understand that feeders are an anomaly. You know what that word means, don't you?
Since she'd been only 8 at the time, she hadn't the slightest idea. "Not really," she said.
Criminy, your education is a mess. Don't you ever read?
You don't read, she pointed out.
That's different. I don't have to read. I don't need it in my line of work. But you, why, you should be reading volumes of...
What does anoma whatever mean? She'd pressed, unwilling to wait through the entirety of Pick's by now familiar lecture on the plight of today's undereducated youth. He had stopped in mid-sentence, harumphed disapprovingly at her impatience, and cleared his throat.
Anomaly. It means peculiar. It means different. It means feeders are hard to classify. You know that guessing game you used to play? The one where you start by asking animal, mineral, or vegetable? Well, that's the kind of game you have to play when you try to figure out what feeders are. Except feeders aren't any of these things, and at the same time they're all of them, because what they are is determined to a large extent by what you are.
She'd stared at him blankly. He'd frowned, then, apparently deciding that his explanation was lacking.
Let's start at the beginning,
he'd declared, scooting closer to her atop the picnic table in her backyard. She'd leaned forward so that her chin was resting on her hands, and her eyes were level with his. It was late on a spring afternoon, and the leaves of the trees were rustling with the wind's passing, and clouds were drifting across the sun like cottony caterpillars, casting dappled shadows that wriggled and squirmed.
Feeders,
he'd said, deepening his voice meaningfully,
don't come in different sizes and shapes and colors. They don't hardly have any faces at all. They're not like other creatures. They don't eat and sleep. They don't have parents or children or go to school or elect governments or read books or talk about the weather. The Word made feeders when He made everything else, and He made them as a part of the balance of things. You remember what I told you about everything being in balance, sort of like a teeter-totter with some things on one end and some on the other, and both ends weighing the same. Feeders, they're part of that. Frankly, I don't know why, but then it's not my place to know. The Word made the decision to create feeders, and that's the end of it. But having said that it's not my place to know why these feeders were made, it is my place to know what they do. And that, young lady, is what's interesting. Feeders have only one purpose in this world. Only one single solitary thing that they do.
He'd moved closer then, and his wizened face had furrowed with delight, and his voice had lowered to a conspiratorial whisper.
Feeders, my young friend, devour people.
Nest's eyes had gone wide, and Pick the Sylvan had laughed like a cartoon maniac. She still remembered him saying it. Feeders devour people. There was more to the explanation, of course, for the complexity of feeders could never be defined so simply. There was no mention of the feeders as a force of nature, as sudden, violent, and inexorable as a Midwest twister, or of their strange symbiotic relationship with the humans they destroyed. Yet it was hard to get much closer to the heart of the matter. Pick's description, provocative and crude, was still the most accurate Nest had ever heard. Even now, 6 years later, his words resonated with truth. The pungent smell of spruce filled her nostrils, borne on a momentary breeze, and the memories faded. She turned and jogged quickly to the end of her yard, slipping smoothly into the gap in the hedgerow. She was almost through when Pick appeared on her shoulder as if by magic, springing out of hiding from the leafy branches. At 6 inches of height and 9 ounces of weight, he was as small and light as a bird. He was a wizened bit of wood, with vaguely human features stamped above a mossy beard. Leaves grew out of his head in place of hair. His arms and legs were flexible twigs that narrowed to tiny fingers and stubby toes. He looked like a Disney animation that had been roughed up a bit. His fierce eyes were as hard and flat as ink dots on stone. He settled himself firmly in place, taking hold of her collar.
"What have I told you about provoking the feeders?" he snapped.
"Not to," she answered dutifully, swinging west down the service road toward the park entrance.
"Why don't you listen to me, then?"
"I do, but it makes me angry to see them nosing about when it's still light out." She darted a quick look at the ball players to make certain that Danny Abbott wasn't among them. "They didn't used to be like that. They never showed themselves when the sun was shining, not even where the shadows were deepest. Now I see them everywhere."
"Times change."
Pick sounded disconsolate.
"Something's happening, that much is sure, but I don't know what it is yet. Whatever it is, it's caused the balance of things to tip even further. There's been a lot of bad things happening around here lately. That's not good."
He paused.
"How's the little Scott girl?"
"Fine, but George Paulson stole her cat, Spook." Nest slowed to a walk again. "I promised Bennett I'd try to find it. Can you help me?" Even without being able to see him, she knew he was tugging on his mossy beard and shaking his leafy head.
Sure. What else have I got to do but look for someone's lost cat? Criminy."
He was silent a moment as they passed behind the backstop. The spectators, grouped at the edge of the ball field, were drinking beer and pop and cheering on their favorite players. "Batter, batter, batter, swing!" someone chanted. No one paid any attention to Nest.
"I'll send Daniel out, see if he can find anything,"
Pick offered grudgingly. Nest smiled. "Thanks."
"You can thank me by staying away from the feeders."
Pick was not about to be mollified.
"You think your magic and that big dog are enough to protect you, but you don't know feeders the way I do. They aren't subject to the same laws as humans. They get to you when you're not expecting it."
She could feel him twisting about angrily on her shoulder.
"Creepers! I don't know why I'm telling you this. You already know it, and I shouldn't have to say another word."
"Then please don't," she thought, hiding a grin. Wisely, she swallowed her words without speaking them. "I'll be careful, I promise," she assured him, turning up the blacktop road toward the cliffs.
See that you do. Now, cut across the grass to the burial mounds. There's an Indian sitting up there at one of the picnic tables, and I want to know what he's up to."
She glanced sideways at him.
"An Indian? That's what I said, didn't I?"
"A real Indian?" Pick sighed in exasperation.
"If you do like I told you, you can decide for yourself."
Curious now, wondering if there really was an Indian, or if the Sylvan was just making it up, she stepped off the roadway into the grass and began to jog steadily toward the cliffs.
This ends side 1 of cassette 3. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
Chapter 8. The Indian was sitting at a picnic table on the far side of the playground, just across the roadway from the burial mounds. He was all alone, having chosen a spot well back in the tangle of pines and spruce that warded the park's northern boundary against the heavy winter storms that blew down from Canada. He sat with his back to the roadway and the broad expanse of the park, his gaze directed west toward the setting sun. Shadows dappled his still, solitary form, and if she had not known to look for him, Nest might have missed seeing him altogether. He did not look up as she neared, and she slowed to a walk. His long raven hair had been woven into a single braid that fell to the middle of his back, and his burnished skin shone with a copper glint where errant streaks of sunlight brushed against it. He was a big man, even hunched down at the table the way he was, and the fingers of his hands, clasped before him in a twisted knot, were gnarled and thick. He wore what appeared to be an army field jacket with the sleeves torn out, pants that were baggy and frayed, boots so scuffed they lacked any semblance of a shine, and a red bandana tied loosely about his neck. Somewhere in the distance, a child squealed with delight. The Indian did not react. Nest moved to a picnic table 30 feet away from the Indian and seated herself. She was off to one side, out of his direct line of sight, where she could study him at her leisure. Pick perched on her shoulder, whispering furiously in her ear. When she failed to respond, he began to jump up and down in irritation.
"What's the matter with you?" he hissed. "How can you learn anything from all the way back here? You've got to get closer. Must I tell you how to do everything?"
She reached up, lifted him off her shoulder, and placed him on the table, frowning in reproof. "Patience," she mouthed. In truth, she was trying to make up her mind about the man. He looked like he might be an Indian, but how could she be sure? Most of what she knew about Indians she'd learned from movies and a few reports she'd done in school, not what you'd call a definitive education. She couldn't see his face clearly, and he wasn't wearing anything that looked remotely Indian. No jewelry, no feathers, no buckskins, no buffalo robes. He looked more like a combat veteran. She wondered suddenly if he was homeless. A heavy knapsack and a bedroll were settled on the bench beside him, and he had the look of a man who had been out in the weather a lot. "Who is he, do you think?" she asked softly, almost to herself. Then she glanced down at Pick. "Have you ever seen him before?" The Sylvan was apoplectic. "No, I haven't seen him before, and I don't have the foggiest notion who he is. What do you think we're doing out here? Haven't you heard anything I've said?" "Shh!" She hushed him gently. They sat there for a time without speaking, although Pick muttered incessantly, and watched the man. He did not seem aware of them. He did not turn their way. He did not move at all. The sun slipped below the tree line, and the shadows deepened. Nest glanced about guardedly, but she did not see the feeders. Behind her, back toward the center of the park, the baseball games were winding down, and the first cars were beginning to pull out from the parking spaces behind the backstops and turn toward the highway. Then suddenly the man rose, picked up his knapsack and bedroll, and came toward Nest. Nest was so surprised she did not even have the presence of mind to think of running away. She sat there, frozen in place as he approached. She could see his face clearly now, his heavy, prominent features, dark brows, flat nose, and wide cheekbones. He moved with the grace and ease of a younger man, but the lines at the corners of his eyes and mouth suggested he was much older. He sat down across from her without a word, depositing his belongings on the bench beside him. She realized suddenly that Pick had disappeared. "Why are you looking at me?" he said. She tried to speak, but nothing came out. He didn't sound or look angry, but his face and voice were hard to read. "Cat got your tongue?" he pressed. She cleared her throat and swallowed. "I was wondering if you were an Indian." He stared at her without expression. "You mean Native American, don't you?" She bit her lower lip and blushed. "Sorry, Native American." He smiled, a tight, thin compression of his lips. "I suppose it doesn't matter what you call me. Native American, Indian, Redskin, the words of themselves do not define me, no more so than your histories do my people." The dark eyes squinted at her. "Who are you?" "Nest Freemark," she told him. "Huh. Little bird's nest, crafted of twigs and bits of string. Do you live nearby?" She nodded, then glanced over her shoulder. "At the edge of the park. Why did you call me Bird's Nest like that?" The dark eyes bore into her. "Isn't that what you were called when you were little?" "By my grandmother a long time ago, then by some of the kids in school when they wanted to tease me." She held his gaze. "How did you know?" "I do magic," he told her in a whisper. "Don't you?" She stared at him, not knowing what to say. "Sometimes." He nodded. "A girl named Nest is bound to be called Bird's Nest by someone. Doesn't take much to figure that out. But Nest, that is a name that has power. It has a history in the world, a presence." Nest nodded. "It is Welsh. The woman who bore it first was the wife and mother of Welsh and English kings." She was surprised at how freely she was talking with the man, almost as if she knew him already. "You have a good name, Nest. My name is Two Bears. I was given my name by my father, who, on seeing me newly born and quite large, declared, 'He is as big as two bears.' So I was called afterward, although that is not my Indian name. In the language of my people, my name is O'Olish Amene." "O'Olish Amene," Nest repeated carefully. "Where do you come from, Two Bears?" "First, we must shake hands to mark the beginning of our friendship, Little Bird's Nest," he declared. "Then we can speak freely." He motioned for Nest to extend her hand, and then he clasped it firmly in his own. His hand was as coarse as rusted iron. "Good. Because of your age, we will skip the part that involves smoking a peace pipe." He did not smile or change expression. "You ask me where I come from. I come from everywhere. I have lived a lot of places, but this," he gestured about him, "is my real home." "You're from Hopewell?" Nest said dubiously. "No. But my people are of this land, of the Rock River Valley, from before Hopewell. They have all been dead a long time, my people, but sometimes I come back to visit them. They are buried just over there." He pointed toward the Indian mounds. "I was born in Springfield. That was a long time ago, too. How old do you think I am?" He waited, but she could only shake her head. "I don't know." 52, he said softly. "My life slips rapidly away. I fought in Vietnam. I walked and slept with death. I knew her as I would a lover. I was young before, but afterward I was very old. I died in the Nam so many times I lost count. But I killed a lot of men, too. I was a lerp. Do you know what that means?" Nest shook her head once more. "It doesn't matter," he said, brushing at the air with his big hand. "I was there for 6 years, and when it was over I was no longer young. I came home, and I no longer knew myself or my people or my country. I was an Indian, a Native American, and a Redskin all rolled into one, and I was none of these. I was dead, but I was still walking around." He looked at her without speaking for a moment, his eyes impenetrable. On the other hand, maybe it was all a dream. His flat features shifted in the failing light, almost as if they were changing shape. The trouble with dreams is that sometimes they are as real as life, and you cannot tell the two apart. "Do you have dreams, little bird's nest?" "Sometimes," she replied, fascinated by the way his voice rose and fell as he talked, rough and silky, soft and bold. "Are you really an Indian, Two Bears?" He glanced down then for a moment, shifting his hard gaze away from her, placing the palms of his big hands flat against the top of the picnic table. "Why should I tell you?" He kept his eyes lowered, not looking at her. Nest did not know what to say. "I will tell you because we are friends," he offered, "and because there is no reason not to tell you." His eyes lifted again to find hers. "I am an Indian, little bird's nest, but I am something more as well. I am something no one should ever be. I am the last of my kind." He brought the index finger of his right hand to his nose. "I am Sinisippi, the only one left, the only one in all the world. My grandparents died before I went to Nam. My father died of drink. My mother died of grief. My brother died of a fall from the steel towers he helped to build in New York City. My sister died of drugs and alcohol on the streets in Chicago. We were all that remained, and now there is only me. Of all those who were once Sinisippi, who filled this valley for miles in all directions, who went out into the world to found other tribes, there is only me. Can you imagine what that is like?" Nest shook her head, transfixed. "Do you know anything of the Sinisippi?" he asked her. "Do you study them in school? Do your parents speak of them?" The answer is no, isn't it? Did you even know that we existed? "No," she said softly. His smile was flat and tight. "Think on this a moment, little bird's nest. We were a people like you. We had traditions and a culture. We were hunters and fishermen for the most part, but some among us were farmers as well. We had homes. We were the keepers of this park and all the land that surrounds it. All of that is gone, and no record of us remains. Even our burial mounds are believed to belong to another tribe. It is as if we never were. We are a rumor. We are a myth. How is that possible? Nothing remains of us but a name, Sinisippi. We are a park, a street, an apartment building. Our name is there, preserved after we are gone, and yet our name means nothing, says nothing, tells nothing of us. Even the historians do not know what our name means. I have studied on this long ago. Some think the name is Sauk, and that it refers to the land. Some think the name is Fox, and that it refers to the river that runs through the land. But no one thinks it is the name of our people. No one believes that.
Have you ever tried to tell them?
Nest asked when he fell silent. He shook his head. Why should I? Maybe they are right. Maybe we didn't exist. Maybe there were no Sinisippi, and I am a crazy man. What difference does it make? The Sinisippi, if they ever were, are gone now. There is only me, and I am fading too. His words trailed away in the growing silence of the park. The light was almost gone. The sun settled below the horizon, so that its brilliant orange glare was only a faint smudge against the darkening skyline west. The buzzing of the locusts had begun, rising and falling in rough cadence to the distant sounds of cars and voices, as the last of the ball players and spectators emptied out of the park.
What happened to your people?
Nest asked finally.
Why don't we know anything about them?
Two Bear's coppery face shifted away again. They were an old people, and they have been gone a long time. The Sauk and the Fox came after them, then white Europeans who became the new Americans. The Sinisippi were swallowed up in time's passage, and no one who lived in my lifetime could tell me why. What they had been told by their ancestors was vague. The Sinisippi did not adapt. They did not change when change was necessary. It is a familiar story. It is what happens to so many nations. Perhaps the Sinisippi were particularly ill-suited to make the change that was necessary to ensure their survival. Perhaps they were foolish, or blind, or inflexible, or simply unprepared. I have never known. He paused. But I have come back to find out. His big hands clasped before his rugged face. I was a long time deciding that I would do this. It seemed better to me in some ways not to know. But the question haunts me. So I am here. Tomorrow night I will summon the spirits of the dead from where they lie within the earth. I have shaman powers, Little Bird's Nest, revealed to me in the madness of the war in Nam. I will use those powers to summon the spirits of the Sinisippi to dance for me, and in their dance they will reveal the answers to my questions. I am the last of them, so they must speak to me. Nest tried to picture it, the spirits of the Sinisippi dancing at night in the park, in the same park where the feeders prowled, unfettered. Would you like to watch? Two Bears asked quietly.
Me?
She breathed the word as if she would a prayer. Tomorrow, at midnight. Are you afraid? She was, but she refused to admit it. I am a stranger, a big man, a combat veteran who speaks of terrifying things. You should be afraid. But we are friends, Nest. Our friendship was sealed with our handshake. I will not hurt you. The dark eyes reflected pinpricks of light from the rising moon. Darkness cloaked the park, the twilight almost gone. Nest remembered the promise she had made to her grandfather. She had to leave soon. If you come, said the big man softly, you may learn something of your own people's fate. The spirits will speak of more than the Sinisippi. The dance will reveal things that you should know. Nest blinked. What things? He shook his head slowly. What happened to my people can happen to yours as well. He paused. What if I were to tell you that it is happening now? Nest felt a tightening in her throat. She brushed at her short, curly hair with her hand. She could feel the sweat bead on her forehead. What do you mean? Two Bears leaned back, and his face disappeared momentarily into shadow. All peoples think they are forever, he growled softly. They do not believe they will ever not be. The Sinisippi were that way. They did not think they would be eradicated, but that is what happened. Your people, Nest, believe this of themselves. They will survive forever, they think. Nothing can destroy them, can wipe them so completely from the earth and from history that all that will remain is their name, and not even that will be known with certainty. They have such faith in their invulnerability. Yet already their destruction begins. It comes upon them gradually in little ways. Bit by bit, their belief in themselves erodes. A growing cynicism pervades their lives. Small acts of kindness and charity are abandoned as pointless, and somehow indicative of weakness. Little failures of behavior lead to bigger ones. It is not enough to ignore the discourtesies of others. Discourtesies must be repaid in kind. Men are intolerant and judgmental. They are without grace. If one man proclaims that God has spoken to him, another quickly proclaims that his God is false. If the homeless cannot find shelter, then surely they are to blame for their condition. If the poor do not have jobs, then surely it is because they will not work. If sickness strikes down those whose lifestyle differs from our own, then surely they have brought it on themselves. Look at your people, Nest Freemark. They abandon their old. They shun their sick. They cast off their children. They decry any who are different. They commit acts of unfaithfulness, betrayal, and depravity every day. They foster lies that undermine beliefs. Each small darkness breeds another. Each small incident of anger, bitterness, pettiness, and greed breeds others. A sense of futility consumes them. They feel helpless to effect even the smallest change. Their madness is of their own making, and yet they are powerless against it because they refuse to acknowledge its source. They are at war with themselves, but they do not begin to understand the nature of the battle being fought. He took a long, slow breath and released it. Do even a handful among your people believe that life in this country is better now than it was 20 years ago? Do they believe that the dark things that inhabit it are less threatening? Do they feel safer in their homes and cities? Do they find honor and trust and compassion outweigh greed and deceit and disdain? Can you tell me that you do not fear for them? There was a bleak appraisal in his dark eyes. We do not always recognize the thing that comes to destroy us. That is the lesson of the Sinisippi. It can appear in many different forms. Perhaps my people were destroyed by a world which demanded changes they could not make. He shook his head slowly, as if trying to see beyond his words. But there is reason to think that your people destroy themselves. He went silent then, staring at the girl, his eyes distant, his look impenetrable. Nest took a deep breath. It is not that bad, she said, trying to keep the doubt from her voice. Two Bears smiled. It is worse. You know that it is. You can see it everywhere. even in this park. He glanced around as if to find some evidence of it close at hand. Feeders were visible at the edges of the deeper shadows, but the Indian seemed oblivious of them. He looked back at Nest. "Your people risk the fate of the Mississippi. Come to the summiting tomorrow at midnight and judge for yourself. Perhaps the spirits of the dead will speak of it. If they do not, then perhaps I am just another Indian with too much firewater in his body." "You're not that," Nest said quickly, not certain at the same time just exactly what he was. "Will you come?" he pressed. She nodded. "Okay." Two Bears rose, a hulking figure amid the shadows. "The 4th of July approaches," he said softly. "Independence Day, the birth of your nation, of the United States of America." He nodded. "My nation, too, though I am Mississippi. I was born to her. My dreams were nurtured by her. I fought for her in Vietnam. My people are buried in her soil. She is my home, whatever name she bears. So I suppose that I am right to be interested in her fate." He picked up his knapsack and his bedroll and slung them over his shoulder. "Tomorrow night, Little Bird's Nest," he repeated. She nodded in response. "At midnight, O Olish Amina." He gave her a brief, tight-lipped smile. "Tell your little friend he can come out from under the picnic table now." Then he turned into the darkness and strode silently away. Saturday, July 2nd. Chapter 9. The Night of the Word rode into Hopewell on the 9:15 out of Chicago, and not one of the passengers who rode with him had any idea who he was. He wore no armor and carried no sword, and the only charger he could afford was this Greyhound bus. He looked to be an ordinary man, save for the pronounced limp and the strange, haunted look that reflected in his pale green eyes. He was a bit stooped for 38 years of age, a little weathered for being not yet 40. He was of average height and weight, rather lean, almost gaunt when seen from certain angles. His face was unremarkable. He was the kid who cut your lawn all through high school, grown up and approaching middle age. His lank brown hair was combed straight back from his high forehead, cut shoulder length, and tied back with a rolled bandana. He wore jeans, a blue denim work shirt, and high-top walking shoes that were scuffed and worn, the laces knotted in more than one place. He had left his duffel bag for storage in the luggage compartment, and when the bus pulled to a stop in front of the Lincoln Hotel, he moved to retrieve it. He leaned heavily on a gnarled black walnut staff for support as he made his way to the front of the bus, his knapsack slung loosely across one shoulder. He did not meet anyone's gaze. He appeared to those traveling with him, those whose journey would take them farther west to the Quad Cities and Des Moines, as if he might be drifting, and their assessment was not entirely wrong. But for as much as he might appear otherwise, he was still a knight, the best that the people of the world were going to get, and better perhaps than they deserved. For 10 long years he had sought to protect them, a paladin in their cause. There were demons loose in the world, things of such evil that if they were not destroyed, they would destroy mankind. Already the feeders were responding to them, coming out of their hiding places, daring to appear even in daylight, feeding on the dark emotions that the demons fostered in humans everywhere. The demons were skillful at their work, and the humans they preyed upon were all too eager to be made victims. The demons could be all things to all people. just long enough to blacken their hearts, and by the time the people realized what had happened to them, it was too late. By then the feeders were devouring them. The Knight of the Word had been sent to put an end to the demons. His quest had taken him from one end of the country to the other, countless times over, and still he journeyed on. Sometimes in his darker moments he thought his quest would never end. Sometimes he wondered why he had accepted it at all. He had given up everything in its cause. His life irrevocably changed. The dangers it presented were more formidable than any faced by those who had ridden under Arthur's banner. Nor did he have a round table and fellow knights awaiting his return. No king to honor him or lady to comfort him. He was all alone, and when his quest was finished, he would still be so. His name was John Ross. He retrieved his duffel bag from the driver, thanked him for his trouble, then leaned on his staff and looked about as the bus door closed. The air brakes released, and his silver charger slowly pulled away. He was at the corner of 4th Street and Avenue A, the hotel before him, a paint store across one street and a library across the other. Kitty Corner was a gas station and tire shop. All of the buildings were run down and bleached by the sun, washed of every color but beige and sand, their bricks crumbling and dry, their painted wood sidings peeling and splintered with the heat. The concrete of the sidewalks and streets radiated with the sun's glare, and where the street had been patched with asphalt, it reflected a damp, shimmering black. He found himself staring down 4th Street to its junction with First Avenue, remembering what he had seen in his dream. His eyes closed against the memory. He picked up his duffel, limped up the steps to the front door of the hotel, and pushed his way inside. A blast of cool air from the air conditioner welcomed him, then quickly turned him cold. He checked himself in at the desk, taking the cheapest room they had, booking it for a week because the rate was less than for the 3 days he required. He was frugal with his money, for he lived mostly on the little his parents had left him when they died. Leaving his duffel and his knapsack with the desk clerk, who offered to carry them to his room, he picked up one of the slim pamphlets entitled, "Hopewell, We're Growing Your Way," that were stacked next to the register, moved over to the tiny lobby sitting area, and lowered himself into one of the worn wingback chairs. The cover of the pamphlet was a collage of pictures, a cornfield, a park, a swimming pool, the downtown, and one of the plants at Mid-Con Steel. Inside was a rudimentary map. He read briefly that Hopewell had a population of 15,000, was situated in the heart of Reagan country. Both the town where Ronald Reagan was born and the one in which he grew up were within 20 miles. Boasted more than 70 churches, offered easy freeway access to major cities in all directions, and was the home of Midwest Continental Steel, once the largest independently owned steel company in America. The pamphlet went on to say that while more than 20% of the working force of Hopewell was employed at Mid-Con Steel, the community was a source of employment for others as a result of a diverse and thriving agricultural and business economy. The desk man returned with his room key. Not another soul had passed through the lobby in the time he had been gone. He seemed grateful when John Ross gave him $1 for his trouble. Ross finished with the pamphlet and tucked it into the pocket of his jeans with his room key. He sat for a moment in the cool of the lobby, listening to the hum of the air conditioning, looking down at his hands. He did not have much time to do what was needed. He knew enough from his dreams to make a start, but the dreams were sometimes deceptive, and so could not be trusted completely. Nor were the dream memories of his future more than rudimentary, nor were they stable. They tended to shift with the passing of events and the changing of circumstances. It was like trying to build with water and sand. Sometimes he could not tell which part of his life he was remembering, or even at which point of time the events had occurred, or would occur. Sometimes he thought it would drive him mad. He hoisted himself out of the armchair, an abrupt, decisive movement. Leaning on his staff, he went out the front door into the heat and turned up 4th Street toward the heart of the downtown. He walked slowly and methodically along the gauntlet of burning concrete, the sidewalks baking in the already near 100-degree heat. The buildings had a flattened feel to them, as if weighted by the heat, as if compressed. The people he passed on the streets looked drained of energy, squinting into the glare from behind sunglasses, walking with their heads lowered and their shoulders hunched. He crossed Locust Street, the north-south thoroughfare that became State Route 88 beyond the town limits, continued on to 2nd Avenue, and turned down 2nd toward 3rd Street. Already he could see the red plastic sign on the building ahead that read, Josie's. A church loomed over him, providing a momentary patch of shade. He slowed and looked up at it, studying its rust-colored stone, its stained glass, its arched wooden doors, and its open bell tower. A glass-enclosed sign situated on the patch of lawn at the corner said it was the First Congregational Church. Ralph Emery was the minister. Services were Sunday at 10:30 a.m., with Christian education classes at 9:15. This Sunday's message was entitled, Whither Thou Goest. John Ross knew it would be cool and silent inside, a haven from the heat and the world. It had been a long time since he had been in church. He found himself wanting to see how it would feel, wondering if he could still say his prayers in a slow, quiet way, and not in a rush of desperation. He wondered if his God still believed in him. He stood staring at the church for a moment more, then turned away. His relationship with God would have to wait. It was the demon he hunted who demanded his attention now, the one he had come to Hopewell to destroy. He limped on through the mid-morning heat, thinking on the nature of his adversary. In a direct confrontation, he was certain he would prevail. But the demon was clever and elusive. It could conceal its identity utterly. It was careful never to permit itself to be fully engaged. Time and again, John Ross had thought to trap it, to unmask it, and to force it to face him. And every time the demon had escaped. Like a sickness that passed itself from person to person, the demon first infected them with its madness, then gave them over to the feeders to devour. Until now, Ross had searched in vain for a way to stop it. It had been difficult even to find it, virtually impossible to lay hands on it. But that was about to change. The dreams had finally revealed something useful to him, something beyond the haunting ruin of the future that awaited should he fail, something so crucial to the demon's survival that it might prove its undoing. John Ross reached the corner of 2nd Avenue and 3rd Street and waited for the walk sign. When it flashed on, he crossed over to Josie's, limped to the front door, and pushed his way inside. The cafe was busy, the Saturday morning crowd filling all but one of the tables and booths, the air pungent with the smell of coffee and donuts. Ross glanced about, taking in the faces of the customers, noting in particular the large table of men at the back, then moved to the counter. The stools were mostly vacant. He took one at the far end and lowered himself comfortably in place. The air conditioning hummed, and the sweat dried on his face and hands. He leaned the black walking stick between the counter and his knee, bracing it there. Talk and laughter drifted about him in the mingling of voices. He did not look around. He did not need to. The man he had come to find was present. The woman working the counter came over to him. She was pretty, with long, tousled blondish hair tied back in a ponytail, expressive dark eyes, and sun-browned skin. White cotton shorts and a collared blouse hugged the soft curves of her body. but it was her smile that captivated him. It was big and open and dazzling. It had been a long time since anyone had smiled at him like that. "Good morning," she greeted. "Would you like some coffee?" He stared at her without answering, feeling something stir inside that had lain dormant for a long time. Then he caught himself and shook his head quickly. "No, thank you, miss." "Miss?" Her grin widened. "Been quite a while since anyone called me that. Do I know you?" Ross shook his head a second time. "No, I'm not from around here." "I didn't think so. I'm pretty good with faces, and I don't remember yours. Would you like some breakfast?" He thought about it a moment, studying the menu board posted on the wall behind her. "You know, what I'd really like is a cherry Coke." She cocked an eyebrow at him. "I think we can fix you up." She walked away, and he watched her go, wondering at the unexpected attraction he felt for her, trying to remember when he had last felt that way about anyone. He looked down at his hands where they rested on the counter. His hands were shaking. His life, he knew, was a shambles. A man and a boy came into the coffee shop, approached the counter, glanced at the available seats, and then squeezed themselves in between two men farther down the way. Ross could feel their eyes on him. He did not react. It was always like this, as if somehow people could sense the truth of what he was. The woman with the smile returned carrying his cherry Coke. If she could sense the truth, she didn't show it. She set the Coke on a napkin in front of him and folded her arms under her breasts. She was probably somewhere in her 30s, but she looked younger than that. "Sure you wouldn't like a Danish or maybe some coffee cake? You look hungry." He smiled in spite of himself, forgetting for a moment his weariness. "I must be made of glass, the way you see right through me. As a matter of fact, I'm starved. I was just trying to decide what to order." "Now we're getting somewhere," she declared, smiling back. "Since this is your first visit, let me make a suggestion. Order the hash. It's my own recipe. You won't be sorry." "All right. Your own recipe, is it?" "Yep. This is my place." She stuck out her hand. "I'm Josie Jackson." "John Ross." He took her hand in his own and held it. Her hand was cool. "Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you, too. Nice to meet anyone who still calls me Miss and means it." She laughed and walked away. He finished the cherry Coke, and when the hash arrived, he ordered a glass of milk to go with it. He ate the hash and drank the milk without looking up. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught Josie Jackson looking at him as she passed down the counter. When he was finished, she came back and stood in front of him. There were freckles on her nose underneath the tan. Her arms were smooth and brown. He found himself wanting to touch her skin.
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 3 of Running with the Demon. Please fast forward to the end before loading Cassette 4. Running with the Demon, Cassette 4.
"You were right," he said. "The hash was good." She beamed, her smile dazzling. "Do you want some more? I think the house can spare seconds." "No, thank you anyway." "Can I get you anything else?" "No, that's fine." He glanced over one shoulder as if checking something, then looked back at her. "Can I ask you a question?" Her mouth quirked at the corners. "That depends on the question." He glanced over his shoulder again. "Is that Robert Freemark sitting back there with those men?" She followed his gaze, then nodded. "You know old Bob?" Ross levered himself off the stool with the help of his walking stick. "No, but I was a friend of his daughter." The lie burned in his throat as he said it. "Will you hold my bill for a minute, Josie? I want to go say hello." He limped from the counter toward the table and back, steeling himself against what he must do. The men sitting around it were telling stories and laughing, eating donuts and pastries and drinking coffee. It looked like they felt at home here, as if they came often. Bob Freemark had his back turned and didn't see him until some of the others looked up at his approach. Then old Bob looked around as well, his big white head lifting, his piercing blue eyes fixing Ross with a thoughtful look. "Are you Robert Freemark, sir?" John Ross asked him. The big man nodded. "I am." "My name is John Ross. We haven't met before, but your daughter and I were friends." The lie went down easier this time. "I just wanted to come over and say hello." Old Bob stared at him. The table went silent. "Caitlin?" the other man asked softly. "Yes, sir, a long time ago, when we were both in college. I knew her then." Ross kept his face expressionless. Old Bob seemed to recover himself. "Sit down, Mr. Ross," he urged, pulling over an empty chair from one of the adjoining tables. Ross seated himself gingerly, extending his leg away from the table so that he was facing Robert Freemark, but not the others. The conversations at the table resumed, but Ross could tell that the other men were listening in on them nevertheless. "You knew Caitlin, you say?" Old Bob repeated. "In Ohio, sir, when we were both in college. She was at Oberlin, so was I, a year ahead. We met at a social function, a mixer. We dated on and off, but it was nothing serious. We were mostly just friends. She talked about you and Mrs. Freemark often. She told me quite a lot about you. When she left school, I never saw her again. I understand she was killed. I'm sorry." Old Bob nodded. "Almost 14 years ago, Mr. Ross. It's all in the past." He didn't sound as if that were so, Ross thought. "I promised myself that if I was ever out this way, I would try to stop by and say hello to you and Mrs. Freemark. I thought a lot of Caitlin." The other man nodded, but didn't look as if he quite understood. "How did you find us here in Hopewell, Mr. Ross?" "Please, sir, call me John." He eased his bad leg to a new position. The men at the table were losing interest in what he had to say. A 14-year-old friendship with a dead girl was not important to them. "I knew where Caitlin was from," he explained. "I took a chance that you and Mrs. Freemark were still living here. I asked about you at the hotel where I'm staying. Then I came here. Josie told me who you were." "Well," Old Bob said softly, "isn't that something?" "Yes, sir." "Where are you from, John?" "New York City." He lied again. "Is that so? New York City? What brings you out this way?" "I'm traveling through by bus to see friends in Seattle. I don't have a schedule to keep to, so I took a small detour here. I suppose I decided it was time to keep my promise." He paused, as if considering something he had almost forgotten. "I understand that Caitlin has a daughter." "Yes, that would be Nest," Old Bob acknowledged, smiling. "She lives with us. She's quite a young lady." John Ross nodded. "Well, that's good to hear." He tried not to think of the dreams. "Does she look at all like her mother?" "Very much so." Old Bob's smile broadened. "Having Nest helps in some small way to make up for losing Caitlin." Ross looked at the floor. "I expect it does. I wish I could see her. I think often of Caitlin." He went silent, as if unable to think of anything else to say. "Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate having had the opportunity of meeting you." He started to rise, levering himself up with the aid of his staff. "Please give my regards to Mrs. Freemark and your granddaughter." He was already moving away when old Bob caught up with him. The big man's hand touched his arm.
"Wait a minute, Mr. Ross. John, I don't think it's right that you come all this way and don't get to talk about Caitlin more than this. Why don't you come to dinner tonight? You can meet Evelyn, Mrs. Freemark, and Nest as well. We'd like to hear more about what you remember. Would you like to come?"
John Ross took a long, deep breath. "Very much, sir."
"Good, that's good. Come about 6, then."
Old Bob brushed at his thick white hair with one hand.
"Can you find a ride, or shall I pick you up?"
"I'll manage to get there." Ross smiled. Robert Freemark extended his hand, and Ross took it. The old man's grip was powerful.
"It was good of you to come, John. We'll be looking forward to seeing you this evening."
"Thank you, sir," Ross replied, meaning it. He moved away then, back toward the counter, listening to the conversation of the other men at the table trail after him. "Knew Caitlin, did he? At college? What's his name again? You think he's one of those hippies? He looks a little frayed around the edges. What do you think he did to his leg?" Ross let the words wash off him and did not look around. He felt sad and old. He felt bereft of compassion. None of them mattered. No one mattered, in truth, besides Nest Freemark. He came back to the counter and Josie Jackson. She handed him his bill and stood waiting while he pried loose several dollars from his jeans pocket. "You knew Caitlin, did you?" she asked, studying him. "A long time ago, yes." He held her gaze with his own, wanting to find a way to take something of her with him when he went. "Is that what brought you to Hopewell? Because the fact of the matter is you don't look like a salesman or a truck driver or a bail bondsman or anything." He gave her a quick, tight smile. "That's what brought me." "So where are you off to now?" She took the money he handed her without looking at it. "If you don't mind my asking." He shook his head. "I don't mind. To tell you the truth, I thought I'd go back to my room for a bit. I'm a little tired. I just came in on the bus, and I didn't sleep much." The word sleep sent an involuntary chill through his body. "Are you staying at the Lincoln Hotel?" she asked. "For a few days." "So maybe we'll see some more of you while you're here." He smiled anew, liking the way she looked at him. "I don't see how you could avoid it if everything at Josie's is as good as the hash." She smiled back. "Some things are even better." She kept her gaze level, unembarrassed. "See you later, John." The Knight of the Word turned and walked out the door into the midday heat, riddled with shards of confusion and hope. Seated at the table in the back of the cafe with old Bob and the others, an invisible presence in their midst, the demon watched him go. Chapter 10. It is night. The sky is clear, and the full moon hangs above the eastern horizon in brilliant opalescence. Stars fill the dark firmament with pinpricks of silver, and the breeze that wafts across his heated skin is cool and soft. He stands looking upward for a moment, thinking that nothing of the madness of the world in which he stands reflects in the heavens he views. He wishes he could find a way to smother the madness with the tranquility and peace he finds there. He remembers for a moment the way things were. Then he is moving again, jogging steadily down the concrete highway into the city, hearing already the screams and cries of the captives. The pens are 2 miles farther in, but the number of prisoners they contain is so vast that the sounds travel all the way to the farmlands. The city is not familiar to him. It lies in what was Kansas, or perhaps Nebraska. The country about is flat and empty. Once it grew crops, but now it grows only dust. Nothing lives in the country. All of the fields have dried away. All of the animals have been killed. All of the people have been hunted down and herded into the pens by those who were once like them. In the silence of the night there is only the buzzing and chirping of insects and the dry, papery whisper of old leaves being blown across stone. Feeders peer out from the shadows as he passes, but they keep their distance. He is a knight of the Word, and they have no power over him. They sense this, and they do not offer challenge. They are creatures of instinct and habit, and they react to what they find in humans in the way that predators react to the smell of blood. John Ross knows this about them. He understands what they are, a lesson imparted to him long ago when there was still hope, when there was still reason to believe he could make a difference. The feeders are a force of nature, and they respond to instinct rather than to reason. They do not think, because thinking is not required of them. They do not exist to think, but to react. The Word made them for reasons that John Ross does not understand. They are a part of the balance of life, but their particular place in the balance remains a mystery to him. They are attracted by the darker emotions that plague human beings. They appear when those emotions can no longer be contained. They feed on those emotions, and in so doing drive mad the humans who are their victims. Given enough time and space and encouragement, they would destroy everything. The Knight of the Word has tried hard to determine why this must be, but it requires a deeper understanding of human behavior than he possesses. So he has come to accept the feeders simply as a force of nature. He can see them, as most cannot, so he knows they are real. Few others understand this. Few have any idea at all that the feeders even exist. If they knew, they would be reminded of biblical references and cautionary tales from childhood, and be quick to describe the feeders as Satan's creatures or the devil's imps. But the feeders belong to the Word. They are neither good nor evil, and their purpose is far too complex to be explained away in such simplistic terms. He passes through what was once an industrial storage area of the city, and the amber eyes follow him, flat and expressionless. The feeders feel nothing, reveal nothing. The feeders have no concern for him one way or the other. That is not their function. The Knight of the Word has to remind himself of this, for the glimmer of their eyes seems a challenge and a danger to him. But the feeders, as he has learned, are as impervious to emotion as fate is to prayers. They are like the wind and the rain. When conditions warrant, they will appear. Look for them as you would a change in the weather, for they respond in no less impersonal and arbitrary a way. Nevertheless, it seems to him as he passes their dark lair that they know who he is and judge him accordingly. He cannot help himself, for they have been witness to his every failure. It feels as if they judge him now, remembering as he does the many opportunities he has squandered. Tonight provides another test for him. His successes of late might seem to offset his earlier failures, but it is the failures that matter most. If he had not failed in Hopewell with Nest Freemark, he thinks bitterly, there would be no need for successes now. He remembers her, a child of 14, how close he was to saving her, how badly he misjudged what was needed. He remembers the demon prevailing even in the face of his fierce opposition. The memory will not leave. The memory will haunt him to the grave. But he will not die tonight, he thinks. He carries in his hands the gleaming, rune-carved staff of magic that the lady gave him all those years ago, wielding it as Arthur would Excalibur, believing there are no numbers great enough to stand against him, or weapons strong enough to destroy him, or evil dark enough to expunge the light of his magic. He will fight on, because fighting is all that is left. He is strong, pure, and fixed of purpose. He is a knight errant, adrift on a quest of his own making. He is Don Quixote, tilting at windmills, with no hope of finding peace. He slows now to a walk, close enough to the pens to be able to see the smoky light of the torches that illuminate the compound. He has never been here before, but he knows what he will find. He has seen others of the same sort in other cities. They are all the same, makeshift enclosures into which humans have been herded and shut away. Men, women, and children run to ground and enslaved. They are to be separated and processed, to be designated for a purpose, to be used and debilitated, and ultimately destroyed. It is the way the world is now, the way it has been for more than 7 years. All of the cities of America are either armed camps or ruins. Nuclear missiles and poison gas and defoliant were used early, when there were still governments and armies to wield them. Then the missiles and gas and defoliant were discarded in favor of more personal, rudimentary weapons as the governments and armies disintegrated and the level of savagery rose. Washington was obliterated. New York City tore itself apart. Atlanta, Houston, and Denver built walls and stockpiled weapons and began systematically to annihilate anyone who came close. Los Angeles and Chicago became killing grounds for the demons and their followers. Sides were chosen and battles fought at every turn. Reason gave way to bloodlust and was lost. There are places somewhere, the knight had heard, where the madness is still held at bay, but he has not found them. Some are in other countries, but he does not know where. Technology is fragmented and does not function in a dependable manner. Airplanes no longer fly, ships no longer sail, and trains no longer run. Knowledge dissipates with the passing of every day and the death of every man. The void has no interest in technology, because technology furthers progress. The demons multiply, and their purpose now is to break down what remains of human reason, and to put an end to any resistance. Little stands in their way. The madness that marked the beginning of the end continues to grow. But the knight fights on, a solitary champion for the word, shackled to his fate as punishment for his failure to prevent the madness from taking hold when he still had a chance to do so. He goes from city to city, from armed camp to armed camp, freeing those poor creatures imprisoned by the slave pens, hoping that some few will manage to escape to a better place, that one or two will somehow make a difference in the terrible battle being fought. He has no specific expectations. Hope of any sort is a luxury he cannot afford. He must carry on because he has pledged to do so. There is nothing else left for him. There is nothing else that matters. John Ross slows to a steady walk, holding the staff crosswise before him with both hands. He remembers what it was like when the staff was his walking stick and gave support against his limp. But his dreams have ended, and his future has become his present. Tomorrow's madness has become today's. The limp has disappeared, and he is transformed. The staff is now his sword and shield. He is infused with its power and made strong. The magic he had feared to use before is now used freely. It is a measure of his service that there are no longer any constraints placed on him, but it is also a mark of his failure. Ahead the torchlight grows brighter. The tools of living have become rudimentary once more. There is no electricity to power street lamps, no fuel for turbines or generators, almost no coal or oil left to burn. There is no running water. There is no sewage or garbage disposal. There are few automobiles that run and few roads that will support them. The concrete of the streets is cracked and broken. Patches of grass and scrub push through. The earth slowly reclaims its own. He slides to one side to keep within the shadows. He is not afraid, but there is an advantage in surprise. The feeders, peering out at him, draw back, wary. They sense that he can see them when most others cannot, even those who have fallen victim to the madness and serve the demons, even those the feeders rely upon to sustain them. Their numbers are huge now, grown so vast that there is not a darkened corner anywhere in which they do not lurk. They have bred in a frenzy as the madness consumed mankind. But of late their breeding has slowed. Some will begin to disappear soon, for the dwindling population of humans cannot continue to support them. With the passage of time, the balance will shift back again, and the world will begin anew. But it is too late for civilization. Civilization is finished. Men are diminished, reduced to the level of animals. Rebirth, when it comes, will be a crapshoot. He wonders momentarily how bad it is elsewhere in the world. He does not know for certain. He has heard it is not good, that what began in America spread more quickly elsewhere, that what took seed slowly here finds more fertile soil abroad. He believes that every country is under assault, and that most are overrun. He believes that the destruction is widespread. He has not been visited by the lady in a long time. He has seen no evidence that she still exists. He has heard nothing from the Word. He approaches the pens now, a sprawling maze of wire mesh fences and gates behind which the humans are imprisoned. Torches smoke and blaze on tall stanchions, revealing the extent of the misery visited on the captives. Men, women, and children, all ages, races, and creeds. They have been flushed from their hiding places in the surrounding countryside, rounded up, and herded like cattle into the pens, squeezed together with no thought for their comfort or their needs, provided with just enough of what they require to remain alive. They are used for work and breeding until they are no longer strong enough, and then they are exterminated. Their keepers are once men, humans who have succumbed to the madness that the demons foster everywhere, the madness that was before isolated and is now rampant. Once it was accepted that all men were created equal, but that is no longer so. Humanity has evolved into two separate and distinct life forms, strong and weak, hunter and hunted. The void holds sway. The Word lies dormant. The once men have given way completely to their darker impulses, and now think only to survive, even at the cost of the lives of their fellow men, even at the peril of their souls. Given time, some few will evolve to become demons themselves. The feeders dine upon their victims, finding sustenance in the commission of atrocities so terrible that it is difficult even to contemplate them. It must have been like this in the concentration camps of old, but John Ross cannot imagine it. He is close enough now that he can see the faces of the captives. They peer out at him from behind the wire, their eyes dull and empty. They are naked mostly, thrust up against the wire by those who push from behind, waiting for the night to end and the day to begin, waiting without hope or reason or purpose. They mewl, and they cry, and they curl up in fear. They scratch themselves endlessly. He can hardly bear to look on them, but he forces himself to do so, for they are the legacy of his failure. Once men stand armed and ready in watchtowers all about the compound, holding automatic weapons. Weapons are still plentiful in this post-apocalyptic world. A paradox. Sentries patrol the perimeter of the compound. John Ross has come up on them so quickly that they are just now realizing he is there. Some turn to look, some swing their weapons about menacingly, but he is only one man, alone and unarmed. They are not alarmed. They are no better now at recognizing what will destroy them than they were when the first of the demons came among them all those years ago. A few call out to him to halt, to stand where he is, but he comes on without slowing. A command rings out, and shots are fired, a warning. He comes on. Shots ring out again, a flurry this time, meant to bring him down. But his magic is already in place. He calls it black ice. Smooth, slippery, invisible, it coats him with its protective shield. The bullets slide off harmlessly. He pushes aside the closest of the once men and strides to the wire mesh of the pens. Holding the staff firmly in both hands, he sweeps its tip across the diamond-shaped openings. Light flares, and the mesh falls apart like torn confetti. The occupants of the pens fall back in shock and fear, not certain what is happening, not knowing what to do. Ross ignores them, turning to face the once men that rush to stop him. He scatters them with a single sweep of his staff. The guards in the watchtowers turn their weapons on him and begin to fire, but the bullets cannot harm him. He points his staff at the towers. Light flares, incandescent and blinding, and one after another the towers collapse and burn. The compound is in chaos now. The once men are rushing about frantically, trying to regroup. The Knight of the Word is relentless. He tears at the wire mesh of the pens until it hangs in tatters. He yells at the cowering prisoners, urging them to get up, to run, to escape. At first no one moves. Then a few begin to creep out, the bolder ones testing the waters of their newfound freedom. Then others follow, and soon the entire camp is rushing away into the night. Some few, those who still cling to some shred of their humanity, stop to help the children and the elderly. The once men give chase, howling in frustration and rage, but they are swept aside by the tide and by the fire of the night's bright magic. John Ross strides through the camp unchallenged, flinging aside those who would stop him. The feeders have appeared by now, vast numbers of them, leaping and cavorting about him, seeing in him the prospect of fresh nourishment. He does not like serving as their catalyst, but he knows it cannot be helped. The feeders respond because it is in their nature to do so. The feeders are there because they are drawn by the misery and the pain of the humans. There is nothing he can do to change that. He is making his way through the greater part of the camp, destroying the pens and freeing their occupants, when he sees the demon. It comes toward him, almost casually, appearing out of the shadows. It still looks somewhat human, although grotesquely so, for most of its disguise has fallen away from lack of use. Once men flank it, mirroring in their faces the hatred and fear that flares in the depths of its bright eyes. Although the demon has come to stop him, John Ross is not afraid. Others of its kind have tried to stop him before. All lie dead. He swings to face the demon. Behind him, the captives of the pens stream through the empty streets of the ruined city for the flatlands beyond. Perhaps some will escape the pursuit that will follow. Perhaps they will find freedom in another place. The night has made what difference he can. It is all he can do. All about him, the feeders cluster, anticipating that they will soon dine upon the leavings that a battle between the night and the demon will create. They creep like shadows in the smoky glow of the torches. Their fluid forms extend and recede like waves on a shore. The knight brings up his staff and starts for the demon. As he does so, a net falls over him. It is heavy and thick, woven of steel threads and weighted on the ends. It bears him to his knees. Instantly the once men are upon him, rushing from hiding, charging into the light. It is a trap, and the knight has stumbled into it. The once men are on him, seeking to tear the staff from his hands, to strip him of his only weapon. All about the feeders leap and dart wildly, the frenzy drawing them like moths to a flame. In the background the demon approaches, eyes intent, eager, and bright with hate. Light flares along the length of the knight's staff and surges into the midst of his attackers. John Ross awoke with a cry, tearing at the enemies that were no longer there, thrashing beneath the light blanket he had thrown over himself when he succumbed to his need for sleep. He stifled his cry and ceased his struggle and lurched to a sitting position, the black walking staff clutched tightly in both hands. He sat staring into space, coming back from his dream, regaining his sense of place and time. The portable air conditioner thrummed steadily from its seating in the window, and the cool air washed over his sweating face. His breathing was quick and uneven, and his pulse pounded in his ears. He felt as if his heart would burst. It was like this sometimes. He would dream, and then wake in the middle of his dream, his future revealed in tantalizing snippets, but with no resolution offered. Would he escape from the net and the once men, or would he be killed? Either was possible. Time was disjointed in his dreams, so he could not know. Sometimes the answers would be revealed in later dreams, but not always. He had learned to live with the uncertainty, but not to accept it. He looked over at the bedside clock. It was mid-afternoon. He had only slept 3 hours. He closed his eyes against his bitterness. 3 hours. He must sleep again tonight if he was to maintain his strength. He must go back again into the world of his dreams, into the future of his life, into the promise of what waited should he fail in the here and now, and there was no help for it. It was the price he paid for being what he was. He lay back slowly on the bed and stared upward at the ceiling. He would not sleep again now, he knew. He could never sleep right after waking from the dreams, his adrenaline pumping through him, his nerve endings jagged and raw. It was just as well. He tried not to sleep at all anymore, or to sleep only in small stretches in an effort to lessen the impact of the dreams. But it was hard to live that way. Sometimes it was almost more than he could bear. He let his thoughts drift. His memory of the times and places when he had felt at peace and there had been at least some small measure of comfort were distant and faded. His childhood was a blur, his boyhood a jumbled collection of disconnected faces and events. Even the years of his manhood, from before the coming of the lady, were no longer clear in his mind. His entire life was lost to him. He had given it all away. Once it had seemed so right and necessary that he should do so. His passion and his beliefs had governed his reason, and the importance of the charge that had been offered him had outweighed any other consideration. But that was a long time ago. He was no longer certain he had chosen rightly. He was no longer sure even of himself. He called up a picture of Josie Jackson in an effort to distance himself from his thoughts. She materialized before him, tousled hair and sun-browned skin, freckles and bright smile. Thinking of her comforted him, but there was no reason for it. She had smiled at him, and they had talked. He knew nothing about her. He could not afford to think about knowing her better. In 3 days he would be gone. What did it matter how she made him feel? But if it did not matter, then why shouldn't he indulge himself for just a minute? He stared at the ceiling, at the cracks in the plaster, at the lines the shadows threw across the paint, at worlds so far removed that they could only be found in dreams or nightmares. Josie Jackson disappeared. John Ross blinked. Tears formed at the corners of his eyes, and he was quick to wipe them away. Chapter 11. Nest Freemark spent Saturday morning cleaning house with Gran. It didn't matter that it was the 4th of July weekend, or that Nest was particularly anxious to get outside. Nor did it matter how late you stayed up the night before. Saturday mornings were set aside for cleaning, and that took precedence over everything. Gran was up at 7, breakfast was on the table at 8, and cleaning was underway by 9. The routine was set in stone. There was no sleeping in. Old Bob was already out of the house by the time Gran and Nest started work. There was a clear division of duties between Nest's grandparents, and the rough measure of it was whether the work took place inside or out. If it was inside, Gran was responsible. Cutting the grass, raking the leaves, plowing the snow, chopping wood, planting and tending the vegetable garden, fetching and hauling, and just about everything else that didn't involve the flower beds were old Bob's responsibility. As long as he kept up the yard and the exterior of the house, he stayed on Gran's good side and was relieved of any work inside. Nest, on the other hand, had responsibility for chores both inside and out, beginning with the Saturday morning house cleaning. She rose with Gran at 7 to shower and dress, then hurried downstairs for her breakfast of scrambled eggs, toast, and juice. The quicker she got started, she knew, the quicker she would get done. Gran was already chain-smoking and drinking vodka and orange juice, her breakfast untouched in front of her, old Bob frowning at her in disapproval. Nest ate her eggs and toast and drank her juice in silence, trying not to look at either of them, consumed instead by thoughts of last night and of 2 bears.
How did he know I was there?
Pick had demanded in exasperation as they made their way back across the park. The hot July darkness settled all about them like damp velvet.
I was invisible. He shouldn't have been able to see me. What kind of Indian is he, anyway?
Nest had been wondering the same thing. The Indian part notwithstanding, 2 Bears wasn't like anyone she had ever met. He was strangely reassuring, big, direct, and well-reasoned, but he was kind of scary, too. Sort of like Wraith, a paradox she couldn't quite explain. She pondered him now as she cleaned with Gran, dusting and polishing the furniture, vacuuming the carpet, sweeping and mopping the floors, wiping down the blinds and windowsills, scrubbing out the toilets and sinks, and washing out the tubs and showers. On a light cleaning day, they would stick to dusting and vacuuming, but on the first Saturday of the month, they did it all. She helped Gran with the laundry and the dishes as well, and it was nearing noon when they finally finished. When Gran told her she could go, she wolfed down a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, drank a large glass of milk, and went out the back door in a rush, inadvertently letting the screen slam shut behind her once more. She cringed at the sound, but she didn't turn back. "He said he was a shaman," Nest had remarked to Pick the previous night. "So maybe that means he sees things other people can't. Aren't Indian medicine men supposed to have special powers?"
How am I supposed to know what medicine men can or can't do? Pick had snapped irritably. Do I look like an expert on Indians? I live in this park, and I don't take vacations to parts of the country where there might be Indians, like some people I could mention. Why don't you know what Indians do? Haven't you studied Indians in school? What kind of education are you getting, anyway? If I were you, I'd make certain I knew everything that was important about the history. And on he had gone, barely pausing for breath to say good night when she reached her house and left him to go in. Sometimes Pick was insufferable. A lot of times, really, but he was still her best friend. Nest had met Pick at the beginning of the summer of her 6th year. She was sitting on the crossboard at the corner of her sandbox one evening after supper, staring out at the park, catching glimpses of it through gaps in the hedgerow, which was still filling in with new spring growth. She was humming to herself, picking idly at the sand as she scrutinized the park, when she saw the feeder. It was slipping through the shadows of the Petersons' backyard, hunkered down against the failing light as it made its way smoothly from concealment to concealment. She stared after it intently, wondering where it was going and what it was about. "Weird, aren't they?" a voice said. She looked around hurriedly, but there was no one to be seen. "Down here," said the voice. She looked down, and there, sitting on the crossboard at the opposite corner of the sandbox,
was what looked like a tiny wooden man, made out of twigs and leaves, with a little old face carved into the wood, and a beard made of moss. He was so small and so still that at first she thought he was a doll. Then he shifted his position slightly, causing her to start, and she knew he was alive.
"I don't scare you, do I?"
he asked her with a smirk, wiggling his twiggy fingers at her. She shook her head wordlessly.
"I didn't think so. I didn't think you would be scared of much. Not if you weren't scared of the feeders or that big dog. No, sir. You wouldn't be scared of a Sylvan, I told myself."
She stared at him.
"What's a Sylvan?" "Me. That's what I am, a Sylvan. Have been all my life."
He chuckled at his own humor, then cleared his throat officiously.
"My name is Pick. What's yours?"
"Nest," she told him.
"Actually, I knew that. I've been watching you for quite a while, young lady." "You have?" "Watching is what Sylvans do much of the time. We're pretty good at it. Better than cats, as a matter of fact. You don't know much about us, I don't expect."
She thought a moment.
"Are you an elf?" "An elf!"
he exclaimed in horror.
"An elf? I should guess not. An elf, indeed. Utter nonsense."
He drew himself up.
"Sylvans are real, young lady. Sylvans are forest creatures, like tatterdemalions and riffs, but hard-working and industrious. Always have been, always will be. We have important responsibilities to exercise."
She nodded, not certain exactly what he was saying. "What do you do?"
"I look after the park,"
Pick declared triumphantly.
"All by myself, I might add. That's a lot of work. I keep the magic in balance. You know about magic, don't you? Well, there's a little magic in everything, and a lot in some things, and it all has to be kept in balance. There's lots of things that can upset that balance, so I have to keep a careful watch to prevent that from happening. Even so, I'm not always successful. Then I have to pick up the pieces and start over."
"Can you do magic?" she asked curiously.
"Some. More than most forest creatures, but then I'm older than most. I've been at this a long time."
She pursed her lips thoughtfully. "Are you like Rumpelstiltskin?" Pick turned crimson.
"Am I like Rumpelstiltskin? Criminy! What kind of question is that? What did I just get through telling you? That's the trouble with 6-year-olds. They don't have any attention span. No, I am not like Rumpelstiltskin. That's a fairy tale. It isn't real. Sylvans don't go around spinning straw into gold, for goodness sake. What kind of education are they giving you in school these days?"
This ends Side 1 of Cassette 4. Please turn the cassette over and start Side 2 at the same point.
Nest didn't say anything, frightened by the little man's outburst. The leaves that stuck out of the top of his head were rustling wildly, and his twiggy feet were stamping so hard she was afraid they would snap right off. She glanced nervously toward her house.
Now, don't do that. Don't be looking for your grandmother like you think you might need her to come out and shoo me away. I just got done telling you that I knew you weren't afraid of much. Don't make a liar out of me.
Pick spread his arms wide in dismay.
I just get upset sometimes with all this fairy tale bunk. I didn't mean to upset you. I know you're only 6. Look, I'm over 150 years old. What do I know about kids?
Nest looked at him.
You're 150? You are not. Am so? Was here before this town was here. I was here when there were no houses anywhere.
Pick's brow furrowed.
Life was much easier then. How did you get to be so old? So old? That's not old for a Sylvan. No, sir. 250 is old for a Sylvan, but not 150.
Pick cocked his head.
You believe me, don't you?
Nest nodded solemnly, not sure yet if she did or not.
It's important that you do, because you and I are going to be good friends, Nest Freemark. That's why I'm here, to tell you that.
Pick straightened.
Now, what do you think? Can we be friends even though I shout at you once in a while?
Nest smiled.
Sure. Friends help each other, you know,
the Sylvan went on.
I might need your help sometime.
He gave her a conspiratorial look.
I might need your help keeping the magic in balance. Here, in the park. I could teach you what I know, some of it anyway. What do you think? Would you like that?
I'm not supposed to go into the park,
Nest advised him solemnly, and glanced furtively over her shoulder at the house again.
Gran says I can only go into the park with her.
Well, yes, I suppose that makes sense.
Pick rubbed at his beard and grimaced.
Parental rules. Don't want to transgress.
He brightened.
But that's just for another year or so, not forever. Just until you're a little older. Your lessons could begin then. You'd be just about the right age, matter of fact. Meanwhile, I've got an idea. A little magic is all we need. Here, pick me up and put me in your hand. Gently now. You're not one of those clumsy children who drop things, are you?
Nest reached down with her hands cupped together, and Pick stepped into them. Seating himself comfortably, he ordered her to lift him up in front of her face.
There, hold me just like that.
His hands wove in feathery patterns before her eyes, and he began to mutter strange words.
Now close your eyes, he told her. Good, good. Keep them closed. Think about the park. Think about how it looks from your yard. Try to picture it in your mind. Don't move.
A warm, syrupy feeling slipped through Nest's body, beginning from somewhere behind her eyes and flowing downward through her arms and legs. Time slowed. Then, abruptly, she was flying, soaring through the twilight, high over Sinisippi Park, the wind rushing past her ears and across her face, the lights of Hopewell, distant yellow pinpricks far below. She was seated astride an owl. The bird's great brown and white feathered wings spread wide. Pick was seated in front of her, and she had her arms about his waist for support. Amazingly, they were the same size. Nest's heart lodged in her throat as the owl banked and soared with the wind currents. What if she were to fall? But she quickly came to realize that the motion would not dislodge her, that her perch astride the bird was secure, and her fear turned to exhilaration.
"This is Daniel,"
Pick called back to her over his shoulder. In spite of the rush of the wind, she could hear him clearly.
"Daniel is a barn owl. He carries me from place to place in the park. It's much quicker than trying to get about on my own. owls and sylvans have a good working relationship in most places. Truth is, I'd never get anything done without Daniel."
The owl responded to a nudge of Pick's knees and dropped earthward.
"What do you think of this, Nest Freemark?"
Pick asked her, indicating with a sweep of his hand the park below. Nest grinned broadly and clutched the sylvan tightly about the waist.
"I think it's wonderful."
They flew on through the twilight, crossing the playgrounds and the ballparks, the pavilions and the roadways. They soared west over the rows of granite and marble tombstones that dotted the verdant carpet of Riverside Cemetery, east to the tree-shaded houses of Mineral Springs, south to the precipitous cliffs and narrow banks of the sprawling Rock River, and north to the shabby, paint-worn townhouses that fronted the entry to the park. They flew the broad expanse of the Mississippi to the wooded sections farther in, skimming the tops of the old growth, of the oaks, elms, hickories, and maples that towered out of the growing darkness, as if seeking to sweep the starry skies with their leafy branches. They found the toboggan run, its lower section removed and stored beneath, waiting for winter and snow and ice. They discovered a doe and her fawn at the edge of the reedy waters of the bayou, back where no one else could see. Deep within the darkest part of the forest, they tracked the furtive movement of shadows that, cloaked in twilight's gray mystery, might have been something alive. They swept past a massive old white oak, one much larger than its fellows, its trunk gnarled by age and weather, its limbs crooked and twisted in a way that suggested immense fury and desperation captured in mid-stride, as if a giant had been frozen in place and transformed one bare instant before it had fallen upon the world it now shadowed. Then a flash of lamplight struck Nest full in the eyes as they crossed back toward Woodlawn, and she blinked in surprise, momentarily blinded.
"Nest!"
It was Gran calling. She blinked again.
"Nest, it's time to come inside."
She was sitting once more on the crossboard of her sandbox, staring out into the darkening stretch of her yard toward the park. Her hands were cupped before her, but they were empty. Pick was gone. She didn't tell Gran about him that night, wary by now of telling anyone anything about the park and its magic, even Gran. She waited instead to see if Pick would return. 2 days later, he did, appearing at midday while she poked along the hedgerow, sitting on a limb above her head, waving a skinny stick limb in greeting, telling her they had to hurry. There were things to do, places to go, and people to see. Then, when she did tell Gran about him that very night, the old woman simply nodded, as if the sylvan's appearance was the most natural thing in the world, and told her to pay close attention to what Pick had to say. Pick was her closest friend after that, closer to her than her school friends, even those she had known all her life. She couldn't explain why that was. After all, he was a forest creature, and for most people such creatures didn't exist. On the surface of things, they had nothing in common. Besides being a sylvan, he was 150 years old, and a big grouch. He was fastidious and temperamental. He had no interest in the playthings she tried to share with him, or in the games she favored. What drew them together, she decided when she was older, what bonded them in a way nothing else could, was the park. The park, with its feeders and its magic, its secrets and its history, was their special place, their private world, and even though it was public and open and everyone could come visit, it belonged only to them, because no one else could appreciate it the way they could. Pick was its caretaker, and she became his apprentice. He taught her the importance of looking for damage to the woods and injury to the creatures that inhabited them. He explained to her the nature of the world's magic, how it inhabited everything, why there was a balance to it, and what could be done on a small scale to help keep it in place. He instructed her on how to deal with the feeders when they threatened the safety of those who could not protect themselves. He enlisted her aid against them. He gave her an insight into the coexisting worlds of humans and forest creatures that changed her life. He told her eventually that Gran and her mother and 3 generations of her mother's side of the family before Gran had helped him care for the park. She was thinking of this as she crossed the backyard that Saturday morning. She paused to give a sleeping Mr. Scratch a rub behind his grizzled ears and glanced about in vain for Miss Minx. The day was hot and slow, and the air was damp and close. Her friends wanted to go swimming, but she hadn't made up her mind whether to join them. She was still preoccupied with 2 bears, and not yet ready to think of anything else. She squinted up at the sun, full and brilliant in a cloudless sky, brushed at a fly that flew into her face, and moved to the hedgerow and the park. The grass beneath her feet was brittle and dry, and crunched softly. Questions pressed in about her. Would the spirits of the Sinisippi appear tonight, as 2 bears believed? Would they reveal to her something of the future? Only to her? What would they say? How would she respond? She brushed at her curly hair, ungluing a handful of strands from her forehead. Sweat was dampening her skin already, and a fresh mosquito bite had appeared on her forearm. She scratched at it ruefully. She had asked Pick repeatedly why it was that she was the only one who could see the feeders, or see him, or know about the magic in the park. Pick had told her the first time she asked that she wasn't the only one. Her grandmother could see the forest creatures and the feeders, and knew more about the magic than Nest did, and there were others like her in other places. After that, when she narrowed the scope of the question so that it excluded Gran and people in other places, Pick brushed the matter aside by saying that she was lucky was all, and she ought to be grateful, and let it go at that. But Nest couldn't let it go, not even now, after all these years of living with it. It was what set her apart from everyone else. It was what defined her. She would not be satisfied until she understood the reasons behind it. A few weeks ago she had pressed Pick so hard about it that he had finally revealed something new.
"It has to do with who you are, Nest," he snapped, facing her squarely. His brow furrowed, his eyes steadied, and his rigid stance marked his determination to lay the matter to rest for good. "You think about it. I'm a Sylvan, so I was born to the magic. For you to have knowledge of the magic, and me, you must have been born to it as well. Or, in the alternative, share a close affinity with it. You know the word, don't you? Affinity? I don't have time to be teaching you everything." "Are you saying I have forest creature blood?" she exclaimed softly. "Is that what you're saying? That I'm like you?" "Oh, for cat's sake, pay attention." Pick had turned purple. "Why do I bother trying to tell you anything?" "But you said—" "You're nothing like me. I'm 6 inches high and 150 years old. I'm a Sylvan. You're a little girl. Forest creatures and humans are different species." All right, settle down. I'm not like you. Thank goodness, I might add. Crab puss." When he tried to object, she hurried on. "So there's an affinity we share, a bond of the sort that makes us both so much at home in the park." But Pick had waved his hands dismissively and cut her off. "Go ask your grandmother. She's the one who said you could do magic. She's the one who should tell you why." That was the end of the matter as far as Pick was concerned, and he had refused to say another word about it since. Nest had thought about asking Gran, but Gran never wanted to discuss the origins of her magic, only what the consequences would be if she were careless. If she wanted a straight answer from Gran, she would have to approach the matter in the right way at the right time and place. As of now,
Nest didn't know how to do that. Pick jumped down onto her shoulder from a low-hanging branch as she neared the gap in the hedgerow. It used to frighten her when he appeared unexpectedly like that, like having a large bug land on you, but she had gotten used to it. She glanced down at him and saw the impatience and distress mirrored in his eyes.
"That confounded Indian has disappeared,"
he snapped, foregoing any greeting. "Two bears?" She slowed.
"Keep moving. You can spit and whistle at the same time, can't you?"
He straddled her shoulder, kicking at her with his heels as you might a recalcitrant horse.
"Disappeared. Gone up in a puff of smoke. Not literally, of course, but he might as well have. I've looked for him everywhere. I was sure I'd find him back at that table, looking off into the sunrise with that blank stare of his, but I can't even find his tracks."
"Did he sleep in the park?" Nest nudged her way through the hedgerow, being careful not to knock Pick from his perch.
"Beats me. I scouted the whole of the park from atop Daniel early this morning. Flew end to end. The Indian's gone. There's no sign of him."
Pick pulled and tugged mercilessly at his beard.
"It's aggravating, but it's the least of our troubles."
She stepped into the park and crossed the service road toward the ball diamonds. "It is?"
"Trust me."
He gave her a worried glance.
"Take a walk up into the deep woods, and I'll show you."
Never one to walk when she could run, Nest broke into a steady jog that carried her across the open expanse of the Central Park toward the woods east. She passed the ball fields, the playgrounds, and the toboggan run. She rounded the East Pavilion and skirted a group of picnickers gathered at one of the tables. Heads turned to look, then turned away again. She could smell hot dogs, potato salad, and sweet pickles. Sweat beaded on her forehead, and her breath felt hot and dry in her throat. The sunlight sprinkled her with squiggly lines and irregular spots as she ran beneath the broken canopy of the hardwoods, moving downhill off the high ground toward the bayou and the deep woods beyond. She passed a couple hiking one of the trails, smiled briefly in greeting, and hurried on. Pick whispered in her ear, giving her directions interspersed with unneeded advice about running between trees. She crossed the wooden bridge at the stream that emptied out of the woods into the bayou and turned uphill again. The woods ahead were thick with shadows and scrub. There were no picnic tables or cooking stations back here, only hiking trails. The trees were silent sentinels all around her, aged, dark hulks, undisturbed since their inception, witnesses to the passing of generations of life. They towered over everything, a massive and implacable presence. Sunlight was an intruder here, barely able to penetrate the forest canopy, appearing in a scattering of hazy streaks amid the gloom. Feeders skulked at the edges of her peripheral vision, small movements gone as quickly as they were glimpsed.
"Straight ahead,"
Pick directed as they crested the rise, and she knew at once where they were going. They plunged deep into the old growth, the trails narrowing and coiling like snakes. Thorny branches of scrub poked in from the undergrowth and sometimes threatened to cut off passage entirely. Itchweed grew in large patches, and mounds of thistles bristled from amid the sawgrass. It was silent here, so still you could hear the voices of the picnickers from back across the stream, almost a quarter of a mile away. Nest navigated her way forward carefully, choosing her path from experience, no longer relying on Pick to tell her where to go. Sweat coated her skin and left her clothing feeling damp and itchy. Mosquitoes and flies buzzed past her ears and flew at her nose and eyes. She brushed at them futilely, wishing suddenly she had something cold to drink. She emerged finally in the heart of the deep woods, in a clearing dominated by a single monstrous oak. The other trees seemed to shy away from it, their trunks and limbs twisted and bent, grown so in an effort to reach the nourishing light denied them by the big oak's sprawling canopy. The clearing in which the old tree grew was barren of everything but a few small patches of sawgrass and weeds. No birds flitted through the oak's ancient branches. No squirrels built their nests within the crook of its limbs. No movement was visible, or sound audible, from any part of its gloomy heights. All about, the air was heavy and still with heat and shadows. Nest stared upward into the old tree, tracing the line of its limbs to the thick umbrella of leaves that shut away the sky. She had not come here for a long time. She did not like being here now. The tree made her feel small and vulnerable. She was chilled by the knowledge of the dark purpose it served and the monstrous evil it contained. For this was the prison of a Meinturag. Pick had told her the Meinturag story shortly after their first meeting. She remembered the aged tree from her flight into the park atop Daniel. She had seen it in the hazy gloom of the deepening twilight, and she had marked it well. Even at 6, she knew when something was dangerous. Pick confirmed her suspicions. Meinturags were, to use the Sylvan's own words, half predator, half raver, and all bad. Thousands of years ago they had preyed upon forest creatures and humans alike, devouring members of both species in sudden, cataclysmic, frenzied bursts triggered by a need that only they understood. They would tear the souls out of their victims while they still lived, leaving them hollow and consumed by madness. They fed in the manner of the feeders, but did not rely on dark emotions for their response. They were thinking creatures. They were hunters. This one had been imprisoned in the tree 1,000 years ago, locked away by Indian magic, when it became so destructive that it could no longer be tolerated. Now and again it threatened to escape, but the magic of the park's warders, human and sylvan, had always been strong enough to contain it. Until now, Nest thought in horror, realizing why Pick had brought her here. The massive trunk of the ancient oak was split wide in 3 places, the bark fissured, so that the wood beneath was exposed in dark, ragged cuts that oozed a foul, greenish sap.
"It's breaking free," the Sylvan said quietly.
Nest stared wordlessly at the jagged rifts in the old tree's skin, unable to look away. The ground about the oak was dry and cracked, and there were roots exposed, the wood mottled and diseased. "Why is this happening?" she asked in a whisper. Pick shrugged.
"Something is attacking the magic. Maybe the shift in the balance of things has weakened it. Maybe the feeders have changed their diet. I don't know. I only know we have to find a way to stop it."
"Can we do that?"
"Maybe. The fissures are recent, but the damage is far more extensive than I have ever seen before."
He shook his head, then glanced left and right into the trees about them.
"The feeders sense it. Look at them."
Nest followed his gaze. Feeders lurked everywhere in the shadows, hanging back in the gloom, so that only their eyes were visible. There was an unmistakable eagerness in their gaze and in their furtive movements, an expectancy that was unsettling. "What happens if the Meinturag breaks free?" she asked Pick softly, shivering with the feel of those eyes watching. Pick cocked an eyebrow and frowned.
"I don't know. It's been a prisoner of the tree for so long that I don't think anyone knows. I also don't think anyone wants to find out."
Nest was inclined to agree. "So we have to make sure that doesn't happen. What can I do to help?" Pick jumped down from her shoulder to her arm, then scooted down her leg to the ground.
"Bring me some salt. One of those big bags of the stuff they use in the water conditioners. Rock salt, if that's all you can find. I'll need a bag of compost, too. A wheelbarrow full. A bag of fertilizer or manure is okay. Pitch or tar, too, to fill in those splits.
He looked at her.
Do the best you can. I'll stay here and work on strengthening the magic.
Nest shook her head in dismay, looking back again at the tree.
Pick, what's going on?
The Sylvan understood what she was asking. He tugged up his shirt sleeves angrily.
Some sort of war, I guess. What does it look like to you? Now get going.
She took a deep breath and darted away through the trees. She raced down the narrow trail, heedless of the brambles and the stinging nettles that swiped at her. Even without hearing him speak the words, she could feel Pick urging her to hurry. Chapter 12. 10 minutes later, she was racing up the gravel drive to Robert Hepler's house. Cass Minter was closer, and Nest might have gone to her instead, but Robert was more likely to have what she needed. The Heplers lived at the end of a private road off Spring Drive, on 3 acres of woodland that bordered the park at its farthest point east, just up from the shores of the Rock River. It was an idyllic setting, a miniature park with great old hardwoods and a lawn that Robert's dad, a chemical engineer by trade, but a gardener by avocation, kept immaculate. Robert found his father's devotion to yard work embarrassing. He was fond of saying his father was in long-term therapy to cure his morbid fascination with grass. One day he would wake up and discover he really wasn't Mr. Green Jeans after all. Nest reached the Hepler property by climbing a split-rail fence on the north boundary and sprinting across the yard to intercept the gravel drive on its way to the house. The house sat large and quiet in front of her, a 2-story Cape Cod rambler with weathered shingle-shake sides and white trim. Patterned curtains hung in the windows, and flowers sprouted in an array of colors from wooden window boxes and planters. The bushes were neatly trimmed, and the flower beds edged. The wicker porch furniture gleamed. All the gardening and yard tools were put away in the tool shed. Everything was in its place. Robert's house looked just like a Norman Rockwell painting. Robert insisted that one day he would burn it to the ground. But Nest spared little thought for the Hepler house today, Pick's words and looks weighing heavily on her mind. She had seen Pick worried before, but never like this. She tried not to dwell on how sick the big oak looked, the rugged bark of its trunk split apart and oozing, its roots exposed in the dry, cracked earth. But the image was vivid and gritty in her mind. She raced up the Hepler Drive, her shoes churning up the gravel in puffs of dust that hung suspended in the summer heat. Robert's parents would be at work, both of them employed at Allied Industrial, but Robert should be home. She jumped onto the neatly swept porch, trailing dust and gravel in her wake, rang the doorbell with no perceptible effect, and then banged on the screen impatiently. "Robert!" She knew he was there. The front door was open to the screen. She heard him finally, a rapid thudding of footsteps on the stairs as he dashed down from his room. "All right already, I'm coming." His blond head bobbed into view through the screen. He was wearing a T-shirt that said Microsoft Rules and a pair of jeans. He saw Nest. "What are you doing, banging on the door like that? You think I'm deaf or something?" "Open the door, Robert." He moved to unfasten the lock. "This better be important. I'm right in the middle of downloading a fractal coding system it took me weeks to find on the net. I just left it sitting there unprotected. If I lose it, so help me." His fingers fumbled with the catch. "What are you doing here? I thought you were going swimming with Cass and Brianna. Matter of fact, I think they're waiting for you. Didn't Cass call you at your house? What am I, some sort of messenger service? Why does everything always depend on—" "Hey!" She had the screen door open now, and she dragged him outside by his arm. "I need a bag of compost and a bag of softener salt." He jerked his arm free irritably. "What?" "Compost and softener salt." What are you talking about? What do you want with those?
Do you have them? Can we go look? This is important.
Robert shook his head and rolled his eyes. Everything is important to you. That's your problem. Chill out. Be cool. It's summer, in case you hadn't noticed. You don't have to... Nest reached out and took hold of his ears. Her grip was strong, and Robert gasped.
Look, Robert, I don't have time for this. I need a bag of compost and a bag of softener salt. Don't make me say it again.
All right, all right. Robert was twisting wildly from the neck down, trying not to move his head or put further pressure on his pinioned ears. His narrow face scrunched up with pain.
Let go!
Nest released him and stepped back.
This is important, Robert, she repeated carefully.
Robert rubbed at his injured ears and gave her a rueful look.
You didn't have to do that. I'm sorry, but you have a way of bringing out the worst in me.
You're weird, Nest. You know that?
I need some pitch, too.
Robert gave her a look. How about a partridge in a pear tree while we're at it?
Robert.
Robert stepped back guardedly. Okay, let me go take a look out in the tool shed. I think there's a couple of bags of compost stored there, and there's some salt for the conditioner in the basement. Geez. They trotted out to the storage shed and found the compost, then returned to the house and went down into the basement, where they found the softener salt. The bags weighed 50 pounds, and it took both of them to haul each one out to the front porch. They were sweating freely when they finished, and Robert was still griping about his ears. They dropped the compost on top of the softener salt, and Robert kicked at the bags angrily.
You better not grab me like that again, Nest. If you weren't a girl, I'd have decked you. Do you have any pitch, Robert?
Robert put his hands on his narrow hips and glared at her. What do you think this is, a general store? My dad counts all this stuff, you know. Maybe not the salt, since that doesn't have anything to do with his precious yard, but the compost for sure. What am I supposed to tell him when he asks me why he's missing a bag?
Tell him I borrowed it, and I'll replace it.
Nest glanced anxiously towards the park.
How about the pitch?
Robert threw up his hands.
Pitch? What's that for? You mean like for patching roads? Tar? You want tar? Where am I supposed to find that? No, Robert, not tar. Pitch, the kind you use to patch trees.
Is that what we're doing here, patching up trees? Robert looked incredulous.
Are you nuts? Do you have a wagon? She asked. You know, an old one from when you were little?
No, but I think it might be a good idea to call one for you. You know, the padded kind? Robert was apoplectic. Look, I found the compost and the salt, and that's all I...
Maybe Cass has one, Nest interrupted. I'll call her. You go back out to the shed and look for the pitch.
Without waiting for his response, she darted into the house and through the hall and living room to the kitchen phone, the screen door banging shut behind her. She felt trapped. It was hard knowing what she did of the park and of its creatures and their magic, and never being able to speak of it to her friends. But what if they knew? What would happen if the Mind-2-Rog were to break free of its prison? Something that terrible would be too obvious to miss, wouldn't it? Not like the feeders, or Pick, or even Wraith. What would that do to the barrier of secrecy that separated the human and forest creature worlds? She dialed the phone, chewing nervously on her lower lip. This was all taking too much time. Cass picked up on the second ring. Nest told her friend what she needed, and Cass said she would be right down. Good old Cass, Nest thought as she hung up the phone. No questions, no arguments, just do it. She went back outside and sat on the porch waiting for Robert. He reappeared a few moments later with a bucket of something labeled tree seal. He said he thought would do the trick. He'd found an old stirring stick and a worn brush to apply the contents. He dumped them on the ground and sat down beside her on the steps. Neither of them said anything, staring out into the shaded yard and the heat. Somewhere down the way, off toward Woodlawn, they could hear the music of an ice cream truck. "You know, I would have been all right yesterday," Robert said finally, his voice stubborn. "I'm not afraid of Danny Abbott. I'm not afraid to fight him." He scuffed at the porch step with his shoe. "But thanks anyway for doing whatever it was you did."
"I didn't do anything,"
she told him. "Yeah, sure," Robert smirked.
"Well, I didn't."
"I was there, Nest, remember?"
"He tripped over himself."
She smoothed the skin on her knees with the palms of her hands, looking down at her feet.
"I didn't touch him. You saw."
Robert didn't say anything. He hunched forward and buried his face in his knees. "All I know is I'd rather have you for a friend than an enemy." He peeked up at her and rubbed his reddened ears gingerly. "So we're off to patch up a tree, are we? Geez, what a treat. Good thing I like you, Nest." A few minutes later, Cass arrived with Brianna, pulling a small red metal wagon. They loaded the softener salt, compost, and bucket of tree seal into the bed and headed back down the drive, Nest and Robert pulling the wagon, Cass and Brianna helping to balance its load. They followed the road out to Spring, then turned down Spring until they reached Mrs. Eberhardt's blacktop drive, which ran back through her lot to her garage at the edge of the park. They were halfway down the drive when Alice Eberhardt appeared, yelling at them for trespassing on private property. This was nothing new. Mrs. Eberhardt yelled at every kid who cut through her yard, and there were a lot of them. Robert said it was Mrs. Eberhardt's fault for providing them with a shortcut in the first place. He assured her now, giving her his "don't mess with me" look, that this was an emergency. So the law was on their side. Mrs. Eberhardt, who was a retired insurance adjuster and convinced that all kids were looking to get into trouble, but especially the ones in her yard, shouted back that she knew who Robert was and she was going to speak to his parents. Robert said she should call the house before 7 because his father was still doing nights in jail until the end of the month, and his mother would probably go off to visit him after dinner. They reached the end of the driveway, detoured around the garage to the back of the lot, and set off into the park. The woods began immediately, so they moved to the nearest trail and followed it in. "You are really asking for it, Robert," Brianna observed, but there was a hint of admiration in her voice.
"Hey, this is how I look at it."
Robert cocked his head, a savvy bantam rooster. "Each day is a new chance to get into trouble. I don't ever pass up those kinds of chances. You know why? Because even when I don't go out of the house, I get into trouble. Don't ask me why. It's a gift. So what's the difference if I get into trouble at Mrs. Eberhardt's or at home? It's all relative." He gave Brianna a smirk. "Besides, getting into trouble is fun. You should try it sometime." They worked their way deeper into the woods, the heat and the silence growing. The sounds of the neighborhood faded. Gnats flew at them in clouds. "Yuck!" Brianna grimaced. "Just a little additional protein for your diet," Robert cracked, licking at the air with his tongue. "What are we doing out here?" Cass asked Nest, plodding along dutifully, one hand balancing the sacks of salt and compost in the swaying wagon. Nest spit out a bug. "There's a big oak that's not looking too good. I'm going to see what I can do to help it." "With salt and compost?" Robert was incredulous. "Tree seal I can see, but salt and compost? Anyway, why are you doing this? Don't they have people who work for the parks who are supposed to patch up sick trees?" The trail narrowed and the ground roughened. The wagon began to bounce and creak. Nest steered around a large hole. "I tried getting hold of someone, but they're all off for the 4th of July weekend," she improvised. "But how do you know what to do?" Cass pressed, looking doubtful as well. Yeah, have you nursed other sick trees back to health? Robert asked with his trademark smirk.
I watched Grandpa once. He showed me.
Nest shrugged dismissively and pushed on. Fortunately, no one asked her for details. They worked their way along the trail through the weeds and scrub, swatting at bugs and brushing aside nettles, hot and miserable in the damp heat. Nest began to feel guilty for forcing her friends to come. She could probably handle this alone, now that she had the wagon and the supplies. Robert could go back to his computer, and Cass and Brianna could go swimming. Besides, what would she do about Pick?
You don't have to come any farther, she said finally, glancing over her shoulder at them, tugging on the wagon handle. You can head back. I can manage.
Forget it, Robert snapped. I want to see this sick tree. Cass nodded in agreement.
Me too. Anyway, this is more fun than doing hair.
She gave Brianna a wry glance.
Is it much farther?
Brianna asked, stepping gingerly around a huge thistle. 5 minutes later, they reached their destination. They pulled the wagon into the clearing and stood looking at the tree in awe. Nest wasn't sure if any of them had ever seen it before. She hadn't brought them herself, so maybe they hadn't. Whatever the case, she was certain from the looks on their faces that they would never forget it.
"Wow,"
whispered Robert. Uncharacteristically, he was otherwise at a loss for words.
"That is the biggest oak tree I have ever seen,"
Cass said, gazing up into its darkened branches.
"The biggest."
"You know what?" Robert said. "When they made that tree, they threw away the mold."
"Mother Nature, you mean,"
Cass said.
"God,"
Brianna said. "Whoever," Robert said. Nest was already moving away from them, ostensibly to take a closer look at the oak, but really to find Pick. There was no sign of him anywhere.
"Look at the way the bark is split," said Cass. "Nest was right. This tree is really sick." "Something bad has gotten inside of it," Brianna declared, taking a tentative step forward. "See that stuff oozing out of the sores?"
"Maybe it's only sap," said Robert.
"Maybe pigs fly at night."
Cass gave him a look. Nest rounded the tree on its far side, listening to the silence, to the murmur of her friends' voices, to the rustle of the feeders lurking in the shadows back where they couldn't be seen. She glanced left and right, seeing the feeders, but not Pick. Irritation shifted to concern. What if something had happened to him? She glanced at the tree, afraid suddenly that the damage was more extensive than they had believed, that somehow the creature trapped within was already loose. Heat and fear closed about her.
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 4 of Running with the Demon. Please fast forward to the end before loading Cassette 5. Running with the Demon, Cassette 5.
"Hey, Nest," Robert called out. "What are we supposed to do now that we're here?" She was searching for an answer when Pick dropped from the tree's branches onto her shoulder, causing her to start in spite of herself.
"Pick!"
she gasped, exhaling sharply.
"Took you long enough,"
he huffed, ignoring her.
"Now listen up and I'll tell you what to do."
He gave Nest a quick explanation, then disappeared again. Nest walked back around the tree, gathered her friends together, and told them what was needed. For the next half hour they worked to carry out her instructions. Robert was given the tree seal to apply to the splits in the trunk, and he used the stirring stick and brush to slap the pitch-like material into place in thick gobs. Cass and Brianna spread the compost over the exposed roots and cracks, dumping it in piles and raking it in with their hands. Nest took the conditioner salt and poured it on the ground in a thin line that encircled the tree, some 25 feet out from its base. When Robert asked what she was doing, she told him she was using the salt to protect the tree from a particularly deadly form of wood borer that was causing the sickness. The pitch would heal the sores, the compost would feed the roots, and the salt would keep other wood borers from finding their way back to the tree. It wasn't true, of course, but it sounded good. When they were done, they stood together for a time surveying their handiwork. Robert gave his theory on tree borers, some wild concoction he said he had picked up on the Internet, and Brianna gave her theory on Robert. Then Cass allowed as how standing there looking at the tree was like watching grass grow. Brianna complained about being hot and thirsty, and Robert remembered the program he was downloading on his computer. It was not yet mid-afternoon, so there was still time to go swimming. But Nest told them she was tired and thought she would go home instead. Robert snorted derisively and called her a wimp, and Cass and Brianna suggested they could just hang out. But Nest persisted, needing to be alone with Pick, distracted by thoughts of the Minturog and tonight's meeting with Two Bears. The lie felt awkward, and she added to her discomfort by saying that Gran had asked her to do some additional chores around the house. She promised to meet them the following day in the park by the Indian mounds after church services and lunch. "Hey, whatever." Robert shrugged, failing to hide his irritation and resentment. "Call you tonight," Cass promised. She picked up the handle of the wagon and trudged off, with Brianna and Robert trailing after. More than once her friends glanced back at her. She could read the questions in their eyes. She stared after them, unable to look away, feeling selfish and deceitful. When they were out of sight, she called softly for Pick. The Sylvan appeared at her feet, and she reached down, picked him up, and set him on her shoulder. "Will any of this help?" she asked, gesturing vaguely at the tree, struggling to submerge her feelings.
"Might," he answered. "But it's a temporary cure at best. The problem lies with the shifting in the balance. The magic that wards the tree is being shredded. I have to find out why." They stood without speaking for a time, studying the big oak, as if by doing so they might heal it by strength of will alone. Nest felt hot and itchy from the heat and exertion, but there was a deeper discomfort working inside her. Her eyes traced the outline of the tree against the sky. It was so massive and old, a great crooked-armed giant, frozen in time. How many years had it been alive, she wondered? How much of the land's history had it witnessed? If it could speak, what would it tell her? "Do you think the Word made this tree?" she asked Pick suddenly. The Sylvan shrugged. "I suppose so." "Because the Word made everything, right?" She paused. "What does the Word look like?" Pick looked at her. "Is the Word the same as God, do you think?" Pick looked at her some more. "Well, you don't think there's more than one God, do you?" Nest began to rush her words. "I mean, you don't think that the Word and God and Mother Nature are all different beings? You don't think they're all running around making different things, like God makes humans and the Word makes forest creatures and Mother Nature makes trees? Or that Allah is responsible for one race and one part of the world and Buddha is responsible for some others? You don't think that, do you?" Pick stared. "Because all these different countries and all these different races have their own version of God. Their religions teach them who their God is and what He believes. Sometimes the different versions even hold similar beliefs, but no one can agree on whose God is the real God. Everyone insists that everyone else is wrong. But unless there is more than one God, what difference does it make? If there's only one God and He made everything,
Then what is the point of arguing over whether to call him God or the Word or whatever? It's like arguing over who owns the park. The park is for everyone.
Are you having some sort of identity crisis?
Pick asked solemnly.
No, I just want to know what you believe.
Pick sighed.
I believe creatures like me are thoroughly misunderstood and grossly underappreciated. I also believe it doesn't matter what I believe.
It matters to me.
Pick shrugged. Nest stared at her feet.
I think you are being unreasonable.
What is the point of this conversation?
Pick demanded irritably.
The point is, I want to know who made me.
Nest took a deep breath to steady herself.
I want to know just that one thing, because I'm sick and tired of being different and not knowing why. The tree and I are alike in a way. The tree is not what it seems. It might have grown from a seedling a long, long time ago, but it's been infused with magic that imprisons the Maintu rock. Who made it that way? Who decided? The Word or God or Mother Nature? So then I think, what about me? Who made me? I'm not like anyone else, am I? I'm a human, but I can do magic. I can see the feeders when no one else can. I know about this other world, this world that you come from, that no one else knows about. Don't you get it? I'm just like that tree, a part of two worlds and two lives, but I don't feel like I really belong in either one.
She took him off her shoulder and held him in the palm of her hand, close to her face.
Look at me, Pick. I don't like being confused like this. I don't like feeling like I don't belong. People look at me funny. Even if they don't know for sure, they sense I'm not like them. Even my friends. I try not to let it bother me, but it does sometimes. Like right now.
She felt the tears start, and she forced them down.
So, it might help if I knew something about myself, even if it was just that I was right about God and the Word being the same. Even if it was only that. So I could know that I'm not parts of different things slapped together, not something totally weird, but that I was made whole and complete to be just the way I am.
Pick looked uncomfortable.
Criminy, Nest. I don't have any special insight into how people get made. You don't seem weird to me, but I'm a Sylvan, so maybe my opinion doesn't count.
She tightened her mouth.
Maybe it counts for more than you think.
He gave an elaborate sigh, tugged momentarily on his mossy beard, and fixed her with his fierce gaze.
I don't like these kinds of conversations, so let's dispense with the niceties. You pay attention to me. You asked if I believe God and the Word are the same. I do. You can call the Word by any name you choose, God, Mohammed, Buddha, Mother Nature, or Daniel the Owl. It doesn't change anything. They're all one. And that one made everything, you included. So I wouldn't give much credence to the possibility that you were slapped together and modified along the way by a handful of dissatisfied deities. I don't know why you turned out the way you did, but I'm pretty sure it was done for a reason, and that you were made all of a piece.
His brows knit.
If you want to worry about something, I don't think it should be about whether you owe your existence to God or the Word or whoever. I think you should worry about what's expected of you now that you're here, and how you're going to keep from being a major disappointment.
She shook her head in confusion.
What do you mean?
Just this. Everything that exists has a counterpart. The Word is only half of the equation, Nest. The void is the other half. The Word and the void. One a creator, one a destroyer. One good, one evil. They're engaged in a war, and they've been fighting it since the beginning of time. One seeks to maintain life's balance, the other seeks to upset it. We're all a part of that struggle because what's at risk is our own lives. The balance isn't just out there in the world around us, it's inside us as well. And the good, that's the word, and the evil, that's the void, is inside us too. Inside us, each working to gain the upper hand over the other, each working to find a way to overcome the other. He paused, studying her. You already understand that you aren't like most people. You're special. You have one foot firmly planted in each of two worlds, forest creature and human. There are not many like you. Like I've said, there's a reason for this, just like there's a reason for everything. Don't you think for a minute that the void doesn't realize this. You have a presence and a power. You have a purpose. The void would like to see all that turned to his use. You may think you are a good person and that nothing could change that, but you haven't been tested yet. Not really. You haven't been exposed to the things in life that might change you into something you wouldn't even recognize. Sooner or later, that's going to happen. Maybe sooner, given the amount of unrest among the feeders. Something is going on, Nest. You better concentrate your concerns on that. You better be on your guard.
There was a long silence when he finished, as she digested the implications of his admonition. He stood rigid in her hand, arms folded across his wooden chest, mouth set in a tight line, eyes bright with challenge. He was trying to tell her something, she realized suddenly. His words had more than one meaning. His warning was about something else. A sense of uneasiness crept through her, a shadow of deep uncertainty. She found herself thinking back on the past few days, on Bennett Scott's rescue from the cliffs, on the Maitúrog's emergence from its prison, and on the increased presence and boldness of the feeders. Did it have to do with these? What was Pick trying to say? She knew she would not find out today. She had seen that look on his face before, stubborn and irascible. He was done talking. She felt suddenly drained and worn. She lowered Pick to the ground, waited impatiently for him to step out of her hand, and then stood up again. "I'm going home after all," she told him. "I'll see you tonight." Without waiting for his reply, she turned and walked off into the trees. She didn't go home, however. Instead, she walked through the park, angling down off the heights to the bayou's edge and following the river bank west. She took her time, letting her emotions settle, giving herself a chance to think through the things that were bothering her. She could put a voice to some of them, but not yet to all. What troubled her was a combination of what had already come about and what she sensed was yet to happen. The latter was not a premonition exactly, more an unpleasant whisper of a possibility. The day was hot and still, and the sun beat down out of the cloudless sky on its slow passage west. The park was silent, an empty feeling, and even the voices of the picnickers seemed distant and subdued, as if everyone was waiting for what she anticipated, as if everyone knew it was coming. She passed below the toboggan slide and above a pair of young boys fishing off the bank by the skating shelter. She glanced up the long, straight wooden sluice to the tower where the sledders began their runs in winter, remembering the feeling of shooting down toward the frozen river, gathering speed for the launch onto the ice. Inside, she felt as if it were happening to her now, in another way, as if she were racing toward something vast and broad and slick, and that once she reached it, she would be out of control. The afternoon wore on. She looked for feeders, but did not see any. She looked for Daniel, and did not see him either. She remembered that she had forgotten to ask Pick if he was making any progress in the search for Bennett Scott's cat, Spook. Leaves threw dappled shadows on the ground she walked across, and she imagined faces and shapes in their patterns. She found herself wondering about her father and her mother, both such mysterious figures in her life, so removed in time, almost mythical. She thought of Gran and her stubborn refusal to speak of them in any concrete way. A cold, hard determination grew inside her. She would make Gran tell her, she promised herself. She would force her to speak. She walked to the base of the cliffs, staying back from where the caves tunneled into the rock. Pick had told her never to go there. He had made her promise. It wasn't safe for her, he insisted. It didn't matter that other kids explored the caves regularly, and no harm came to them. Other kids couldn't see the feeders. Other kids didn't have the use of the magic. She was at risk, and she must keep away. She shook her head as she turned and began to walk up the roadway that led to the bluff. There it was again, she thought. The realization that she was different. Always different. She reached the heights and turned toward the cemetery. She thought she might visit her mother's grave. She had a sudden need to do so, a need to connect in some small way with her lost past. She crossed the road in front of the Indian mounds and turned into the trees. The sun burned white-hot in the afternoon sky, its glare blinding her as she walked into it. She squinted and shaded her eyes with her hand. Ahead, someone moved in the blaze of light. She slowed in a patch of shade and tried to see who it was. At first, she thought it was two bears, returned early for tonight's visit, but then she saw it was a man in forest green coveralls, a maintenance employee of the park. He was picking up trash with a metal-tipped stick and depositing it into a canvas bag. She hesitated, then continued on. As she approached, he turned and looked at her. "Hot one, isn't it?" His bland face was smooth and expressionless, and his blue eyes were so pale they seemed almost devoid of color. She nodded and smiled uncertainly. "Off for a visit to the cemetery?" he asked. "My mother is buried there," she told him, stopping now. The man placed the sharp tip of the stick against the ground and rested his hands on the butt. "Hard thing to lose a mother. She been gone a long time?" "Since I was a baby." "Yeah, that's a long time, all right. You know, I hardly remember mine anymore." Nest thought momentarily to tell him about the big oak, but then decided there was nothing he could do in any case, that it was better off in Pick's capable hands. "You still got your father?" the man asked suddenly. Nest shook her head. "I live with my grandparents." The man looked sad. "Not the same as having a father, is it? Old folks like that aren't likely to be around for too much longer, so you got to start learning to depend pretty much on yourself. But then you start to wonder if you're up to the job. Think about one of these trees. It's old and rugged. It hasn't really ever had to depend on anyone. But then along comes a logger and cuts it down in minutes. What can it do? You catch my drift?" She looked at him, confused. The man glanced at the sky. "The weather's not going to change for a while yet. Are you coming out for the fireworks Monday?" She nodded. "Good. Should be something. 4th of July is always something." His smile was vaguely mocking. "Maybe I'll see you there." She was suddenly uneasy. Something about the man upset her. She wanted to move away from him. She was thinking that it was getting close to dinner time anyway, and she should be getting home. She would visit her mother's grave that evening instead, when it was cool and quiet. "I've got to be going," she said perfunctorily. The man looked at her some more, saying nothing. She forced herself to smile at him and turned away. Already the shadows of the big trees were lengthening. She went quickly, impelled by her discomfort. She did not look back, and so she did not see the man's strange eyes turn hard and cold and fixed of purpose as he watched her go. When Nest Freemark was safely out of sight, the demon hoisted the canvas sack and stick over his shoulder and began walking. He crossed the roadway to the Indian mounds and angled down toward the river, whistling softly to himself. Keeping within the shelter of the trees, he worked his way steadily east through the park. The light was pale and gray where the hillside blocked the sun, the shadows deep and pooled. Afternoon ball games were winding down and picnickers were heading home. The demon smiled and continued on. Richie Stout was waiting at the toboggan slide, seated at one of the picnic tables, staring out at the river. The demon was almost on top of him before Richie realized he was there. Richie leaped up then, grinning foolishly, shaking his head. "Hey, how's it going?" he sputtered. "Didn't hear you come up. Been waiting, though, just like you said to do. Got your message all right, finished up at the Prestons, and came right over." The demon nodded, smiled, and kept walking. "Let's get started, then." Sure. Richie was right on his heels. He was small and wiry. His thin face peeked out from under a mop of unruly dark hair. He was wearing coveralls over a blue denim shirt and high-top work boots, everything looking ragged and worn. "Didn't know you worked for the park, I guess," he said, trying to make conversation. "Pretty steady hours and all, I suppose. You sure this is all right, this late in the day and all? What is it we're doing, anyway?" The demon didn't answer. Instead, he led Richie east into the big trees beyond the pavilion, toward the slope that ran down to the little creek. The air was hot and still beneath the canopy of branches, and the mosquitoes were beginning to come out in swarms. Richie slapped at them irritably. "Hate these things," he muttered. When the demon failed to respond, he said, "You said this would pay pretty well, and I might have a chance to catch on with the city. That right?" "Right as rain," the demon replied, not bothering to look at him. "Well, all right. That's great. Just great." Richie sounded enthused. "I mean, I don't know if that damn strike is ever going to get settled, and I need me something secure." They descended the slope to the creek, crossed the wooden bridge, and began to climb the opposite embankment toward the deep woods. In the distance, the bayou was as flat and gray as hammered tin. Richie continued to mutter about the mosquitoes and the heat, and the demon continued to ignore him. They crested the rise, following the path that Nest and Pick had taken earlier, and moments later they were standing in front of the big oak. The demon glanced about cautiously, but there was no sign of anyone except the feeders, who had followed them every step of the way, and crouched now at the edge of the clearing, their eyes glimmering watchfully. "Whoa, will you look at that?" Richie exclaimed, staring up at the sickened tree. "That guy looks like a goner." "That's what we're here to determine," the demon explained, his bland face expressionless. Richie nodded eagerly. "All right, just tell me what to do." The demon dropped the canvas sack and took a new grip on the metal-tipped stick. He put his free hand on Richie's shoulder. "Just walk over here to the trunk with me for a moment," he said softly. The shadows were deep and pervasive as they moved forward, the demon keeping his hand on Richie Stout's shoulder. When they were right next to the massive trunk, the demon took his hand away. "Look up into the branches," he said. Richie did so, peering intently into the shadows. "I can't see anything, not in this light." "Step a little closer. Put your face right up against the trunk." Richie glanced at him uncertainly, then did as he was told, pressing his cheek against the rough bark, staring up into the branches. "I still can't." The demon drove the pointed end of his stick through Richie's neck with a furious lunge. Richie gasped in shock and pain as his windpipe and larynx shattered. He tried to cry out, but his voice box was gone, and the blood pouring down his throat was choking him. His fingers clawed at the tree as if to tear the bark away, and his eyes bulged. He thrashed wildly, trying to break free, but the demon pressed firmly on the wooden shaft, keeping Richie pinned, watching the dark blood spurt from his ruptured throat. Feeders raced from among the trees and began throwing themselves on Richie, tearing at his convulsed body, beating past his futile efforts to protect himself, anxious to taste his pain and fear. Then the bark of the tree, wet with Richie's blood, began to split apart in long, ragged fissures, and parts of Richie were drawn into the cracks. His hands and knees went first, pressing into the trunk as if into soft mud as he struggled to escape. His scream of horror came out a strangled cough, and then more of him was sucked slowly, relentlessly from view. When his head was swallowed, all sound ceased. The demon yanked free his pointed stick and stood watching as Richie's back bucked and heaved in a last futile effort to break free. A moment later, Richie Stout was gone completely. The feeders melted back into the night. The demon waited for a time, watching as the tree began to ooze what it didn't want of Richie, the bark splitting further and deeper as the blood offering did its work. Within its prison, the Mainturog was feasting, gaining the strength it needed to break free, readying itself for the demon's summons. The demon looked down. One of Richie's work boots lay on the ground. The demon reached down and picked it up. He would carry it to the river bank where the water turned rough above the dam, and leave it where it could be found. Let people draw their own conclusions. Humming, he collected his canvas sack and disappeared back into the trees. Chapter 13. Nest pushed open the screen door off the porch just in time to hear the big grandfather clock in the den strike the half hour between 5 and 6. As she paused in the silence that followed, Gran materialized out of the shadows of the kitchen, a thin gray apparition gripping a potholder. "Dinner's in an hour, Nest. Go wash up. We've got company coming." Nest caught the screen door as it started to swing back on its springs and eased it quietly into place. She could feel the sweat, warm and sticky on her skin beneath her clothes. "Who is it?" she asked. "Someone your grandfather invited. You'll have to ask him." Gran looked less than pleased. She gestured with the potholder. "Go clean up first, though. You look like something the cat dragged in." She disappeared back into the kitchen. Nest could smell pot roast cooking, rich and savory, and she realized suddenly how hungry she was. She went down the hallway past Gran and the good smells and glanced into the den in search of her grandfather. But he was not there. She took a moment longer to listen for him. Then, hearing nothing, she continued on to her room, closed the door, popped Nirvana into her CD player, stripped off her clothes, and headed for the shower. She tried not to look at herself in the mirror, but ended up doing so anyway. The girl looking back at her was skinny and flat-chested. She had bony arms and legs, and looked as if she would disappear altogether if she turned sideways. She might have been half pretty if her face hadn't been breaking out so badly. As usual, Nest didn't much care for her. She spent a long time in the shower, washing and soaking. Then she dried, dressed, and stared out the window into the park. She thought about Pick and the big oak tree, about her friends and the magic she hid from them, about the maintenance man and Wraith, and about the feeders. She thought about 2 bears and the dance of the spirits of the Indian dead, now less than 6 hours away. She wondered if Two Bears could see the feeders. He had seen Pick clearly enough, so shouldn't he be able to see the feeders as well? She had never met anyone who could see the feeders besides herself and Gran. Pick said there were others, but not many, and they all lived elsewhere. Pick said only a handful of people could see the feeders, and that was because you had to have some connection with magic. Maybe Two Bears could do magic, she thought. Wouldn't he have to be able to do magic in order to summon spirits? She left the window and went down the hall toward the living room, wrapped in her speculations. Her hair was still damp and loose. The curls tickled her ears. She brushed at them self-consciously, wishing suddenly that they weren't having company for dinner, thinking about how boring it was likely to be, already planning how she would excuse herself as soon as the meal was consumed. "Hello." She stopped in surprise. A man was standing just inside the front door, looking at her. She had been so preoccupied with her musings, she had missed seeing him. "Hello," she replied. "Sorry if I startled you." "No, that's all right. I was thinking about something." The words sounded stupid, and she colored slightly. The man didn't seem to notice. His green eyes stayed fixed on her, his gaze so intense that she blinked in spite of herself. "You must be Nest." He smiled, as if pleased by this. "My name is John Ross." He extended his hand, and she took it in her own. His grip was strong, and she thought he must be used to hard work. He seemed to her to be constructed all of bones and muscle, but his clothes hung on him as they would have hung on a scarecrow. He looked strange with his shoulder-length hair tied back in that bandana, but kind of cool, too. She thought it made him look like a little boy. She wondered suddenly what he was doing there. Was he their dinner company, or just someone looking to do yard work? She realized she was still holding his hand, and quickly released it. "Sorry." He smiled and looked around. His eyes settled on the portraits of the Freemark women, grouped to one side of the entry door. "Your family?" he asked. She nodded. 6 generations of us. Handsome women. This house has a good feel to it. Have you lived here all your life?" She was pondering whether to answer his question or to ask one of her own when her grandfather appeared from the den. "Sorry to take so long. I was just looking for her yearbook. Senior year, when she was president of the student council. Nest, have you met Mr. Ross?" Nest nodded, watching her grandfather closely. It was her mother's yearbook he was holding. "Mr. Ross knew your mother in school, Nest. In college, in Ohio." He seemed fascinated by the idea. "He came down to visit us, to say hello. I ran into him at Josie's this morning and invited him to join us for dinner. Look here, John. This is Caitlin's picture from her senior year." He opened the yearbook and held it out for John Ross to see. Ross limped gingerly over for a look, and for the first time Nest noticed the polished black staff leaning against the wall next to the umbrella stand. The staff was covered with strange symbols carved into wood, black and depthless beneath the staff's worn sheen. Nest stared at the markings for a long moment as John Ross and her grandfather studied her mother's yearbook. There was something familiar about the markings. She had seen them somewhere before. She was certain of it. She looked at John Ross anew and wondered how that could be. Moments later, Gran called them into dinner. She seated them at the big dining room table, Nest next to John Ross, across from Robert and herself. She placed the food on the table, then finished off her bourbon, and made herself another before taking her seat. She picked up her fork and began to eat with barely a glance at her company. Very unlike Gran, who was a stickler for good manners. Nest thought something was clearly troubling her. "Did you know my mother a long time?" Nest asked, curious now to know more about this stranger. Ross shook his head. He took small, careful bites as he ate. His green eyes were distant as he spoke. "No, I'm afraid I didn't. I didn't meet her until her second year, and she went home at the end of it. We only had a few months together. I wish I had known her better." "She was pretty, wasn't she?" John Ross nodded. "She was." "You were a year ahead of her at Oberlin, you said," old Bob encouraged. "Did you stay on and graduate?" "Caitlin could have graduated, too, if she'd wanted," Gran said quietly, giving him a sharp glance. "I think Caitlin was one of the smartest people I've ever known, Mrs. Freemark," John Ross offered, looking now at Gran. She looked back at him very deliberately. "But she was fragile, too, very sensitive. She could be hurt more easily than most. I admired that about her." Gran put down her fork and sipped at her bourbon. "I don't know that I understand what you're saying, Mr. Ross." Ross nodded. "It's just that most of us are so hardened to life that we've forgotten how to respond to pain. Caitlin wasn't like that. She understood the importance of recognizing the little hurts that other people ignore. She was always concerned with healing, not physical injuries, you understand, emotional hurts, the kind that inflict damage on your soul. She could identify and heal them with a few well-chosen words. She was better at it than anyone. It was a genuine gift." "You said you dated, you and Caitlin?" Old Bob helped himself to more of the roast, ignoring the look Gran shot him. Nest watched the interplay with fascination. Something about John Ross being here had Gran very upset. Nest had never seen her so on edge. "On and off for some of that year." John Ross smiled, but kept his eyes fixed on his plate. "Mostly we were just friends. We went places together, we talked a lot. Caitlin talked about you all the time, and about her home. She loved the park." "I have to tell you that she never mentioned you, Mr. Ross," Gran observed pointedly, watching his face. John Ross nodded. "I'm sorry to hear that, but she kept a lot to herself. I don't suppose I was very important to her in the larger scheme of things, but I admired her greatly." "Well, she may have mentioned you, and we've just forgotten," old Bob soothed, giving Gran a warning glance. Gran sniffed and sipped some more of her drink. "She had a lot of friends while she was at Oberlin," Ross added suddenly, glancing around at their faces, as if to confirm what he was saying was true. He looked at Gran. "This roast is delicious, Mrs. Freemark. I haven't tasted anything this good in a long time. I'm very grateful you included me." "Well," Gran said, her sharp face softening slightly. "She did have a lot of friends," old Bob declared. "Caitlin had a lot of friends all through school. She had a good heart. People saw that in her." "Did you know my father?" Nest asked suddenly. The table went silent. Nest knew at once that she had asked something she should not have. Gran was glaring at her. Her grandfather was staring at his plate, absorbed in his food. John Ross took a drink of his water and set the glass carefully back in place on the table. "No," he said quietly. "I'm sorry, but I never met him." The dinner conversation resumed after a few moments and continued throughout in fits and starts, with Nest's grandfather asking questions of John Ross, Ross offering brief replies, and Gran sitting angry and still throughout. Nest finished her meal, asked to be excused, and left almost before permission was given. She walked out onto the porch and down the steps to the backyard. Mr. Scratch was sprawled on the lawn sleeping, and Miss Minks was watching him with studied suspicion. Nest moved to the rope swing, seated herself in its weathered old tire, and rocked gently in the evening heat. She felt embarrassed and frustrated by her grandparents' reaction to her question, and wondered anew why no one ever wanted to say anything about her father. It was more than the fact that he got her mother pregnant and never married her. That was no big deal. That happened all the time. It was more than the fact that he disappeared afterward, too. Lots of kids grew up in one-parent households, or with their grandparents like she was doing. No, it was something more, and she wasn't even sure that it was something anyone could actually explain. It was more like something they suspected, but could not put words to. It was like something that was possible, but they were refusing to look too closely at it for fear that it might be so. A few minutes later, John Ross came out the back door, leaning on his cane, carefully negotiated the worn steps, and limped over to where she twisted and bobbed in the swing. Nest steadied herself as she came up, grounding her feet so that she could watch him. "I guess that question about your father touched a sore spot," he said, his smile faint and pained, his eyes squinting as he looked off toward the approaching sunset. The sky to the west was colored bright red and laced with low-hanging clouds that scraped across the trees of the park. Nest nodded without replying. "I was wondering if you could walk me to your mother's grave," Ross continued, still looking west. "Your grandfather said it would be all right for you to do so. Your grandmother gave him one of those looks, but then she agreed, too." He turned back to her, his brow furrowed. "Maybe I'm misreading her, but I have the uncomfortable feeling she thinks she's giving me just enough rope to hang myself." Nest smiled in response, thinking of Wraith. Ross ran his hand slowly down the length of his staff. "To tell you the truth, I don't think your grandmother trusts me. She's a very careful woman where you are concerned." Nest supposed that was so. Gran was fierce about her sometimes, so consumed with watching out for her that Nest would find herself wondering if there was a danger to her that she did not realize.
This ends Side 1 of Cassette 5. Please turn the cassette over and start Side 2 at the same point.
"So, would it be all right with you?" Ross pressed. "Would you be willing to walk me over to the cemetery?" Nest nodded, climbed out of the swing, and pointed to the gap in the hedgerow. She led the way wordlessly, setting a slow pace so that he could follow, glancing back to make certain he was able to keep up. In point of fact, he seemed stronger and more agile than she had expected. She wondered what had happened to his leg, if there was a way she could ask him without being rude. They crossed the yard, pushed through the gap in the hedgerow, and entered the park. The evening ball games were already underway, the diamonds all in use, the benches and grassy areas behind the backstops crowded with families and fans. She led Ross down the service road behind the nearest backstop to the crossing gate at the park entrance, then along the roadway toward the burial mounds and the cliffs. Neither of them spoke. The day's heat hung thick and heavy in the evening air, and there was little indication that the temperature would change with night's coming. The insects buzzed and hummed in dull cacophony in the shade of the trees, and the sounds of the ball players rose sharp and sudden with the ebb and flow of the game's action. After a moment she dropped back a step to walk beside him. "How long are you visiting?" she asked, wanting to know something more about him, about his involvement with her mother. "Just a few days." His movements were steady and unhurried. "I think I'll stay for the fireworks. I hear they're pretty spectacular." "You can sit with us if you'd like," she offered. "That way you'll be with someone you know. You don't know anyone else in Hopewell, do you?" He shook his head. "This is your first visit?" "This is my first visit." They crossed the road at the divide and turned west toward the turnaround and the entry to Riverside. John Ross was looking off toward the cliffs, out to where the Rock River flowed west on both sides of the levee and the railroad tracks. Nest watched him out of the corner of her eye. He seemed to be seeing something beyond what he was looking at, his gaze distant and distracted, his expression riddled with pain. He looked almost young to her for an instant, as if the years had dropped away. She thought she could see the boy in him, the way he was maybe 20 years ago, the way he had been before his life had taken him down whatever rough road it was he had traveled. "Were you in love with my mother?" she asked him suddenly. He looked at her in surprise, his lean face intense, his green eyes startled. He shook his head. "I think I could have been if I had gotten to know her better, but I didn't get the chance." He smiled. "Isn't that tragic?" They walked up through the spring-mounted children's toys toward the spruce groves. "You look like her," Ross said after a moment. Nest glanced over at him, watching him limp alongside her, leaning on his staff, his gaze directed ahead to where they were going. "I don't think I do," she said. "I don't think I look like anybody, which is just as well because I don't much like the way I look just at the moment." Ross nodded. "We're our own worst critics sometimes." Then he cocked an eyebrow at her. "But I like the way you look, even if you don't. So sue me." She smiled in spite of herself. They passed through the spruce trees to the turnaround and the cliffs. There were 2 cars parked at the cliff edge, and a family on the swings nearby. She thought back to Bennett Scott and the feeders, picturing it in her mind, remembering the night and the heat and the fear. She thought about Two Bears and wondered suddenly if he was there in the park again. She glanced about to see if she could spy him, but he was nowhere in sight. She let her thoughts of Two Bears and the spirits of the dead Sinisippi drift away. She led Ross to the gap in the fence line and through to the cemetery beyond. They walked along the edge of the blacktop roadway, through the rows of marble and granite tombstones, across the immaculate grass carpet, and under the stately, silent old hardwoods. The mingled scents of pine and new-mown grass filled the air, rich and pungent. Nest found herself strangely at ease. John Ross made her feel that way. The longer she was with him, the more comfortable she felt, as if she had known him a long time rather than for only a few hours. It was in the way he talked to her, neither as a child nor as an adult, but simply as a person, in the way he moved, neither self-conscious nor protective of his damaged body, not favoring it in an obvious, discomforting way, accepting it as it was, and mostly in the way he was at peace with the moment, as if only the here and now mattered, as if taking this walk with her were enough, and what had gone before or what would come after had no place in his thoughts. They walked through the rolling green of the cemetery and down its tree-shaded rows of markers to where her mother lay, out on a bluff overlooking the river and the land beyond. Her mother's headstone was gray with black lettering and bore the words, "Beloved Daughter and Mother," just beneath her name, Caitlin Ann Freemark. Nest stared at the grave without speaking, immutable and remote, born to other times and places on the wings of her thoughts. "I don't remember her at all," she said finally, tears springing to her eyes with her admission. John Ross looked off into the trees. She was small and gentle, with sandy hair and blue-gray eyes you couldn't look away from. She was pretty, almost elfin. She was very smart, intuitive about things others would miss entirely. When she laughed, she could transport you to a better time and place in your life if you were sad, or make you glad you were there with her if you were happy. She was daring and unafraid, She was never satisfied with just being told how something was. She always wanted to experience it for herself. He stopped, went silent suddenly, as if come up against something he did not care to explore any further. Nest did not try to look at him. She brushed at her eyes and bit her lip to steady herself. It was always like this when she came to visit. No matter how much time had passed, it was always the same. Afterward, they walked back through the cemetery to the fence line in the waning light, listening to the dying sounds of a distant mower and the occasional honk of a car horn out on the highway. There was no one in the cemetery this night. Its tree-sheltered, rolling green expanse was cradled in silence and empty of movement. The Midwest evening was sultry. The air tasted of sweat, and it felt as if time had slowed its inexorable march to a crawl. There was a sense of something slipping away, gone like chances at love, or hopes for understanding. "Thank you for telling me about her," Nest said quietly as they walked down the blacktop roadway toward the park fence. Her eyes were dry again, and her mind was clear. "Well, you remind me of her," John Ross replied after a moment. "That helps me in telling you what she was like." "I have pictures," said Nest, "but it isn't the same." "Not if you don't have the memories of the times those pictures capture, no." Ross limped steadily forward, his staff clicking softly against the blacktop with each step. "I like your staff," Nest ventured. "Have you had it a long time?" Ross glanced over at her and smiled. "Sometimes it seems like I have had it all my life. Sometimes it seems like I was born with it. I think maybe in a sense I was." He didn't say anything more. They reached the fence and slipped through the gap and into the park once more. They were back at the turnaround, close by the cliffs. The twilight was deepening, the sun gone down behind the horizon, leaving only its crimson wake to light the world. The family on the swings and the two cars that had been parked at the turnaround were gone. In the distance, the baseball games were winding down. In the shadows of the trees that bracketed the cliff edge, feeders were gathering, their squat, dark bodies shifting soundlessly, their yellow eyes winking like fireflies. As John Ross and Nest passed down the roadway, their numbers grew, and grew still more. Nest glanced left and right nervously, finding eyes everywhere, watching intently, implacably. Why were there so many? The chilling possibility crossed her mind that they intended to attack, all of them, too many to defend against. They had never done anything like that before, but there was nothing to say they wouldn't do so now. Feeders were nothing if not unpredictable. She tensed expectantly, wondering what she should do. Her heart beat fast, and her breathing quickened. "Don't let them bother you," John Ross told her quietly, his voice soft and calm. "They're not here because of you. They're here because of me." He said it so matter-of-factly that for a moment the words didn't register. Then she looked at him in surprise and whispered, "You can see them?" He nodded without looking at her, without appearing to look at anything. "As clearly as you can. It's why I'm here. It's why I've come. To help if I can. I'm in service to the Word." Nest was stunned. They continued to walk down the darkening roadway through the masses of feeders, as if taking a garden stroll, and Nest fought to collect her thoughts. "You know about the feeders, don't you?" he asked conversationally. "You know what draws them?" She nodded dully. "They are attracted to me because of the staff." She glanced over immediately, eyes fastening on its black, rune-scrolled walnut length. "The staff is a talisman, and its magic is very powerful. It was given to me when I entered into service to the Word. It is the weapon I carry into battle each and every day. It is also the ball and chain that binds me to my fate." His words were muted and harsh, but strangely poetic as well, and Nest found herself looking at his face, seeing him anew. He did not look back, but continued to keep his gaze directed forward, away from her, away from the feeders. "Are you a caretaker?" he asked after a moment. "Are you partnered with a Sylvan to look after this park?" The number of her questions doubled instantly, and she was confused all over again. "Yes. His name is Pick." "I am a Knight of the Word," he said. "Has Pick told you of the Knights?" She shook her head, no. "Pick doesn't say much about anything that goes on outside of the park." Ross nodded. They were even with the burial mounds now, and turning into the playground, stepping carefully over the low chain dividers. They moved across the twig-strewn grass beneath the hardwoods, solitary ghosts. Ahead, the baseball diamonds were filling with shadows and emptying of people. Nest could see lights beginning to come on in the houses of the subdivisions bordering the park and in the Sinisippi townhomes. Stars were beginning to appear in the darkening sky east, and a crescent moon hung suspended north across the river. "Did you really know my mother?" Nest asked him, a twinge of doubt nudging at her, suspicious now of everything he had said. He seemed not to have heard her. He said nothing for a moment, then slowed and looked over at her. "Why don't we sit somewhere and talk, and I'll tell you what I'm doing here." She studied him carefully while he waited for her answer. "All right," she agreed finally. They moved out of the hardwoods and away from the playground. The feeders that had been shadowing them fell away as they moved into the open again, unwilling to follow. They stayed on the west side of the road leading out of the park, away from the ball games that were ending, and the players and fans packing up their blankets and gear, and moved to a picnic table just at the edge of a solitary spruce, close by the crossbar. They sat across from each other in the failing light, the girl and the man, and they might have been either confidants or combatants from the set of their shoulders and the positioning of their hands, and in the vast empty space of night and sky that closed about them, their words could not be heard. "This is how I became a Knight of the Word," John Ross said softly, his green eyes steady and calm as they fixed on her. And he told Nest Freemark his story. Chapter 14. He was still a young man when he began his odyssey, not yet turned 30. He was drifting again, as he had been drifting for most of his life. He had earned an undergraduate degree in English literature. He had done his senior thesis on William Faulkner, and his graduation had marked the conclusion of any recognizable focus in his life. Afterward, he had migrated to a series of different schools and graduate programs, twice coming close to completing his master's, each time stepping back when he got too close. He was a classic case of an academic unready and unwilling to confront the world beyond the classroom. He was intelligent and intuitive. He was capable of finding his way. The problem with John Ross was always the same. The way never seemed important enough for him to undertake the journey. He had always been like that. He had excelled in school from an early age, easily gaining honors recognition, effortlessly garnering high praise and enthusiastic recommendations. While he was attending school full-time, while he was required to be there, it was never necessary that he consider doing anything more. It was a comfortable, regimented, encapsulated existence, and he was happy. But with his graduation, it became apparent that he must point toward something specific. He might have become a teacher and thus remained within the classroom, kept himself safe within an academic confinement. But teaching did not interest him. It was the discovery that mattered, the uncovering of truths, the deciphering of life's mysteries that drew him into his studies. And so he moved from college to university, from graduate studies in American literature to funded research in Greek history, all the while waiting for the light to shine down the road his life must necessarily take. It did not happen, though, and as he approached the age of 30, he began to think it never would. His parents, always supportive of him, were beginning to despair of his life. An only child, he had always been the sole focus of their expectations and hopes. They did not say so, but he could read their concerns for him in their studied silence. They no longer supported him. He had long since learned the art of securing scholarships and grants, so money was not an issue. But his options for continued study were drawing to a close, and he was still nowhere close to choosing a career. What could he do with his English degree and his raft of almost completed esoteric studies? If he didn't choose to teach, what could he do? Sell insurance or cars or vacuum cleaners? Go into business? Work for the government? When none of it mattered, when nothing seemed important enough, what could he do? He chose to go to England. He had saved some money, and he thought perhaps a trip abroad might give him fresh insight. He had never been outside the United States, save for a brief trip into Canada in his teens and a second into Mexico in his early 20s. He had no experience as a tourist, barely any experience in life beyond the classroom, but he was persuaded to take the plunge by his growing desperation. He would be going to an English-speaking country, well, of course, and he would be discovering, he hoped, something about his substantially English heritage. His one extracurricular activity throughout school had been hiking and camping, so he was strong and able to look after himself. He had some contacts at a few of the universities, and he would find help with lodging and shelter. Perhaps he would even find a smidgen of guest lecturer work, although that was not important to him. What mattered was removing himself from his present existence in an effort to find his future. So he applied for and was granted a passport, booked his airline reservation, said goodbye to his parents, and began his journey. He had no timetable for his visit, no date in mind on which he would return, no particular expectation for what he would do. He drifted anew, and with careless disregard for his plans to discover himself, traveling through England and Scotland, through London and Edinburgh, south to north and back again. He renewed old acquaintances from his American university days, visited briefly at the places he had marked off on his list of must-see items, and moved on. He walked when he could, finding it the best and most thorough way to see the countryside, saving his money in the not quite acknowledged but inescapable recognition that his travels seemed to be bringing him no closer to his goals. In the late spring of the year following his summer arrival, the first 12 months of his visit coming to a rapid close, he traveled for the first time into Wales. His decision to go there was oddly precipitated. He was reading on the history of the Welsh and English kings, on Edward I and the iron ring of fortresses he had built to contain the Welsh in Snowdonia, and a friend to whom John Ross had mentioned his reading told him of a cottage her parents owned outside of Betws Coed, where he could stay for the asking. Having no better plan for the spending of his time, and intrigued by the history he had been reading, he accepted his friend's offer. So he traveled into Gwynedd, Wales, found the cottage, and began to explore the country surrounding Betws Coed. The village sat in the heart of the Gwydir Forest, at the juncture of the Conwy, Chlwy, and Lleidyr valleys within the vast, sprawling wilderness of Snowdonia National Park. Snowdonia, which occupied much of Gwynedd, was mountainous and thickly forested, and his hikes into her wilderness proved long and arduous. But what he found was breathtaking and mysterious, a secretive world that had offered shelter and hiding, but little on which to subsist to the Welsh during the siege of Edward Longshanks in the late 1200s. He took day trips to the castles, to Harlech, Carnarvon, Beaumaris, and Conwy, and all the others that Edward had built, rebuilt, and garrisoned in the forging of his Ring of Iron. He visited the towns and villages scattered about, poking into their folklore as much as into their history, and he was surprised to discover that some whisper of purpose was drawing him on, that in indulging his curiosity about the past, he was embracing an unspoken promise that a form of revelation on the future of his own life might somehow be possible. It was an irrational, unfounded hope, but one that was compelling in its hold over him. He passed that spring and summer in Betws Coed, and he did not think of leaving. He wondered now and again if he was overstaying his welcome, but neither his friend nor her parents contacted him, and he was content to leave well enough alone. Then, on a summer day filled with sunshine and the smell of grasses and wildflowers, he came out of a hike south beyond the Conwy Falls to a sign that said, Fairy Glen. It was just a weathered board, painted white with black letters, situated at the entrance to a rutted dirt and gravel lane leading off the blacktop through trees and fences, over a rise and into shadows. There was a small parking lot for cars and a box for donations. There was nothing else. He stared at the sign, amused, then intrigued. Why would it be called Fairy Glen? Because it was magical, of course. Because it had a supposed connection to a fairy world. He smiled and turned down the lane. What could it hurt to see? He left £1 in the box and hiked back along the fence line, over the rise and through a corridor of big trees to a barely recognizable opening in the fence that led toward the sound of rushing water. He stepped through the opening, went down a winding pathway through trees and rocks to the source of the rushing water, and found himself in the glen. For a long time he just stood there, looking about, not moving, not thinking of anything. The glen was deep and shadowed, but streaked with bright sunlight and roofed by a cloudless blue sky. Massive rocks, broken and cracked, littered the slopes and floor of the glen, as if in ancient forgotten times a volcanic upheaval had ruptured and split the earth. The water spilled from a series of falls to his left, the rush of their passage a low thunder against the silence. The stream broadened and narrowed by turns as it worked its way through channels formed by the positioning of the boulders. In some places it ran fast and wild, and in others it formed pools so calm and still you could see the riverbed as clearly as if it were covered over with glass. Colored rocks littered the bottom of the stream, visible through the crystalline waters, and wildflowers grew in clusters all along the banks and slopes. The Fairy Glen formed a cathedral of jumbled rocks and trees that closed in the sounds of the twisting waters and shut out the intrusions of the world. Within its sanctuary you were alone with whatever God you embraced and whatever beliefs you held. John Ross stepped forward to the water's edge after a moment, squatted, and touched the stream. The water was ice-cold, as he had expected. He stared down into its rush for a moment, losing himself in time's passage and the memories of his life. He looked at himself in the water's shimmering reflection, sun-brown from his year of hiking through England, strong and fit, his gaze steady and assured. He did not look like himself, he thought suddenly. What had changed? He had spent another year drifting, accomplishing nothing, arriving at no decision on his life. What was different? He rose and walked along the jagged rock banks of the glen, working his way over the massive boulders, finding footholds amid the eddies and pools that filled the gaps between. He squinted when he passed through patches of bright sunlight, enjoying the warmth on his face, pausing in the shadows to look more closely at what might be hidden, wondering idly where the fairies were. He hadn't seen any so far. Maybe they were all on vacation.
"If it's magic you're looking for," a deep voice said, "you should come here at night."
John Ross nearly jumped out of his skin, teetering momentarily in mid-step on the rocks, then righting himself and looking about quickly for the voice's source.
"It's more a fairy glen when the sun's down, the moon's up, and the stars lend their radiance."
He saw the man then, hunkered down just ahead in a heavy patch of shade, wrapped in a greatcoat and shadowed by a broad-brimmed hat pulled low over his face. He held a fishing pole loosely before him, the line dangling in a deep, still pool. His hands were brown and rough, cross-hatched by tiny white scars, but steady and calm as they gently shifted the pole and line.
"You would like to see the fairies, wouldn't you?"
he asked, tilting the brim of his hat up slightly. John Ross shrugged uncomfortably. "I suppose so. At night, you say? You've seen them, have you?" He was trying to find something in their conversation that made sense, to frame a reply that fit. The man's chuckle was low and deep. "Maybe I have. Maybe I've seen them come out of the falls, tumbling down the waters like tiny bright lights, as if they were stars spilling out of the heavens. Maybe I've seen them come out of the shadows where they hide by day, back there, atop the falls, within the rocks and the earth, there where the sun breaks through the trees." He pointed, and John Ross looked, in spite of himself, peering through a glaze of sunlight across the jumble of rocks to where the falls fell in a dazzling silver sweep. Bits of light danced atop the surface of the water, and behind the shimmering curtain, shadows seemed to move. Ross turned back suddenly to the man, anxious to know more, but the man was gone. Ross stared for a moment in disbelief, then glanced hurriedly from one bank to the other, from one place to the next. He searched the shadows and the sunny patches with equal care, but the man was nowhere to be found. Shaken, he left the glen and walked back up the dirt and gravel lane to the blacktop, and from there back to the village. That night he pondered what he had seen, hunched over his dinner in an alehouse close to his lodgings, nursing a pint of Welsh beer and trying to make sense of it all. There was no way the fisherman could have disappeared so swiftly, so utterly. There was no place for him to go. But if he hadn't disappeared, then he wasn't there in the first place, and Ross wasn't prepared to deal with that. For several days he refused to return to the glen, even though he wanted to. He thought about going at night, as the fisherman had urged, but he was afraid. Something was waiting for him, he believed. What if it was something he was not prepared to face? Finally, 3 days later, he went back during the day. It was gray and overcast, the clouds threatening more of the rain that had already fallen intermittently since dawn. Again, the parking lot was deserted as he made his way off the blacktop and down the rutted lane. Cows looked at him from the pasture on his left, placid, disinterested, and remote. He tightened his rain slicker against the damp and chill, passed through the opening in the fence, and started down the trail. He was thinking that it was a mistake to do this. He was thinking that it was something he would come to regret. He continued on anyway, stubbornly committed. Almost immediately he saw the fisherman. It was the same man. There was no mistaking him. He wore his broad-brimmed hat and greatcoat and was fishing with the same pole and line. He sat somewhat farther away from the falls than he had the previous day, as if thinking to find better fishing farther downstream. Ross walked carefully across the rocks to reach him, keeping close watch as he approached, making sure that what he was seeing was real. The fisherman looked up.
"Here you are again. Good day to you. Have you done as I suggested? Have you come at night?"
Ross stopped a dozen yards away from him. The man was sitting on a flat rock on the opposite bank, and there was no place close at hand to cross over. "No, not yet."
"Well, you should, you know. I can see in your eyes that you want to. The fairies mean something to you, something beyond what they might mean to an average man. Can you feel that about yourself?"
Ross nodded, surprised to find that he could. He stopped, not knowing where to go. "I find it hard
to believe,"
the other finished softly.
"Yes. But you believe in God, don't you?"
Ross felt a drop of rain nick the tip of his nose.
"I don't know. I guess so."
The man adjusted the pole and line slightly.
"Hard to believe in fairies if you don't believe in God, do you see?"
Ross didn't, but he shook his head, yes. Overhead the clouds were darkening, closing in, screening out the light.
"Who are you?"
he asked impulsively. The man didn't move.
"Owen. And you?"
"John Ross. I'm, traveling about, seeing a little of the world. I was in graduate studies for a number of years, English and ancient civilizations, but I needed—"
"To come here," the man said quickly. "To come to the fairy glen, to see if the fairies were real. That was what you needed. Still need, for that matter. So, will you come then, as I suggested? Come at night and see them for yourself?"
Ross stared at him, groping for an answer.
"Yes,"
he said finally, the word spoken before he could think better of it. The man nodded.
"Come in 2 nights, when the moon is new. Then's the best time for catching them at play. There's only the starlight to reveal them, and they are less wary."
His face lifted slightly, just enough so that Ross could catch a glimpse of his rough, square features.
"It will be a clear night for viewing, a clear night for seeing truths and making choices."
Rain was spattering on the rocks and earth, on the surface of the stream. Shadows were deepening within the glen, and there was a rumble of thunder.
"Better take shelter now,"
the man said to John Ross. Then the skies opened and the rain poured down. Instinctively, Ross lowered his head and pulled up the hood to his slicker, covering himself. When he looked back again, the fisherman was gone. The rain continued all the rest of that day and into the next. John Ross was paralyzed with indecision. He told himself that he would not go back to the fairy glen, that he would not put himself at such obvious risk, that what was at stake was not simply his life, but possibly his soul. It felt that way to him. He stayed within his rooms reading, trying not to think, and when thinking became inescapable, he went to the pubs and drank until he slept. He would have run if there had been any place left to run to, but he had exhausted his possibilities for running long ago. He knew that he had come as far as he could go that way, and that all that was left to him was to stand. But did standing entail going to the glen, or staying clear? He drifted in increasingly smaller circles as the hours passed, and the time of his summoning drew closer, and he despaired of his life. What had he done to bring himself to this end, to a strange and unfamiliar land, to a ghost who drew him as a flame did a moth, to a fairy glen in which magic might be possible, to the brink of madness? After a time he came to believe that whatever waited in the fairy glen was inextricably bound to him, a fate that could not be avoided, and therefore must be embraced. With acceptance of this came a sort of peace, and he found himself wondering on the day of his appointed summoning if what had drawn him here and made him feel that self-discovery was at hand was linked in some way to what would happen that night in the glen. When it was dark and he had eaten his dinner, he put on his warm clothing, his hiking boots and his slicker, pocketed a flashlight, and went out the door of his cottage. He hitched a ride for part of the distance, then walked the rest. It was nearing midnight when he turned up the dirt and gravel lane past the sign that read Fairy Glen. The night was still and empty feeling, but the skies were clear of clouds and filled with stars, just as the fisherman had foreseen. Ross breathed in the night air and tried to stay calm. His eyes adjusted to the darkness as he moved along the road, through the fence, and down the trail into the glen. It was darker here, the starlight failing to penetrate much beyond the overhanging branches of the trees. The glen was a world apart, a rush of tumbling water and a jumble of broken rocks. Ross made his way over the massive boulders and along the stream banks to where he had twice seen the fisherman. There was no sign of him now. Within the moss and vine-grown walls of the glen, there was no movement. Belatedly, Ross thought of his failure to advise anyone of his plans. If he should disappear, no one would know where to look for him. No one would know where he might be found. He reached an open space on the near bank between two huge boulders, a place where the starlit sky was clearly visible overhead. He glanced back at the falls, but he could not see them, could only hear the sound of the water spilling off the rocks. He stood there waiting, not knowing what he should look for, not certain yet if he should stay or run. The minutes slipped past. He glanced about expectantly, emboldened by the fact that nothing had happened. Perhaps nothing was going to happen. Perhaps the fisherman had played a joke on him, on a gullible American, leading him on about magic and fairies.
John Ross.
The sound of his name was a silvery whisper in the silence, spoken so softly that it might have come from inside him. He stood perfectly still, afraid even to breathe.
John Ross, I am here.
He turned then, and he saw her standing at the water's edge, across from him, not quite in the stream, and not quite out of it either. She seemed to be balanced between water and earth, on the brink of falling either way. She was young and beautiful, and so ethereal in the bright starlight that she was almost not there. He stared at her long hair, at her gown, at her slender arms raised toward him.
John Ross, I have need of you,
she said. She moved slightly, and the light shifted about her. He saw then that she was not real, not solid, but made of the starlight and the shadows, made of the night. She was the ghost he had thought the fisherman to be, still thought he might be now. He swallowed hard against the tightness in his throat and could not speak.
You were summoned to me by Owain Glyndor, my brave Owain, as he in his time was summoned by another in my service. I am the lady, I am the light, I am the voice of the word. I have need of you. Will you embrace me?
Her voice whispered in the deep night silence, low and compelling, vast and unalterable, the sum of all that could ever be. He knew her for what she was instantly, knew her for her power and her purpose. He went to his knees before her on the crushed rock bed of the glen's damp floor, his eyes fixed on her, his arms clutching his body in despair. Behind her, where the waterfall tumbled away in the darkness, lights began to twinkle and shimmer against the black. One by one, they blinked on, then soared outward on the cool air, on gossamer wings that glimmered faintly with color, like fireflies. He knew they were the fairies he had come to find, and tears sprang to his eyes.
This ends side 2 of cassette 5 of Running with the Demon. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 6. Running with the Demon, cassette 6.
I'm sorry, he whispered finally. I'm sorry I didn't believe.
You do not believe yet, the lady sang, as if the words were cotton, and the air a net in which they were to be caught and held up for admiration. You lack reason to believe, John Ross, but that will change when you enter into my service. All will change. Your life and your soul will be transformed. You will become for me as Owen Glyndwr once was, as others have been, a knight of the Word. Stand now. He rose and tried to gather up his scattered thoughts. Owen Glyndwr? The fisherman? Was he that? Owen Glyndwr? The Welsh patriot and warrior? He had read of him. Owen Glyndwr had fought the English Bolingbroke, Henry IV, in the early 1400s. For a time he had prevailed over Henry, and the Welsh were made free again. No one could stand against him, not even the vaunted Prince of Wales, who in time would be Henry V, and the Welsh armies under Glyndwr's command marched into England itself. Then he simply disappeared, vanished so completely that there was no record of what had become of him, and the English marched back into Wales once more. "It is so," said the lady, who, though he had not given voice to his thoughts, seemed to have heard them anyway. "He was in your service?" John Ross whispered. "Owen Glyndwr?" "For many years." The lady shimmered with movement as she passed to another point, closer to where the fairies spilled down off the waterfall in a shower of light. "He chose service to me over service to his country, a new life and commitment in exchange for an old. My need for him was greater. He understood that. He understood that only he would do. He sacrificed himself. He was valiant and strong in the face of terrible danger. He was one of the brave. And more. Look closely on his face, John Ross." One arm gestured, and the fisherman reappeared, standing close beside her. His cloak and broad-brimmed hat were gone, replaced by chain mail and armor plate. His fishing pole was gone as well, and he held instead a broadsword. He looked on John Ross, his face fully revealed by the starlight. And in that face, Ross saw himself. "You carry his blood in your veins." The lady's voice floated on a whisper of night breeze. "That is why you are summoned to me. What was best in him 600 years ago reflects anew in you, born of the time and the need, by my will and my command." The fairy glen echoed with her words, the sounds reverberating off the rush of the water, off the shimmer of the light, from stars and fairies. John Ross was frozen with fear and disbelief, so petrified he could not move. A part of him thought to run, a part to stand, and a part to scream, to give voice to what roiled within. This was all wrong. It was madness. Why him? Why, even if he was Owen Glyndwr's kin, he was no warrior, no fighter, no leader, no man of courage or strength. He was a failed scholar and a drifter with no purpose or conviction. He might have thought to find himself by coming here, but not in this way, and surely not in whatever cause it was the lady championed. "I cannot be like him," he blurted out in despair. "Look at me." "Watch," she whispered in reply, and brushed at the air before him with a feathery touch. What he witnessed next was unspeakable. A black hole opened, and suddenly he stood in a world of such bleak landscape and dark despair that he knew instinctively it lacked even the faintest semblance of hope. What moved through it was unrecognizable. Things that looked vaguely human, but walked on all fours, creatures dark and scaled, shadows with blunted, scarred features and eyes that reflected with a flat, harsh light. They moved through the debris of a ruined civilization, through remnants of buildings and roads, the consequences of a catastrophe of monumental proportions. The creatures seemed to be part of that landscape, wedded to it in a way that ash is to fire, and were one with the shadows that cloaked everything. The setting shifted. John Ross stood within the camps in which the survivors of the Holocaust were penned, imprisoned to live out their lives in servitude to those who had been like them, but had embraced the madness that had destroyed their world. Both showed themselves, victors and victims, born of the same flesh and blood. Both had been transformed into something barely recognizable and impossibly sad. There was more, scene after scene of the destruction, of its aftermath, of the madness that had consumed everything. Ross felt something shift inside him, a lurching recognition, and even before she spoke the words that came next, he knew what they would be. "It is the future," she said softly, her words as delicate as flower petals. "It approaches." The vision disappeared. The black hole closed. Ross stood again before her, surrounded by the fairies and the night. Once more he found his voice. "No," he said. "No, it will never be like that. We would never allow ourselves to become like that. Never." She floated on the surface of the stream now, balanced on the night air. "Would you change the future, John Ross? Would you be one of those who would forbid it? Then do as Owain Glyndwr once did, as all the others did who entered into my service. Embrace me." She approached him slowly, a wraith in the starlight, advancing without apparent motion. "This is what is required of you. You must become one of my champions, my paladins, my knights errant. You must go forth into the world and do battle with those who champion the void. The war between us is as old as time and as endless. You know of it, for it is revealed by every tongue and written in every language. It is the confrontation between good and evil, between creation and destruction, between life and death. There are warriors that serve each of us, but only a handful like you. You have long sought after yourself, John Ross, searching for the way that you are meant to travel in your life. You have come to me for that reason. Your way lies through me. I am the road that you must take." Ross shook his head anew. "I can't do this. I haven't the... I'm not strong enough, not... Give me your hand." She held forth her own, shimmering like quicksilver in the starlight. Ross flinched away, unwilling to do as she asked. His eyes lowered, and he tried to hide. The lady waited, her hand held forth, her body still. She had approached to within a yard of him now, so close that he could feel the heat of her, an invisible fire that burned somewhere deep within. Although he tried not to, he could not help himself. He looked at her.
"Oh, my God,"
he whispered in awe and fear.
"Give me your hand,"
she repeated. He did so then, compelled by the force of her voice and the recognition that he could not escape what was about to happen. He placed his hand of flesh and blood within her own, of heat and light, and the shock of the contact dropped him instantly to his knees. He threw back his head and tried to scream what he was feeling, but no sound would come from his mouth. He closed his eyes and waited to die, but found instead that it was not death that had come to claim him, but life. Strength filled him, drawn from the well of his heart. Visions flooded his mind, and he saw himself as he could be, as he must be, a man become new again, a man reborn. He saw his future in the lady's service, saw the roads he would travel down and the journeys he would make, saw the people whose lives he would change and those he might save. In the mix of passion and heat that twisted and built within the core of his being, he found the belief the lady had foreseen. She released him then, and he sagged forward, gasping for air, feeling the cool dampness of the earth against his knees and palms, feeling the power of her touch rush through him.
"Rise,"
she whispered, and he did, surprised to find that he could do so, that there was within him, sparking like flint on stone, the promise that he could do anything.
"Embrace me,"
she whispered, and he did that as well, without hesitation or deliberation, casting off his doubt and fear and taking on the mantle of his newfound certainty and belief, reaching for her, committing himself irrevocably and forever to her service. Chapter 15. With twilight deepening to night, and the park emptying of its last visitors, John Ross walked Nest Freemark home again. He had finished his tale, or as much of it as he wished to confide in her, and they were speaking now of what had brought him to Hopewell. Pick had joined them, come out of nowhere to sit all fidgety and wide-eyed on the girl's shoulder, trying his best not to appear awestruck in the presence of a vaunted knight of the word, but failing miserably. Pick knew of the word's champions, knew as well what having one come to Hopewell meant. It was vindication of a sort for his frequently expressed suspicions.
"I told you so," he declared triumphantly over and over again, tugging at his mossy beard as if to rid himself of fleas. "I knew it all along. A shift in the balance this extreme could only be the work of something purposefully evil and deliberately ill-intentioned. A demon in the park? Criminy!"
He was the guardian of Sinisippi Park, and therefore entitled to a certain amount of respect, even from a knight of the word. So John Ross indulged his incessant chatter while struggling to complete his explanation to Nest. He had been tracking this particular demon for months, he continued, momentarily silencing Pick. He had sought to bring him to bay on countless occasions, had thought he had done so more than once, but each time had failed. Now he had tracked him here, to Hopewell, where the demon meant to precipitate an event of such far-reaching consequence that it would affect the entire country for years to come. The event itself would not necessarily be dramatic or spectacular enough to draw national attention. That was not how things worked. The event would be the culmination of many other events, all leading to the proverbial last straw that would tip the scales in the demon's favor. Of small events are great catastrophes constructed, and it would be so here. The demon will attempt something this weekend that will shift the balance in a way that will make it difficult, if not impossible, to write. John Ross kept his voice calm and detached, taking care not to reveal the rest of what he knew. What we must do is discover what he intends and put a stop to it.
How are we supposed to do that?
Pick interrupted for the 20th time.
Demons can disguise themselves so thoroughly that even a forest creature can't recognize them. If we don't know who he is, how are we supposed to disrupt his plans?
John Ross was silent for a moment. They were passing down the service road now, the lights of the Freemark house shining ahead through the trees. He had not told them of his dreams. He had not told them of the future he had seen, the future that had revealed to him the truth about what the demon intended to accomplish by coming to Hopewell. He could not tell them that, of course. He could never tell them that. The demon is not perfect, he said, choosing his words carefully. He makes mistakes, just like humans. He was human once. He cannot free himself of his mortal coil completely. If we keep close watch, we will find him out. He will do something to reveal himself. One of us will learn something that will help.
How much time do we have?
Nest asked quickly. Ross took a deep breath. Until Monday, July 4th.
July 4th?
She looked over at him curiously.
How do you know that?
Ross slowed and stopped, leaning heavily on his staff, suddenly weary. He had slipped up. Sometimes the lady tells me things, he said quietly. She confides in me. The lie burned in his mouth, but there was no help for it. He had told her as much as he could, as much as he dared. He would tell her more tomorrow, after she had been given time to consider what she had already learned. He must be careful about this. He must not give away too much too soon. He said good night to her in her backyard, out by the tire swing, where she said she would remain to talk a bit with Pick. He told her he would see her again tomorrow, and they would talk some more. He asked her to keep her eyes open and be careful. Pick was quick to declare that he would keep his eyes open for both of them, and if the demon was out there, he would find him quickly enough. It was bold talk, but it felt reassuring to hear. John Ross went inside the house then to thank Nest's grandparents once more for the dinner, moving slowly through the shadows, the staff providing him support and guidance where the light was dimmest. He was conscious of the girl's eyes following after him, aware that already her doubts about him were starting to surface. She was too smart to be fooled easily. He could not expect to do much more than delay giving out the truths she would all too soon demand to know. He felt the weight of his task settle over him like lead. He wished he had known sooner and been given more time, but his dreams did not work like that. Time was not a luxury permitted him, but a quixotic variable that seemed to thwart him at every turn. He thought again of all the things he had not told her, of the secret of the staff he bore, of the reason for his limp, of the price he paid for the magic he had been given, of what would become of Nest Freemark if the future were not changed by his coming. Nest sat in the tire swing with Pick on her shoulder and told him all of what she had learned about John Ross. As she repeated the tale, she found herself beset by questions she had not thought to ask earlier. She was surprised at how many things Ross had failed to address, and she wished now that she could call him back again. He had come to Hopewell to see her grandparents, to visit her mother's grave, to keep a promise to himself and to revive old memories. But he had come to stand against the demon as well. It seemed a rather large coincidence that he was there to do both. Were the two connected in some way? What was the demon doing here in the first place, in this tiny town in the middle of Reagan country? Wasn't there some other larger place where his efforts might have a more far-reaching result? What was so special about Hopewell? There was something even more disturbing to her, something that had not been addressed at all. Apparently John Ross had known nothing of her before coming to Hopewell, for he had not seen or spoken with her mother since college. If that was so, then why did she feel that he knew so much about her? He hadn't said anything specific, but the feeling was inescapable. He had recognized her ability to see the feeders. He had known about her relationship with Pick without ever having met the Sylvan. He had opened up to her about himself as if this was necessary, as if she was already his ally. Yet what exactly did he expect from her? Was it only that he needed another pair of eyes to help look for the demon? Was it just that if Pick were to know of his coming, so necessarily must she? Or was there something more? "What do you think?" she asked Pick impulsively. The Sylvan scowled.
"What do I think about what?"
"About him, about John Ross."
"I think we are fortunate he is here. What else would I think?"
The Sylvan looked indignant.
"He's a knight of the Word, Nest. One of the Word's anointed champions. He's come because there's a demon on the loose, and that means we're in a lot of trouble. You don't know about demons. I do. A demon is the worst sort of creature. If this one accomplishes whatever it is he set out to do, the results will be something that none of us wants even to consider. Criminy."
Nest found herself thinking about Two Bears and his warning of the previous night. There is reason to think that your people will destroy themselves. Perhaps, she surmised, they would do so a little more quickly with the help of a demon. "How do you know he is a knight of the Word?" she pressed.
"John Ross? Because he is,"
Pick snapped irritably.
"Why are you being so difficult, Nest?"
She shrugged.
"I'm just asking, that's all."
The Sylvan sighed laboriously.
"I know, because of the staff. A staff like that is given only to a knight of the Word. Been so for centuries. No one else can carry them. No one else is allowed. Every Sylvan knows what they look like, how they're marked. The runes. Did you notice them? Do they seem familiar to you?"
They did, of course, and now she realized why. Pick had drawn those same runes in the park's earth on several occasions when working his healing magic. That was where she had seen them before.
"He seems very tired,"
she observed, still musing on what he had revealed about himself, still working it through in her mind.
"You would be tired, too," he sniffed, "if you spent all your time tracking demons. Maybe if you and I do what he's asked of us and spot the demon, then he can get some rest."
Unperturbed by the rebuke, she looked off into the trees. The shadows had melted into a black wall, and only the faint silvery streamers of light from moon and stars and the harsher yellow glare of house lamps penetrated the darkness. Mosquitoes buzzed at her, but she ignored them, swinging idly, lazily in the tire, still thinking about John Ross. Something wasn't right. Something about him was different from what he wanted her to believe. What was it?
"Drat!"
exclaimed Pick suddenly, springing to his feet on her shoulder.
"I forgot to tell him about the Maiturog. Criminy sakes! I'll bet the demon has something to do with weakening the magic that imprisons it. Maybe that's what the demon has come here to do, to set the Maiturog free."
"He said he was here to see about the feeders,"
Nest replied thoughtfully.
"Well, of course, but the feeders respond to human behavior, and certainly setting free the Maiturog would stir up a few emotions in the good citizens of Hopewell, don't you think?"
Maybe, maybe not, Nest thought, but she kept her opinion to herself. Why, she wondered once again, were there suddenly so many feeders in Sinisippi Park? if they were attracted by human emotion, if they responded to what was dark and scary and terrible, why were so many gathered here? What had drawn them to this time and place? Was it whatever John Ross had come to prevent? If so, if it was that, then what were they doing here already, clustered thick as fall leaves, even before whatever it was that was going to happen had happened? She leaned back in the swing, letting her head and shoulders hang down and her legs tilt up. Dislodged from his perch, Pick gave a sharp exclamation, jumped down, and was gone. Nest let him go, weary of talking. She swung slowly in the humid night air, looking up at the stars, wishing suddenly that she could go fishing or hiking or maybe run far out on the roadways that led through the surrounding farmland, wishing that she could be someplace else, or maybe even be some other person. She felt a sudden need to escape her present and flee back into her past. She could feel her childhood slipping away, and she despaired suddenly of losing it. She did not want to grow up, even after having struggled so hard to do so. She wanted to go back, just for a little while, just long enough to remember what it was like to have the world be no bigger than your backyard. Then she would be all right. If she could just have one more chance to see things the way they were, she would be all right. Behind her, Miss Minks strolled out of the shadows, eyes gleaming, paused for a long look, then disappeared back into the dark. Nest watched her go, hanging upside down in the swing, and wondered where she went at night and what she did. Then her ruminations drifted once more to John Ross, to the mystery that surrounded his coming, and she had a strange, unsettling thought. Was it possible that he was... She could not finish the thought, could not put it into words. She held it before her suspended, a fragile piece of glass. She felt her heart stop and her stomach go cold. No, it was silly, it was foolish and impossible. No. She closed her eyes and breathed the night air. Then she opened them again and let the thought complete itself. Could John Ross be her father? Robert Hepler was sitting alone in his room at his computer, pecking idly at the keys while he talked on the phone with Brianna Brown. "So, what do you think?"
"I think you're making something out of nothing, as usual, Robert."
"Well, what does Cass think?"
"Ask her yourself."
He heard the phone being handed off to Cass Minter. He had called Cass first, thinking her the better choice for this conversation, but Mrs. Minter had said she was staying overnight at Brianna's. Now he was stuck with talking to both of them. "Ask me what?" Cass growled into his ear. "About Nest. Don't you think she's acting weird? I mean, weirder than usual?" "Weirder than you mean?" "Sure, weirder than me, if it makes you happy." Cass thought it over. "I don't like the word weird. She's got something on her mind, that's all." Robert sighed heavily. "Look, she comes to my house and practically drags me through the door, collects a bunch of dirt and salt, commandeers you and Brianna in your sister's red wagon, then hauls the bunch of us out to the park to do some voodoo magic stuff on a sick tree. Then when we're done, she tells us to go home. She's too tired to go swimming. Just like that. Miss Aqualung, who's never turned down a chance to go swimming in her life. You don't think that's weird?" "Look, Robert, people do things that other people find strange. That's the way it is. Look at Cher. Look at Madonna. Look at you. Don't be so judgmental." "I'm not being judgmental." Robert was growing exasperated. "I'm worried, that's all. There's a difference, you know. I just wonder if there's something wrong that she's not telling us about. I just wonder if there's something we ought to be doing. We're supposed to be her friends, aren't we?" Cass paused again. In the background, Robert could hear Brianna arguing with her mother. It had something to do with spending too much time on the phone. Robert rolled his eyes. "Someone ought to tell that woman to get a life," he muttered. "What?" Cass asked, confused. "Nothing. So what do you think? Should one of us call her up and ask her if she's all right?" "One of us?" "Okay, you. You're her best friend. She'd talk with you. She probably wouldn't tell me if her socks were on fire." "She might, though, if yours were." "Big yuck." He heard the phone being passed again. "Hello, who is this, please?" It was Brianna's mother talking. Robert recognized the nasal whine laced with suspicion. "Hello, Mrs. Brown," he answered, trying to sound cheerful. "It's Robert Hepler." "Robert, don't you have something better to do than call up girls?" Matter of fact, yes, Robert thought, but he would never admit it to her. Well, I had a question, and I was hoping Brianna or Cass could help me with it." "What sort of question?" Mrs. Brown snapped. "Something a mother shouldn't hear?" "Mother?" Robert heard Brianna gasp in the background, which gave him a certain sense of satisfaction. A huge fight broke out, with shouting and screaming, and even the muffling of the receiver by someone's hand couldn't hide what was happening. Robert took the phone away from his ear and looked at it with helpless resignation. Then Cass came back on the line. "Time to say good night, Robert. We'll see you at the park tomorrow." Robert sighed. "Okay. Tell Brianna I'm sorry." "I will." "Parents are a load sometimes." "Keep that in mind for when you're one. I'll have a talk with Nest, okay?" "Okay." Robert hesitated. "Tell her I went back out this evening to see how her tree was coming along. Tell her it looks worse than before. Maybe she should call someone." There was renewed shrieking. "Goodbye, Robert." The phone went dead. Jared Scott came down from his room for a snack to find his mother and George Paulson drinking beer in front of the television. The other kids were asleep, all of them crammed into a tiny pair of hot, airless bedrooms. Jared had been reading about Stanley and Livingston, using a tiny nightlight that his mother had given him for Christmas. He liked reading stories about exploring faraway places. He thought that this was something he would like to do one day, visit strange lands, see who lived there. He saw the light from the television as he made the bend in the stairs and knew his mother and George were still up. So he crept the rest of the way on cat's paws and was turning into the kitchen when George called to him. "Hey, kid, what are you doing?" He turned back reluctantly, trying not to look at either of them. His mother had been dozing, a Bud Light gripped in her hand. She looked around in a daze at the sound of George's voice. At 32, she was slender still, but beginning to thicken about the waist. Her long, dark hair was lank and uncombed, her skin pale, and her eyes dull and lifeless. She had been pretty once, but she looked old and worn out now, even to Jared. She had 5 children, all of them by different men. Most of the fathers had long since moved on. Enid was only sure of 2 of them. "Jared, why aren't you asleep?" she asked, blinking doubtfully. "I asked you a question." George pressed him. He was a short, thick-set man with dark features and a balding head. He worked part-time at a garage as a mechanic, and there was always grease on his hands and clothing. "I was getting something to eat," Jared answered, keeping his tone of voice neutral. George had hit him several times just for sounding smart-mouthed. George liked hitting him. "You get what you need, sweetie," his mother said. "Let him be, George." George belched loudly. "That's your trouble, Enid. You baby him." Jared hurried into the kitchen, George's voice trailing after him. "He needs a firm hand, don't you see?
My father would have beat me black and blue if I'd come down from my room after hours, not to mention thinking about getting something else to eat. You ate your dinner at the table, and that was it until breakfast." His voice was rough-edged and belligerent. It was the same voice he always used around Enid Scott and her children. Jared rummaged through the refrigerator for an apple, then headed back toward the stairs. "Hey!" George's voice stopped him cold. "Just hold on a minute. What do you have there?"
"An apple?" Jared held it up for him to see.
"That all?"
Jared nodded.
"I don't want to catch you drinking any beer around here, kid. You want to do that with your friends away from home, fine, but not here. You got that?"
Jared felt a flush creep into his cheeks. "I don't drink beer." George Paulson's chin jerked up.
"Don't get smart with me."
"George, he can't." His mother glanced hurriedly at Jared. "He can't drink alcohol of any kind, you know that. His medication doesn't mix with alcohol."
"Hell, you think for 1 minute that would stop him, Enid? You think it would stop any kid?"
George drank from his own can, draining the last of its contents.
"Medication, hell! Just another word for drugs. Kids do drugs and drink beer everywhere. Always have, always will. And you think your kid won't? Where'd you check your brain at, anyway? Christ almighty. You better let me do the thinking around here, okay? You just stick to cooking the meals and doing the laundry."
He gave her a long look and shook his head.
"Change the channel. I want to watch Leno. You can do that, can't you?"
Enid Scott looked down at her hands and didn't say anything. After a moment, she picked up the remote and began to flick through the channels. Jared stared at her, stone-faced. He wanted her to tell George to get out of their house and stay out, but he knew she would never do that. She couldn't make herself. He stood there feeling foolish, watching his mother be humiliated.
"Get on upstairs and stay there," George told him finally, waving him off with one hand. "Take your goddamn apple and get out of here, and don't be coming down here and bothering us again."
Jared turned away, biting at his lip. Why did his mother stay with him? Sure, he gave her money and bought her stuff, and sometimes he was even halfway nice, but mostly he was bad-tempered and mean-spirited. Mostly he just hung out and mooched off them and found ways to make their lives miserable.
"You remember one thing, Buster," George called after him. "Don't you ever get smart with me. You hear? Not ever."
He kept going, not looking back until he reached the top of the stairs, then stood breathing heavily in the hallway outside his room, rage and frustration boiling through him. He listened to the guttural sound of George Paulson's voice, then to the silence that followed. His fists clenched. After a moment, tears flooded his eyes, and he stood crying silently in the dark. Saturday night at Scrubby's was wild and raucous, the crowd standing 3 deep at the bar, all the booths and tables filled, the dance floor packed, and the jukebox blaring. Boots were stomping, hands clapping, and voices lifting in song, with Garth Brooks, Travis Tritt, Winona Judd, and several dozen more of country and western's favorite sons and daughters. The mingled smells of sweat and cologne and beer permeated the air, and smoke hung over everything in a hazy shroud. But at least the air conditioning was keeping the heat at bay, and no one seemed to mind. The work week was done. The long-awaited 4th of July weekend was underway, and all was right with the world. Seated in the small 2-person booth, crammed into a niche between the storeroom door and the back wall, Derry Howe sat talking to Junior Elway, oblivious of all of it. He was telling Junior what he was going to do, how he had worked it all out the night before. He was explaining to Junior why it would take 2 of them, that Junior had to be part of it. He was burning with the heat of his conviction. He was on fire with the certainty that when it was all said and done, the Union could dictate its own terms to high and mighty MidCon. But his patience with Junior, who had the attention span of a gnat, was wearing thin. He hunched forward over the narrow table, trying to keep his voice down in case anyone should think to listen in, trying as well to keep Junior's mind on the business at hand instead of on Wanda Applegate, seated up at the bar, whom he'd been looking to hit on for the past 2 hours. Over and over he kept drawing Junior's eyes away from Wanda and back to him. Each time the eyes stayed focused for, maybe 30 seconds before they wandered off again like cats in heat. Finally, he seized the front of Junior's shirt and dragged him halfway across the table, spilling beer and sending ashtrays and napkins flying.
"You listen to me, goddammit!" he screamed. "You listen to me when I talk to you!"
A few people turned to see what was happening, but when they saw the look on Derry Howe's face, they quickly went back to their own conversations. The music boomed out, the dancers yelled and clapped, and the confrontation in the tiny corner booth went mostly unnoticed.
Okay, I'm listening,"
Junior snapped, jerking free. He was 20 pounds heavier and 2 inches taller, but there was fear in his eyes as he spoke the words. Damn well ought to be, Derry Howe thought with satisfaction.
"You heard anything I said so far, Porcupine?"
He sneered.
"Anything at all?"
Junior ran his hand over his head, feeling the soft bristles of hair that were the product of this afternoon's visit to the clip joint, where he'd impulsively decided on a brush cut. He'd thought it would make him look tougher, he'd told Derry afterward. He thought it would make him look like a lean, mean cat. What it did was make him look like a jerk. Derry had begun ragging on him right away, calling him names. Porcupine, Cactus Head, Nazi Brain, like that.
"I heard every damn thing you said,"
Junior snapped furiously, sick and tired of Derry's attitude.
"You want me to repeat it, smartass? You want to hear me stand up and shout it out loud, maybe?"
If Derry Howe had been angry before, he was positively livid now. His expression changed. His eyes went flat and cold, and all the color drained out of his face. He looked at Junior as if a line had been crossed, and Junior were no longer among the living. Junior's mouth worked against the sudden dryness in his throat.
"Look, I just meant—"
"Shut up," Derry Howe said softly. Even in the din, Junior heard the words plainly.
"You just shut your mouth and listen. I ever hear you say something like that again, and you're history, bub. You believe me? Do you?"
Junior nodded, sitting there as still as stone, staring into the eyes of the man across from him, the man who had been his best friend until just a moment ago, and who now was someone else entirely.
"This is too important for me to let you screw it up, you understand?"
Derry Howe's voice was a soft hiss.
"There's too much at stake for you to be making stupid statements or wise-ass remarks. You with me on this or not? Answer me, damn it!"
Junior nodded. He'd never seen Derry like this.
"Yeah, sure, of course I am."
Derry Howe gave him a long, hard look.
"All right, then. Here's the rest of it. Don't say nothing till I'm finished. Just listen. This is for keeps, Junior. We can't go pussyfooting about and hope the company will just come to their senses all on their own. My uncle and those other old farts might think that'll work, but they're whistling down a rat hole. They're old and they're worn out, and the company knows it. The company ain't about to negotiate. Never was. There's just you and me, bub. It's up to us. We have to bring them to the table, kicking and screaming if that's what it takes, but with them understanding they got to reopen the mill, right? Okay, so we've got to have some leverage."
This ends side 1 of cassette 6. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
He leaned so close to Junior that his friend could smell the beer on his breath.
When this thing happens, it's got to be big enough that it will bring the National in. It ain't enough if it looks like an accident. It ain't enough, even if it looks like it's the company's fault. That won't do it. There's got to be casualties. Someone's got to be hurt, maybe even killed.
Junior stared open-mouthed, then quickly shook his head.
Man, this is crazy. Crazy because it gets the job done?
Derry snapped.
Crazy because it just might work? Hell, because it will work. Every war has its sacrifices, Junior, and this is a war. Don't kid yourself. It's a war we're going to win. But that won't happen if the company isn't held accountable for something they can't talk their way out of. It won't happen if it don't draw the Nationals' attention. But you can't. Go on, say it, Junior.
Derry hissed derisively.
Kill someone, damn it. No? Why not? Why the hell not?
He could, of course. He'd already decided it, in fact. He would do it because it was necessary. He would do it because it was a war, just like he'd said. And in a war, people got killed. He talked it over with himself the day before, after he'd come up with the accident idea. It was almost like having someone sitting there with him, having a conversation with a trusted friend, talking it through, reasoning it out. It all made perfect sense. He was certain of it. He was positive. Junior kept shaking his head.
Damn it, Derry, you're talking about murder. No, I ain't. Don't use that word. It ain't murder if it's a war. This is just, what do you call it? A sacrifice for the greater good. For the community, for you and me and all the rest. You could see that, can't you?
Junior nodded doubtfully, still trying to come to terms with the idea.
All right, okay, it's a war. So that's different, and it's going to be an accident, right? Just part of something else that happens?
He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then looked carefully at Derry once more.
But it's not going to be deliberate, is it?
Derry Howe's expression did not change. Junior was such a dork. He forced himself to smile.
Of course not. It's going to be an accident. When there's an accident, people get hurt. It will be a real tragedy when it happens. It will make everyone feel bad, but particularly the company, because it will be the company's fault.
He reached out, fastened his hand around the back of Junior's neck, and pulled his friend's tensed face right up against his own.
Just you remember that, Junior, he whispered. It won't be our fault. It will be the company's fault. High and mighty Midcon's fault.
He squeezed Junior's neck roughly.
They'll crawl over broken glass to get back to the bargaining table then. They'll beg to get back. Hide and watch, Junior. Hide and watch.
Junior Elway reached for what was left of his beer. Nest stayed in the swing another few minutes, lost in her thoughts of John Ross, then climbed out and stood looking off into the blackness of the park. She wondered if the demon he hunted was hiding there. She wondered if it preferred the dark, twisting caves where the feeders concealed themselves to the lighted houses of the humans it preyed upon. Miss Minx crept by, stalking something Nest could not see. She watched the cat move soundlessly through the dark, silken and deadly in its pursuit, and she had a sudden sense of what it would be like to be hunted like that. She moved toward the house, thinking to go in, knowing she would only have an hour or two of sleep before it was time to meet Two Bears at the Sinisippi burial mounds. She wondered what Two Bears knew about all this. Did he know of the demon and John Ross, and of the war they fought? Did he know of the Word and the Void? Was he aware of the existence of this other world, of its proximity to the human world, and of the ties that bound the two? She felt certain he knew a great deal he wasn't telling her, much like John Ross. She wondered if they shared a common purpose in coming to Hopewell, perhaps a purpose no one else recognized, one tied to both the spirits of the Sinisippi and the coming of the demon. She sighed and shook her head. It was all speculation, but speculation was all she had. She moved up to the screen door, then slowed when she heard voices coming from the kitchen. Her grandparents were arguing. She hesitated, then moved down the side of the house to the window that opened above the sink to eavesdrop. It wasn't something she normally did, but she'd heard John Ross's name, and she was curious to know if he was the cause of the argument. She stood silent and unmoving in the shadows, listening.
"He seems like a fine young man to me," her grandfather was saying.
He was leaning against the counter at the sink, his back to the window. Nest could see his shadow in a pool of light thrown on the ground.
"He was pleasant and straightforward when he came up to speak to me at Josie's. He didn't ask for a thing. It was my idea to invite him to dinner." "You're too trusting, Robert," her grandmother replied. "You always have been." "He's given us no reason to be anything else." "Don't you think it's a bit odd, him showing up like this, unannounced, uninvited, just to see us, to talk about a girl he hasn't seen in over 15, 16 years? A girl who's been dead all that time and never a word from him. Do you remember Caitlin ever saying anything about him, ever even mentioning his name?"
Old Bob sipped from his coffee cup, thinking.
"No, but that doesn't mean she didn't know him."
"It doesn't mean he was a friend, either."
Nest could picture Gran sitting at the kitchen table, bourbon and water in hand, smoking her cigarette.
"I didn't like the way he took to Nest."
"Oh, for God's sake, Evelyn."
"Don't invoke God for my sake, Robert," Gran shot back. "Use the brain he gave you instead. Suppose for a minute John Ross is not who he claims. Suppose he's someone else altogether."
"Someone else? Who?"
"Him. That's who."
There was the sound of ice cubes tinkling in an empty glass, and of a fresh cigarette being lit. Then silence. Nest watched her grandfather place his coffee cup on the counter, saw his leonine head lower, heard him sigh.
"He's gone, Evelyn. He's not coming back, ever."
Her grandmother pushed back her chair and rose. Nest could hear her move to the counter and pour herself a drink.
"Oh, he's coming, all right, Robert. He's coming. I've known it from the first, from the moment Caitlin died and he disappeared. I've always known it."
"Why would he do that?"
Old Bob's voice sounded uneasy.
"Evelyn, you can't be serious."
Nest stood transfixed in the heat and the dark, unable to turn away. They were talking about her father.
"He wants Nest,"
Gran said quietly. She drew on the cigarette and took a long swallow of the drink. Nest heard each sound clearly in the pause between her grandmother's words.
"He's always wanted her."
"Nest? Why would he want Nest, especially after all this time?"
"Because she's his, Robert. Because she belongs to him, and he doesn't give anything up this side of the grave. Don't you know that by now? After Caitlin, don't you know that?"
There was another pause, and then some sounds that Nest could not identify. Muttered words, perhaps, grumbling. Her grandfather straightened at the window.
"It's been 15 years, but I remember him well enough."
Old Bob spoke softly but distinctly.
"John Ross doesn't look anything like him, Evelyn. They're not the same man."
Gran gave a quick, harsh laugh.
"Really, Robert, sometimes you appall me. Doesn't look like him? You think for a minute that man couldn't change his looks if there was reason enough to do so? You think he couldn't look like anyone he wanted to? Don't you realize what he is?"
"Evelyn, don't start."
"Sometimes you're a fool, Robert," Gran declared sharply. "If you want to go on pretending that I'm a crazy old woman who imagines things that aren't there, that's fine. If you want to pretend there's no feeders in the park, that's fine, too. But there's some things you can't wish away, and he's one of them. You saw what he was. You saw what he did to Caitlin. I wouldn't put anything past him. He's coming here, coming for Nest, and when he does, he won't be stupid enough to look the same way as he did when he left. You do what you want, Robert, but I plan to be ready for him."
The kitchen was silent again. Nest waited, straining to hear.
"I noticed you didn't worry about letting him take her into the park," old Bob said finally.
Gran didn't say anything. Nest could hear the sound of her glass being raised and lowered.
"So, maybe there's not as much to be afraid of as you'd like me to believe. Maybe you're not sure who John Ross is either."
"Maybe,"
Gran said softly.
"I invited him to come to church tomorrow morning,"
old Bob went on deliberately.
"I asked him to sit with us. Will you be coming?"
There was a pause.
"I don't expect so,"
Gran replied. Nest took a long, slow breath. Her grandfather moved away from the window.
"I invited him to picnic with us in the park afterward, too, so we could talk some more."
Her grandfather cleared his throat.
"I like him, Evelyn. I think Nest likes him. I don't think there's any reason to be scared of him."
"You will pardon me if I reserve my opinion on that,"
Gran replied after a moment.
"That way we won't all be caught by surprise."
She laughed softly.
"Spare me that look, and don't ask me if I plan to have another drink either, because I do. You go on to bed, Robert. I'll be fine by myself. Have been for a long time. Go on."
Nest heard her grandfather move away wordlessly. She stayed where she was for a moment longer, staring up at the empty, lighted kitchen window, listening to the silence. Then she slipped back through the shadows, like the ghost of the child she had grown out of being. Chapter 16. Nest did not sleep when she finally reached her bedroom, but lay awake in the dark, staring up at the ceiling and listening to the raucous hum of the locusts through the screen window. The air felt thick and damp with the July heat, and even the whirling blades of the big floor fan did little to give relief. She lay atop her covers in her running shorts and T-shirt, waiting for midnight and her rendezvous with Two Bears. The bedroom door stood open. The hallway beyond was silent and dark. Gran might have gone to bed, but Nest could not be certain. She imagined her grandmother sitting alone at the kitchen table in the soft, tree-filtered light of moon and stars, smoking her cigarettes, drinking her bourbon, and reflecting on the secrets she hid. Nest watched those secrets dance as shadows on her ceiling. Was John Ross her father? If he was, why had he abandoned her? The questions repeated themselves over and over in her mind, suspended in time and wrapped in chilly, imperious solitude. They whispered to her, haunting and insidious. If John Ross was her father, why was Gran so bitter toward him? Why was she so mistrustful of his motives? What was it that her father had done? She closed her eyes as if the answers might better be found in darkness. She stilled herself against the beating of her heart, against the pulse of her blood as it raced through her veins, but she could find no peace. Why was her father such an enigmatic figure, a shadow barely recognizable as being a part of her life? Why did she know so little about him? Outside, an owl hooted softly, and Nest wondered if Daniel was calling to her. He did that sometimes, reaching out to her from the dark, a gesture she did not fully understand. But she did not rise to look this night, locked in her struggle to understand the doubts and confusion that beset her at every turn. Like a Midwest thunderstorm building out on the plains and working its way east, dark and forbidding and filled with power, a revelation approached. She could feel it, could taste it like rain, and smell it like electricity in the air. The increasing boldness of the feeders, The deterioration of the Meinturogs prison and the coming of John Ross and the demon signaled a shift in the balance of things. In a way, Nest did not yet understand. It was all tied to her. She could sense that much from the time she had spent with John Ross. It was in the words he had used and the secrets he had shared. He had taken her into his confidence because she was directly involved. The challenge she faced now, on thinking it through, was in persuading him to tell her why. When it was nearing midnight, the time reflected by the luminous green numbers on her digital clock, she rose and walked to her open bedroom door and stood listening. The house was dark, save for the single lamp that Gran always left burning in the front entry. Nest moved back across the room to turn down the bed and place the extra pillows under the sheet to make it look like she was sleeping. Then she removed the window screen from its fastenings and slipped through, put the screen back in place, and turned toward the park. In the distance a dog barked, the sound piercing and clear in the deep night silence, and Nest was reminded suddenly of Riley. Riley was the last dog they had owned, a black lab with big feet, sad eyes, and a gentle disposition. He came to her as a puppy, given to her by her grandfather on her 3rd birthday. She had loved Riley from the moment he had bounded into her arms, all rough pads and wet tongue, big ears and squirming body. She had named him Riley because she thought he just looked like a Riley, even though she had never actually known one. Riley had been her dog all through growing up, there for her when she left for school, waiting for her when she came home, with her when she went down the road to visit her friends, at her side when she slipped into the park. He was there when she saw the feeders, Pick, and even Wraith, although he did not seem to see any of them as she did. She was almost 12 when he developed a tumor in his lungs. Inoperable, she was told. She went with her grandfather to have her faithful friend and companion put down. She stood watching, dry-eyed and stoic, as the vet injected Riley, and his sleek body stiffened, and his soft eyes fixed. She did not cry until later, but then she did not think she would ever stop. What she remembered most, however, was Gran's reaction. Gran had stayed behind and cried alone. Nest could tell she had cried from her red eyes and the wrinkled Kleenex wads in the wastebasket next to the kitchen table, where she had begun to take up permanent residence with her bourbon and her cigarettes. Gran said nothing on their return, but at dinner that night she announced in a tone of voice that brooked no argument that they had acquired their last dog. Cats were sufficient. Cats could look after themselves. Dogs were too dependent, required too much, and stole away your heart. Ostensibly, she was speaking of Riley, but Nest had been pretty certain that, in an odd way, she was speaking of Caitlin as well. She stood now for a moment in the darkness of the summer night, remembering. She missed Riley more than she could say. She had never told Gran this. She knew it was something Gran did not want to hear, that it would only suggest to her how much she, in turn, missed Caitlin. Nest glanced at the silent house, thinking Gran might appear, that she might somehow know what Nest was about. But there was no movement and no sound from within. Nest turned away once more and crept through the shadows of the backyard, eyes searching. Miss Minx slunk from beneath a big oak, low to the ground, and furtive. Another cat, a strange striped one, followed. Out in the park, beyond the wall of the hedge, moonlight bathed the open ball fields and play areas with silver brightness. It was her secret world, Nest thought, smiling at the idea. Her secret world, belonging only to her. No one knew it as she did, not even Gran, for whom it was now distant and foreign. Nest wondered if it would become that way for her some day, if by growing she would lose her child's world as she would lose her childhood, that this was the price you paid for becoming an adult. There was that gap between adults and children that reserved to each secrets that were hidden from the other. When you were old enough, you became privy to the secrets that belonged only to adults, and lost in turn those that belonged only to children. You did not ever gain all of one, or lose all of the other. Of each, some you kept, and some you never gained. That was the way it worked. Gran had told her that almost a year ago, when Nest had felt her child's body first begin its slow change to a woman's. Gran had told her that life never gave you everything or took everything away. She slipped through the gap in the hedgerow, and Pick dropped onto her shoulder with an irritated grunt.
"It's about time. What took you so long? Midnight's the appointed time, in case you've forgotten. Criminy."
She kept her eyes directed forward.
"Why are you so angry?"
"Angry? I'm not angry. What makes you think I'm angry?"
"You sound angry."
"I sound the way I always do."
"Well, you always sound angry. Tonight especially."
She felt him squirming on her shoulder, leaves and twigs rustling, settling into place.
"Tell me something about my father."
He spit like a cat.
"Your father? What are you talking about?"
"I want to know something about my father."
"Well, I don't know anything about your father. I've told you that. Go ask your grandmother."
She glanced down at him, riding her shoulder in sullen defiance.
"Why is it that no one ever wants to talk about my father? Why is it that no one ever wants to tell me anything about him?"
Pick kicked at her shoulder, exasperated.
"It's rather hard to talk about someone you don't know, so that might explain my problem with talking to you about your father. Are you having a problem with your hearing, too?"
She didn't answer. Instead, she broke into a fast trot, jogging swiftly down the service road and past the nearest backstop, then cutting across the ball diamond toward the cliffs and the river. The humid night air whipped past her face as her feet flew across the newly mowed grass. She ran as if she were being chased, arms and legs churning, chest expanding and contracting with deep, regular breaths, blood racing through her in a hot pulse. Pick gave a surprised gasp and hung onto her T-shirt to keep from falling off. Nest could hear him muttering as she ran, his voice swept away by the rush of the air whipping past her ears. She disappeared into herself, into the motion of her arms and legs, into the pounding of her heart. She covered the open ground of the ball fields and the playgrounds, crossed the main roadway, hurdled the chain dividers, and darted into the trees that fronted the burial mounds. She ran with fury and discontent, thinking suddenly that she might not stop, that she might just keep on going, running through the park and beyond, running until there was nowhere left to go. But she didn't. She reached the picnic benches across the road from the burial mounds and slowed, winded and shot through with the heat of her exertion, but calm again as well, distanced momentarily from her frustration and doubt. Pick was yapping at her like a small, angry dog, but she ignored him, looking about for two bears and the spirits of the dead Sinisippi. She glanced down at her wristwatch. It was almost midnight, and he was nowhere in sight. The burial mounds were dark and silent against the starry backdrop of the southern horizon, where moonlight spilled from the heavens. The park was empty-feeling and still. Nothing moved or showed itself. Even the feeders were nowhere to be seen. A trace of wood smoke wafted on the still air, pungent and invisible.
"Where is he?"
she asked softly, turning slowly in the humid dark, eyes flicking left and right, heart pounding.
"Here, little bird's nest."
His familiar voice answered, and she jumped at the sound of it. He was standing right in front of her, so close she might have reached out to touch him if she had wished to do so. He had materialized out of nowhere, out of the heat and the night, out of the ether. He was stripped to the waist to his baggy pants and worn army boots, and he had painted his face, arms, and chest in a series of intricate black stripes. His long hair was still braided, but now a series of feathers hung from it. If he had seemed big to her before, He looked huge now, the coppery skin of his massive chest and arms gleaming behind the bars of paint, his blunt features chiseled by shadows and light. "So you've come," he said softly, looking down at her with curious eyes. "And you've brought your shy little friend." "This is Pick." She introduced the Sylvan, who was sitting up straight on her shoulder, eyeing the big man.
"Charmed," Pick snapped, sounding anything but. "How come you can see me when no one else can?"
The smile flashed briefly on Two Bear's face. "Indian magic." He looked at Nest. "Are you ready?" She took a deep breath. "I don't know. What's going to happen?" "What I have told you will happen. I will summon the spirits of the Sinisippi, and they will appear. Maybe they will speak with us. Maybe not." She nodded. "Is that why you're dressed like that?" He looked down at himself. "Like this? Oh, I see. You're afraid I might be wearing war paint, that I might be preparing to ride out into the night and collect a few pale-faced scalps." She gave him a reproving frown. "I was just asking." "I dress like this because I will dance with the spirits if they let me. I will become, for a few brief moments, one with them." He paused. "Would you like to join me?" She considered the possibility of dancing with the dead Sinisippi. "I don't know. Can I ask you something, O Olish Amina?" He smiled anew on hearing his Indian name. "You can ask me anything." "Do you think the spirits would tell me who my father is if I asked them? Do you think they would tell me something like that?" He shook his head. "You cannot ask them anything. They do not respond to questions or even to voices. They respond to what is in your heart. They might tell you of your father, but it would have to be their choice. Do you understand?" She nodded, suddenly nervous at the prospect of discovering the answer to this dark secret. "Do I have to do anything?" He shook his head once more. "Nothing. Just come with me." They crossed to a small iron hibachi that sat next to a picnic table. A gathering of embers, the source of the wood smoke, glowed red within. Two Bears removed a long, intricately carved pipe from the top of the picnic table, checked to see that the contents within its charred bowl were tightly packed, then dipped the bowl to the embers, put the other end of the pipe in his mouth, and puffed slowly to light it. The contents of the bowl ignited and gleamed, and smoke curled into the air. "Peace pipe," he declared, removing it from his lips and winking at her. He puffed on it some more, drawing the smoke deep into his lungs. Then he passed the pipe to her. "Now you. Just a few puffs." She took the pipe reluctantly. "What's in it?" she asked. "Herbs and grasses. They won't harm you. Smoking the pipe is ritual, nothing more. It eases the passage of the spirits from their resting place into our world. It makes us more accessible." She sniffed at the contents of the bowl and grimaced. The night around her was deep and still, and it felt as if she were all alone in it with the Indian. "I don't know." "Just take a few puffs. You don't have to draw it into your lungs." He paused. "Don't be frightened. You have Mr. Pick to watch over you." She considered the pipe a moment longer, then put it to her lips and drew in the smoke. She took several quick puffs, wrinkled her nose, and passed the pipe back to Two Bears. "Yuck!" Two Bears nodded. "It's an acquired taste." He inhaled the pungent smoke, then carefully placed the pipe across the rim of the hibachi. "There." Then he moved out into the open grass and seated himself cross-legged, facing the burial mounds. Nest joined him, sitting cross-legged as well, positioning herself next to him in the dark. Pick still rode her shoulder, but he had gone strangely silent. She glanced down at him, but he was staring out into the night, oblivious of her. She let him be. Overhead, the sky was cross-hatched by the limbs of the trees, their dappled shadows cast earthward in a tangled net by the bright moonlight. Nest waited patiently, saying nothing, losing herself in the silence. Two Bears began to chant, the words coming in a soft, steady cadence. The words were foreign to Nest, and she thought they must be Indian, probably Sinisippi. She did not look at Two Bears, but looked instead where he looked, out over the roadway to the burial mounds, out into the night. Pick sat frozen on her shoulder, become momentarily a part of her, as quiet as she had ever seen him. She felt a twinge of fear, wondering suddenly if what she was doing was somehow more than she believed, if it would lead to a darker result than she anticipated. Two Bears continued to chant, his deep voice steady and toneless. Nest felt the first stirrings of doubt mingle with her uneasiness. Nothing was happening. Maybe nothing would. Then a wind blew off the river, cool and unexpected, carrying with it the smell of things forgotten since childhood, of her grandmother's kitchen, of her sandbox, of Riley, of her cedar toy chest, of Wisconsin's lakes in summer. Nest started in surprise. The wind brushed past her and was gone. In the stillness that followed, she felt the hair on the back of her neck prickle. Small glimmerings of light appeared at the edges of the burial mounds, rising up into the night, flickering and fading again, moving with rhythmic grace against the darkness. At first they were nothing, simply bright movements that lacked definition. Slowly they began to take shape. Arms and legs appeared, then bodies and heads. Nest felt her throat tighten and her mouth grow dry. She leaned forward, peering expectantly, trying to make certain of what she was seeing. On her shoulder, she heard Pick utter a faint, surprised exclamation. Then, up from the darkness, rose the Sinisippi, their spirits taking form, coming back into a shadowy semblance of their lost bodies. They lifted free of the earth, to hang upon the air, twisting and turning in small arcs. They were dancing, Nest could see, but not in the fashion she had expected, not as Indians did in the television shows and movies she had seen, rising and falling in that familiar choppy motion, but in another way altogether. Their movements were more balletic, more sinuous, and they danced free of one another, as if each had a story to tell, each a different tale. Nest watched, awed by the beauty of it. After a time she felt the dance begin to draw her in. She thought she could sense something of what the dancers were trying to convey. She felt herself swaying with them, heard the sounds of their breathing, smelled the sweat of their bodies. They were ghosts, she knew, but they were real, too. She wanted to call out to them, to make them turn and look at her, to acknowledge her presence. But she stayed silent. Suddenly Two Bears was on his feet and striding forward. He reached the dancers and joined in their dance, his big, powerful body swaying and weaving as smoothly as their own. Nest marveled at the ease with which he moved, smiled at his grace. She felt the heat of his body fill her own, as if his pulse had mingled with hers. She watched in shock, then with a glimmer of terror, as his flesh and blood body began to fade into the darkness and turn as ghostly as the spirits of the dead Sinisippi. There were drums now, their booming rising out of the night, or maybe the sounds were only in her mind, the rhythm of her heartbeat. She watched Two Bears become one with the dead, watched him become as they were, translucent and ephemeral, ghostly and unreal. She stared transfixed as he danced on, the sound of the drums heightening, the movements of the dancers quickening. She felt the summer's heat flood through her, causing her to blink against sudden flashes of crimson and gold. Then she was on her feet as well, dancing with Two Bears, moving through the ghosts of the Mississippi. She did not feel herself rise or walk to him, did not know how it came to pass, but suddenly she was there among the Indian spirits. She floated as they did, not touching the earth, suspended on the night air, caught between life and death. She heard herself cry out with joy and hope. She danced with wild abandon and frantic need, whirling and twisting, reaching for something beyond what she could see, reaching past memories, past her own life, past all she knew. Like a fever dream, the vision appears to her then. It comes out of nowhere, filling her mind with bright colors and movement. She is in another part of the park, a part she does not recognize. It is night, black and clouded, empty of moon and stars, a devil's night, filled with pitch. Dark figures run through the trees, hunched over, lithe and supple. Feeders, she sees, dozens of them, their yellow eyes gleaming in the black. She feels her stomach knot with the realization that they are certain to see her. Across the grassy stretches and along the pathways they bound, swift and certain. A woman leads them, young and strong, her shadowed face smiling and wild-eyed, her long dark hair streaming out behind her. Nest blinks against the sight, a human at play with feeders, running with them, unafraid. The woman spins and wheels, and everywhere she goes the feeders chase after her. She teases and taunts them, and it is clear that they are infatuated by her. Nest stands spellbound within the darkened park, staring in disbelief as the woman rushes toward her, all wicked smiles and laughter. She looks into the woman's eyes and sees there the lines that have been crossed and the taboos that have been broken. She sees the woman's life laid bare, sees her soul unfettered, and her heart unafraid. She will dare anything, this woman, and has. She will not be cowed or chastened. She will not be made ashamed. She dashes into Nest's arms, draws her close, and holds her tight. Nest recoils, then stares in shock. She knows this woman. She recognizes her face. She has seen her face, just as it is now, in a collection of framed photographs that sits upon the mantel over the fireplace in the living room. It is Caitlin Ann Freemark. It is her mother. And yet, it isn't. Not quite. Something is amiss. It is almost her mother, but it is someone else, too. Nest gasps in shock, not quite certain what she is seeing. The woman breaks free, her face suddenly filled with regret and despair. Behind her, barely visible in the darkness, a man appears. He materializes suddenly, and the feeders, who are clustered all about the woman, give way instantly at his approach. Nest tries to see his face, but cannot. The woman sees him and hisses in anger and frustration. Then she flees into the night, racing away shadow-quick, with the feeders bounding in pursuit, and is gone. Nest blinked anew against the darkness and the sudden bright pain that stabbed her eyes. Images whirled and faded, and her vision cleared. She was sitting once more on the grass, cross-legged in the darkness, her hands clasped before her as if in prayer. Two Bears was seated next to her, his eyes closed, his chiseled body still. In the distance, the burial mounds rose silent and empty of life. No lights moved across the grassy slopes. No warriors danced on the air above. The ghosts of the Mississippi had gone. Two Bears opened his eyes and stared out into the darkness, calm and distanced. Nest seized his arm. "Did you see her?" she asked, unable to keep the anguish from her voice. The big man shook his head. His painted copper face was bathed in sweat, and his brow was furrowed. "I did not share your vision, little bird's nest. Can you tell me of it?" She tried to speak, to say the words, and found she could not. She shook her head slowly, feeling paralyzed, her skin hot and prickly, her face flushed with shame and confusion. He nodded. "Sometimes it is better not to speak of what we see in our dreams." He took her hand in his own and held it. "Sometimes our dreams belong only to us."
"Did it really happen?"
she asked softly.
"Did the Sinisippi come? Did we dance with them?"
He smiled faintly. "Ask your little friend when you find him again." Pick. Nest had forgotten him. She glanced down at her shoulder, but the Sylvan was gone. "I learned many things tonight, little bird's nest," Two Bears told her quietly, regaining her attention. "I was told of the fate of the Sinisippi, my people. I was shown their story." He shook his head. "But it is much more complicated than I thought, and I cannot yet find the words to explain it, even to myself. I have the images safely stored." He touched his forehead. "But they are jumbled and vague, and they need time to reveal themselves." His brow furrowed. "This much I know. The destruction of a people does not come easily or directly, but from a complex scheme of events and circumstances, and that, in part, is why it can happen. Because we lack the foresight to prevent it, because we do not guard sufficiently against it, because we do not truly understand it, because we are in some part, at least, the enemy we fear." She squeezed his hand.
"I don't think I learned anything. Nothing of what might destroy us, nothing of what threatens, nothing of Hopewell or anywhere else. Just—"
She shook her head. Two Bears rose, pulling her up with him, lifting her from the ground as if she were as light as a feather. The black paint gleamed on his face. "Maybe you were shown more than you realize. Maybe you need to give it more time, like me." She nodded.
"Maybe."
They stood facing each other in awkward silence, contemplating what they knew and what they didn't. Finally, Nest said,
"Will you come back tomorrow night and summon the spirits of the Sinisippi again?"
Two Bears shook his head. "No, I am leaving now."
"But maybe the spirits—"
"The spirits appeared, and I danced with them. They told me what they wished. There is nothing more for me to do." Nest took a deep breath. She wanted him to stay for her. She found comfort in his presence, in his voice, in the strength of his convictions.
"Maybe you could stay until after the 4th, just another few days."
He shook his head. "There is no reason. This is not my home, and I do not belong here."
This ends Side 2 of Cassette 6 of Running with the Demon. Please fast forward to the end before loading Cassette 7. Running with the Demon, Cassette 7.
He walked to the hibachi and retrieved his pipe. He knocked the contents of the bowl into the hibachi, then stuck the pipe in his belt. He took a cloth and carefully wiped the black paint from his face and arms and chest, then slipped into his torn army field jacket. He retrieved his backpack and bedroll from the darkness and strapped them on. Nest stood watching, unable to think of anything to say, watching as he transformed back into the man he had been when she had first encountered him, ragged and worn and shabby, another nomad come off the nation's highways.
"This could be your home,"
she said finally, her voice taking on an urgency she could not conceal. He walked over to her and stared into her eyes. "Speak my name," he commanded softly.
"O'olish Amene."
"And your own?"
"Nest Freemark."
He nodded. "Names of power, but yours is the stronger, little bird's nest. Yours is the one with true magic. There is nothing more that I can do for you. What remains to be done you must do for yourself. I came to speak with the dead of my people, and I have done so. I saw that it would help you to be there with me, and so I asked you to attend. What there was that I could offer, I have given. Now you must take what you have gained and put it to good use. You do not need me for that." She stood staring at him in the humid dark, at his strong, blunt features, at the implacable certainty mirrored in his eyes.
"I'm afraid,"
she said. "Yes," he agreed. "But fear is a fire to temper courage and resolve. Use it so. Speak my name once more." She swallowed.
"O'olish Amene."
"Yes. Say it often when I am gone, so that I will not be forgotten." She nodded. "Goodbye, little bird's nest," he whispered. Then he turned and walked away. Nest stood watching after him until he was out of sight. She could see him until he reached the edge of the park, and then he seemed to fade into the darkness. She thought more than once to call him back or to run after him, but she knew he would not want that. She felt drained and worn, emptied of emotion and strength alike, and she found herself wondering if she would ever see two bears again.
"O'olish Amene,"
she whispered. She started back across the park, wondering anew what had become of Pick. One moment he had been sitting on her shoulder, all quiet and absorbed in the spirit dance, and the next he had been gone. What had happened? She trudged through the dark, moving toward home and bed, starting to be sleepy now in spite of all that had happened. She tried to make sense of the vision she had seen of the young woman and the feeders and the shadowy figure who accompanied them, but failed. She tried to draw something useful from what two bears had told her, and failed there as well. Everything seemed to confuse her, one question leading to another, none of them leading to the answer she sought. In the shadows about her, a handful of feeders kept pace, as if predators waiting for their prey to falter. They watched her with their steady, implacable gaze, and she could feel the weight of their hunger. They did not stalk her, she knew. They simply watched. Usually their presence didn't bother her. Tonight she felt unnerved. She was out of the park and walking through her backyard toward the house when she realized suddenly what was amiss about the young woman in her vision. She stopped where she was and stared wide-eyed into the darkness, feeling the crawl of her skin turn to dryness in her throat. She knew the woman, of course. She had been right about that. And she had seen the woman's photograph on the fireplace mantel, too. But the photograph wasn't of her mother. It was of another woman, one who had been young a long time ago, before Nest or her mother were even born. The photograph was of Gran. Sunday, July 3rd. Chapter 17. It was approaching 7 when Nest awoke the following morning, and the sun had already been up for an hour and a half. She had slept poorly for most of the night, haunted by the vision of Gran, plagued by questions and suspicions and doubts, and she did not sleep soundly until almost sunrise. Bright sunlight and bird-song woke her, and she could tell at once that it was going to be another hot, steamy July day. The air from the fan was warm and stale, and through her open window she could see the leaves of the big oaks hanging limp and unmoving. She lay motionless beneath the sheet for a time, staring up at the ceiling, trying to pretend that last night hadn't happened. She had been so eager to watch the dance of the spirits of the Sinisippi, so anxious to learn what the spirits would tell her of the future. But she had been shown nothing of the future. Instead, she had been given a strange, almost frightening glimpse of the past. She felt cheated and angry. She felt betrayed. She told herself she would have been better off if she had never met two bears. O Olish Amina. But after a while, her anger cooled, and she began to consider the possibility that what she had been shown was more important than she realized. Two Bears had hinted that she would need time to understand the vision, to come to grips with what it meant in her own life. She stared at the ceiling some more, trying to make sense of the shadows cast there by the sun, superimposing her own images, willing them to come to life so that they might speak to her. Finally, she rose and went into the bathroom, stopping at the mirror to look at herself, to see if she had changed in some way. But she saw only the face she always saw when she looked at herself, and nothing of secrets revealed. She sighed disconsolately, stripped off her sleep shirt, and stepped into the shower. She let cold water wash over her hot skin, let it cool her until she was chilled, then stepped out and dried. She dressed for church, knowing her grandfather would be expecting her to go, slipping into a simple print dress and her favorite low heels, and went down to breakfast. She passed through the living room long enough to check the pictures on the mantel. Sure enough, there was Gran, looking just as she had in the vision last night, her face young, her eyes reckless and challenging as they peered out from the scrolled iron frame. She ate her breakfast without saying much, feeling awkward and uncomfortable in her grandmother's presence. She should speak to Gran of the vision, but she didn't know how. What could she say? Should she tell Gran what the vision had revealed, or take a more circumspect approach and ask about her youth, about whether she had ever run with the feeders? And what did that mean, anyway? What did it mean when you ran with the feeders as Gran had done in the vision? Feeders were to be avoided. That was what Nest had been taught from the time she was little. Pick had warned her. Gran had warned her. So what did it mean that she was forbidden from doing something Gran had done? And what, she wondered suddenly, had her mother done when she was a child? What did any of this have to do with her? "You should eat something, Evelyn," her grandfather said quietly, breaking the momentary silence. Gran was drinking her vodka and orange juice and smoking her cigarettes. There was no food in front of her. "I ate some toast earlier," the old woman responded distantly. Her eyes were directed out the window again toward the park. "Just eat your own. Don't worry about me." Nest watched her grandfather shake his head and finish the last of his coffee. "Ready, Nest?" She nodded and rose, gathering her dishes to carry to the sink. "Leave them," Gran called after her. "I'll clean up while you're gone." "Sure you don't want to come?" Old Bob pressed gently. "It would be good for you." Gran gave him a sideways look. "It would be good for the church gossips, maybe. You go on. I'll work on the picnic lunch." She paused long enough to take a hard drag on her cigarette. "You might want to give some more thought to inviting that boy, Robert. He's not what you think." Her meaning was plain. Nest placed her dishes in the sink and waited for someone to speak. When no one did, she left the room and went down the hall to brush her teeth and give her hair a final comb. In the kitchen, she could hear her grandparents' voices, low and deliberate, arguing over John Ross. She rode downtown in the pickup with her grandfather, neither of them saying anything. The windows rolled down so that old Bob could smell the trees and flowers. It was just after 10 o'clock, so the Illinois heat was not yet unbearable, and there was still a hint of night's cool. Traffic on Lincoln Highway was light, and the parking lot at the supermarket as they turned off Sinnissippi Road was mostly empty. Nest breathed the summer air and looked down at her hands. She felt oddly disconnected from everything, as if she had been taken away from the home and the people she had always known and relocated to another part of the country. She felt she should be doing something. She had already been enlisted in the fight against the demon, but she had no idea where she ought to begin. She looked at her reflection in the windshield and wondered if she really was only 14, or if she was, in fact, much older and had missed some crucial part of her life while she slept. Old Bob parked the pickup on 2nd Avenue in front of Kelly's Furniture, directly opposite the First Congregational Church. They got out and crossed the street, stopping momentarily on the sidewalk to say hello to a handful of others on their way inside. Effusive compliments were extended to Nest on her achievements in running, sprinkled with comments concerning the depth of her competition, the state of her health, and the nature of the town's expectations for her. Nest smiled and nodded dutifully, suffering it all as graciously as she could, all the while looking around without success for John Ross. Then they were inside the church, passing through wide double doors into a vestibule that wrapped the sanctuary on two sides. It was cool and dark, the intense heat kept at bay by central air, the burning sunlight filtered by ribbons of stained glass. Greeters stood at each door, waiting to shake hands with those entering and to pin flowers on the men's coats and the women's dresses. An elderly couple welcomed Nest and her grandfather, and the woman asked after Evelyn. An usher took them to a pew about halfway down on the left side of the sanctuary. The church was filling rapidly, and more than half the pews were occupied already. Nest and her grandfather sat on the aisle, holding their programs and glancing around in the hushed, cool gloom. The cathedral ceiling arched darkly overhead, its wooden beams gleaming. Organ music played softly, and the candles on the altar had already been lit by the acolytes. Nest looked again for John Ross, but he was nowhere to be seen. He wasn't coming, she thought, disappointed. But after all, why would he? Robert Hepler was sitting with his parents on the other side of the sanctuary near the back. The Heplers liked the Congregational Church because it wasn't mired in dogma. This from Robert, purportedly quoting his father. And it embraced a larger span of life choices and secular attitudes. Robert said this was very different from being Catholic. Robert gave Nest a brief wave, and she gave him one back. She saw one of her grandfather's steel mill friends, Mr. Michelson, sitting with his wife several rows in front of the Heplers. The choir filed in and took their seats in the loft beside the pulpit, and everyone opened their programs and began studying the order of events and their hymnals. Then John Ross appeared at the far side of the chamber, limping through the doorway with the aid of his black staff. He wore a fresh shirt, slacks, and a tie, and his long hair was carefully combed and tied back. He looked ill at ease and unsure of himself. Nest tried and failed to get his attention. Ross followed the usher down the aisle to a mostly empty row behind the Michelsons and eased himself gingerly into place. Now the choir rose, and the organist played a brief introduction. The minister appeared through a side door on the dais and walked to the pulpit. Ralph Emery was round and short and sort of strange-looking, with large ears and heavy jowls, but he was kind and funny, and he was well known for giving thought-provoking sermons. He stood now in his black robes, looking out over the congregation, as if trying to decide whether to proceed. Then he asked the congregation to bow their heads, and he gave a brief invocation. When he was finished, he asked everyone to rise and turn to hymn number 236. The congregation stood, opened their hymnals, and began to sing, "Morning Has Broken." They had just reached the second verse when the feeders began to appear, dozens of them, materializing out of the gloom like ghosts. They crept from behind the empty pews down front where no one liked to sit, and from under the offertory and sacrament tables at the chamber's rear. They rose out of the choir loft, from behind the blue velvet drapes that flanked the altar, and from under the cantilevered pulpit. They seemed to be everywhere. Nest was so stunned that she stopped singing. She had never seen feeders in the church. She had never imagined they could enter here. She stared at the closest in disbelief, a pair that slithered beneath the pew in front of her between the legs of the Robinson sisters. She fought down the revulsion she felt at seeing them here, in this place where God was worshipped and from which dark things were banished. She glanced around in horror, finding them hanging from the ceiling rafters, curled around the chandeliers, and propped up within the frescoes and bays. Yellow eyes stared at her from every quarter. Her heart quickened and her pulse began to race. No one could see the feeders but her, but even that didn't help. She could not tolerate having them here. She could not abide their presence. What were they doing in a church? In her church? What had drawn them? Despite the cool air of the sanctuary, she began to sweat. She glanced at her grandfather, but he was oblivious of what was happening, his gaze focused on the hymnal. Then she turned in desperation to find John Ross. John Ross had seen the feeders at the same moment as Nest, but unlike the girl, Ross knew what was happening. Only the demon's coming could have caused so many feeders to gather. The demon's coming, coupled with his own, he amended, which now, in hindsight, seemed painfully ill-advised. He should not have done this, come into this holy place, given in to his own desperate need to ease in some small measure the loneliness that consumed his life. He should have rejected Robert Freemark's offer and remained in his hotel room. He should not have been influenced by the attraction he had felt for this church while on his way to Josie's. He should have done what he knew was best for everyone, and stayed away. He willed himself to remain calm, not to give away what he was feeling, not to do anything to startle those around him. His staff was propped against the seat beside him, and his first impulse was to seize it and ready himself for battle. But he could not find his enemy, could not identify him, even though he knew he was there, hiding in plain sight. An elderly lady several seats away glanced at him and smiled. He realized he had stopped singing. He forced himself to smile back, to begin singing anew, first reaching down for the staff, planting it squarely before him, and leaning on it, as if he were suddenly in need of its support. It was then that he glanced across the heads of the congregation and saw Nest Freemark looking at him. He met her gaze squarely, letting her know he understood what she was seeing, and that he was seeing it too. He saw the fear and horror in her eyes, saw how deep it tunneled, and he understood far better than she what it was that motivated it. He fixed her with his gaze and slowly shook his head. "Do nothing," he was warning her. "Stay where you are. Keep your head." He saw in her eyes that she understood. He saw as well that she did not know if she could do what he was asking. He thought to go to her, but there was no way to do that without drawing attention to himself. The hymn was finished, and the congregation was sitting down again. He cast a quick eye over the assemblage on the off chance he might find the demon. The minister was giving the scripture lesson. The feeders crawled over the dais at his feet, dark shadows that made the scarlet carpet of the sanctuary appear as if it had been stained by ink. The minister finished the scripture reading and went on to give the church announcements. John Ross felt his skin turn hot as he sat nailed in place in a pew, unable to act. "I should not be here," he kept thinking. "I should leave now." Choir rose to sing, and John Ross looked back at Nest Freemark. Nest was sitting right on the edge of her seat beside her grandfather, her face pale and drawn, her body rigid. Her eyes were shifting right and left, following the movements of the feeders closest to her. Several were almost on top of her, slithering between the legs of the parishioners like snakes. One drew itself right up in front of her, as if taunting her, as if daring her to do something about it. Ross saw the desperation mirrored in her face. She was on the verge of panic, ready to bolt. He knew he had to do something. The choir finished, and the congregation rose to join the minister in a responsive prayer. When that happened, something caused Nest Freemark to glance suddenly toward the back of the sanctuary, and Ross saw her expression mirror her shock. Then he saw it too. Wraith stood in the doorway, thick fur bristling, tiger-striped face lowered, ears laid back, green eyes narrowed and glittering. He was so massive that he filled the entire opening, a monstrous apparition stalking out of the gloom. His big head swung left and right with slow deliberation, and his muzzle drew back, revealing all of his considerable teeth. He made no sound as he stood there, surveying the unwary assemblage, but his intent was unmistakable. Nest's fear had drawn him, summoned him to a place he had never been, brought him out of the deep woods and into this unfamiliar setting. His deliberate stare was filled with hunger. Nest felt her stomach lurch. "No, Wraith. No, go away, go away." Feeders scattered everywhere, crawling under pews, skittering down the aisles, and climbing the wood-paneled walls, their dark forms bleeding into the shadows. Their scrambling was so frantic that it stirred the air in the chamber, and among the congregation several heads lifted in surprise. Wraith took a moment to consider his options, then started forward in that familiar, stiff-legged walk. Nest was out of her seat and striding up the aisle to intercept him instantly. She did not stop to think about what she was doing. She did not stop to consider that she had never even thought to approach him before, that she had no idea whether she could control him. She did not say anything to her grandfather as she wheeled out of the pew. She did not even look at him. All she could think about was what would happen if Wraith managed to get hold of one of the feeders, here in her church, among her family and friends and neighbors. She did not know what it would do to the fabric that separated the human and non-human worlds, and she did not want to find out. The responsive reading concluded, and the congregation reseated itself. Heads turned to look at her as she closed on Wraith. On the ghost wolf they could not see, but she ignored them. Wraith seemed to grow even larger as she approached him, and his predatory gaze fixed on her. She felt small and vulnerable in his presence, a fragile bit of life that he could snuff out with barely a thought. But still she came on, fixed of purpose, steeled by her determination to turn him back. And as she reached him, as it seemed she must come right up against him, right onto the tips of those gleaming teeth and that bristling fur, he simply faded away and was gone. She continued without slowing through the space he had occupied, eyes closing against the rush of cold that washed over her, until she passed through the doorway and into the hall beyond. She stood there shaking, taking deep breaths to steady herself, leaning against the Christian literature table, out of sight of those gathered within. She jumped as a hand touched her shoulder. "Nest?" John Ross was standing next to her, leaning on his black, rune-scrolled staff, his pale green eyes intense. He must have followed her out, she realized, and done so quickly. "Are you all right?" he asked. She nodded. "Did you see?" He glanced about the deserted hall as if someone might be listening. Within the sanctuary, Reverend Emery was beginning his sermon, "Whither thou goest." "I saw," he answered. He bent close. "What was that creature? How does it know you?" She swallowed against the dryness in her throat. "That was Wraith." She shook her head, refusing to offer any further explanation. "Where did all these feeders come from? What's happening?" Ross shifted uneasily. "I think the demon is here. I think that's what's drawing them." "Here? Why?" Ross shook his head. "Because of me. He looked suddenly tired. "I don't know. I'm only guessing." She felt a deep cold settle in the pit of her stomach. "What should we do?" "Go back inside. Stay with your grandfather. I'll wait out here until after the service. Maybe the demon will show himself. Maybe I'll catch sight of him." His green eyes fixed on her. She nodded uncertainly. "I have to go to the bathroom first. I'll be right back." She hurried off down the hall to the Christian education wing, Reverend Emery's deep, compelling voice trailing after her, floating over the hush of the congregation. She did not feel very good. Her stomach was rolling and her head pounding. She glanced through the open doors into the cavernous gloom of the sanctuary. The feeders had disappeared. She frowned in surprise, then shook her head and went on. It didn't matter why they were gone, she told herself, only that they were. Her footsteps echoed softly on the wooden floor as she crossed the lower foyer. She pushed through the doors leading into the reception room, feeling worn and harried. Mrs. Browning, who had been her fifth-grade teacher, was arranging cups and napkins on several long tables in preparation for the fellowship to be held after the service. The bathrooms lay beyond. Nest slipped past Mrs. Browning without being noticed, went into the kitchen, and disappeared into the women's bathroom. When she came out, a man was standing there, surveying rows of cookies and cakes arranged on serving trays. He looked up expectantly as she entered. "Ah, there you are," he greeted, smiling. "Good morning." "Good morning," she replied automatically, and then stopped in surprise. It was the maintenance man who had spoken with her the previous day when she had wandered through the park after working on the injured tree. She recognized his strange, pale eyes. He was wearing a suit now, rather than his working clothes, but she was certain it was the same man. "Not feeling so good?" he asked. She shook her head. He nodded. "Well, that's too bad. You don't want to miss out on all these treats. Missing out on the sermon is one thing, but missing out on these cookies and brownies and cakes? No, sir." She started past him. "Say, you know," he said, suddenly stepping in front of her, blocking her way, "there's a little something I want to share with you. A private fellowship, you might say. It's this. I remember when sermons meant something. It's been a while, but the old-time evangelists had a way of communicating that made you sit up and take notice. Now there's televangelists with their high-profile ministries, their colleges, and their retreats, but they don't talk about what matters. None of them do, because they're afraid. You know why? Because what matters is how the world will end." Nest stared at him, open-mouthed. "Sure, that's what really matters. Because we might all be here to see it happen, you know. There's every reason to think so. Just take a look around you. What do you see? The seeds of destruction, that's what." A comfortable smile creased his bland features. "But you know something? The destruction of the world isn't going to happen in the way people think. Nope. It isn't going to happen in a flood or a fire. It isn't going to happen all at once, brought about by some unexpected catastrophe. It won't be any one thing you can point to. That's not how it works. The Bible had it wrong. It will happen because of a lot of little things, an accumulation of seemingly insignificant events, like dominoes tipped over, one against the other. That's how it will happen. One thing here, another there. Next thing you know, it all comes tumbling down." He paused. "Of course, someone has to topple that first domino. It all has to start with someone, doesn't it? Tell me, does any of this sound familiar to you?" Nest stood speechless before him, her mind screaming at her to run, her body paralyzed. "Sure it does," he continued, inclining his head conspiratorially. His strange eyes narrowed, burning with a fire she could not bear to look upon. "Tell you something else. The destruction of the world depends on the willingness of the people in it to harm each other in any way necessary to achieve their own ends and to further their own causes. And we got that part down pat, don't we? We know how to hurt each other and how to think up whatever excuses we need to justify it. We're victims and executioners both. We're just like those dominoes I mentioned, arranged in a line, ready to tip. All of us. Even you. No, she whispered. His smile had turned chilly. You think you know yourself pretty well, don't you? But you don't. Not yet. She took a step backward, trying to gauge whether or not she could reach the door before he grabbed her. As she did so, the door swung inward, and Mrs. Browning pushed through.
"Oh, hello, Nest," she greeted. "How are you, dear?"
She seemed surprised to see the man standing there, but she smiled at him cheerfully and moved to pick up another tray of brownies. As she did so, the man said to Nest, "No, I'm afraid you don't know yourself at all." He gestured swiftly toward Mrs. Browning, who gasped as if she had been struck by a fist. She dropped the tray of brownies and clutched at her chest, sinking toward the floor. Her eyes went wide in horror, and her mouth gaped open. Nest cried out and started toward her, but the man with the strange eyes intervened, moving swiftly to block her way. Nest cringed from him, riddled with fear. He held her gaze, making sure she understood how helpless she was. Mrs. Browning was on her knees, her head lowered, her face white, her throat working rapidly as she tried to swallow. Blood spurted from her nose and mouth. Nest's scream froze in her throat, locked away by the man's hard eyes. Then Mrs. Browning slid forward onto her face and lay still, her eyes open and staring. The man turned to Nest and cocked one eyebrow quizzically. "You see what I mean? There wasn't a thing you could do, was there?" Then he laughed. "Maybe I won't stay for the fellowship after all. Like I said, church isn't what it used to be. Ministers are all just voices in the wind, and congregations are just marking time." He walked to the back door, stopped with his hand on the knob, and glanced over his shoulder at her. "Be good." He opened the door and closed it softly behind him. Nest stood alone in the kitchen, looking down at Mrs. Browning, waiting for the shaking to stop. Chapter 18. When she could make herself do so, Nest left the kitchen and walked back through the reception room. She was still shaking. The image of Mrs. Browning's final moments burned into her mind. She found one of the ushers and told him to call for an ambulance right away. Then she continued on. She found John Ross standing in the deserted narthex outside the sanctuary. She drew him down the long corridor to where they could not be seen or heard, and related what had happened. Was it the demon? He nodded solemnly, asked if she was all right, and did not look or sound nearly as surprised as she thought he should. After all, if the demon had come looking for him, and that was what had drawn all those feeders into the church, what was it doing talking to her, threatening her, and making an object lesson of poor Mrs. Browning? Why was it talking to her about people destroying themselves, parroting, in part at least, much of what she had heard from Two Bears? What in the world was going on? "What did the demon want with me?" she blurted out. "I don't know," John Ross answered, giving her a steady, reassuring look, and she knew at once that he was lying. But Reverend Emery had finished his sermon, and the congregation had risen to sing the closing hymn, so her chance to ask anything further came and went. Ross sent her back inside to be with her grandfather, telling her they would talk later. She did as she was told, dissatisfied with his evasiveness, suspicious of his motives, but thinking at the same time she must tread carefully if she was to learn the truth of things. She slipped back down the aisle and into the pew beside her grandfather, giving him a rueful smile as the voices of the congregation rose all around her. She was starting the third verse of the hymn when it struck her that the demon might be trying to get to John Ross through her, and that was why he had cornered her in the church kitchen. That, in turn, would explain why Ross claimed he didn't know what was going on. It made sense if he was her father, she thought. It made perfect sense. Mrs. Browning had been taken away by the time the fellowship began, but all the talk was of her sudden, unexpected demise. Nest thought she would be able to speak further with John Ross, but she could not manage to get him alone. First, there was her grandfather, greeting Ross in a solemn, subdued voice, telling him how sorry he was that he had been introduced to the church under such tragic circumstances. Pleased, nevertheless, that Ross had come to the worship service, reminding him of the afternoon's picnic and eliciting his promise that he would be there. Then there was Reverend Emery, greeting Ross with a sad face, a firm handshake, and a cautious inquiry into his needs while visiting in Hopewell. Then there was Robert Hepler, who latched on to Nest with such persistence that she finally told him they were breathing the same air and to back off. Robert seemed convinced she was suffering from some hidden malady, and while he was not entirely mistaken, he was annoying enough in his determination to uncover the source of her discontent that she wouldn't have told him the truth if her life had depended on it. When she finally managed to get free of Robert and all the parishioners who stopped to remark on how awful it was about Mrs. Browning and to inquire after Gran's health, John Ross was gone. She rode home with her grandfather in a dark mood, staring out the window at nothing, mulling over the events of the past few days, and particularly the past few hours, struggling to untangle the web of confusion and contradiction that surrounded her. When her grandfather asked why she had run out of the sanctuary, she told him that she had felt sick and gone to the bathroom. When he asked if she was all right now, she said she was still upset about Mrs. Browning and didn't want to talk about it. It was close enough to the truth that he left her alone. She was getting good at making people believe things that weren't true, but she had an unpleasant feeling that she was nowhere near as good as John Ross. He knew something about her that he was keeping to himself, she thought darkly. He knew something important, and it had much to do with his coming to Hopewell. It was tied to the demon and tied to her mother. It was at the heart of everything that was happening, and she was determined to find out what it was. She believed, though she refused as yet to let herself accept it fully and unconditionally, that it had to do with the fact that he was her father. By the time her grandfather pulled the old pickup down the drive and next to the house, she had made up her mind to confront Gran. She stepped out into the heat, the midday temperature already approaching 100, the air thick with dampness and the pungent smell of scorched grasses and weeds, the widespread limbs of the big shade trees languid and motionless beneath the sun's relentless assault. Nest walked to the porch, stooped to give Mr. Scratch an ear rub, then went inside. Gran was sitting at the kitchen table in a flowered house dress and slippers, sipping a bourbon and water, and smoking a cigarette. She looked up as Nest passed by on her way to her bedroom, but didn't say anything. Nest went into her room, slipped off the dress, slip, shoes, and stockings, and put on her running shorts, a T-shirt that said, "Never grow up," and tennis shoes and socks. She could hear her grandparents talking down the hall. Gran was asking about John Ross, and she didn't seem happy with what she was hearing. Old Bob was telling her to keep her voice down. Nest took a moment to brush her hair while they finished the hottest portion of their conversation, then went back down the hall to the kitchen. They stopped talking as she entered, but she pretended she didn't notice. She walked to the refrigerator and looked inside. The smell of fried chicken still lingered in the air, so she wasn't surprised to find a container of it sitting on the top shelf. There was also a container of potato salad, one of raw vegetables soaking in water, and a bowl of Jell-O. When had Gran done all this? Had she done it while they were in church? She glanced over her shoulder at the old woman. "I'm amazed," she said, smiling. "It looks great." Gran nodded. "I had help from the wood fairies." She shot Old Bob a pointed look. Old Bob responded with a strangely sweet, lopsided grin. "You've never needed any help from wood fairies, Evelyn. Why, you could teach them a thing or two." Gran actually blushed. "Old man," she muttered, smiling back at him. Then the smile fell away, and she reached down for her drink. "Nest, I'm sorry about Mrs. Browning. She was a good woman." Nest nodded. "Thanks, Gran." "Are you feeling all right now?" "I'm fine." "Good. You both had phone calls while you were in church. Cass Minter called for you, Nest, and Mel Reardon wants you to call him right away, Robert. He said it was urgent." Old Bob watched wordlessly as she took a long pull on her drink. He was still wearing his suit coat, and he took time now to slip it off. He looked suddenly rumpled and tired. "All right, I'll take care of it. Excuse me, please."
This ends side 1 of cassette 7. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.